Futures at pre-market highs here as we head towards what could be one of the most important days of the year as we get the Fed decision. It will be 3 in a row for the Fed on an increase. How much remains to be seen? 84% chance right now that we'll get the 75 basis point increase versus just 16% for the 100 basis point increase coming up 2 p.m. this afternoon. Make sure you're with us. We'll have not only the announcement, interest rate decision, but also the press conference that follows in Q&A for Fed Chair Powell. Futures pretty quiet here so far in the pre-market. A little bit higher right across the board. Number of individual names to have a look at this morning as well. A few downgrades to talk about so far in the chip group. So some of the semiconductor names back to the downside so far this morning. We'll have a look at Ford trying to make a bounce here. Biggest single day decline for Ford shares yesterday since 2011. We'll also talk about NIO. Interesting note on NIO this morning. Their plans have come out on how they're going to bring their battery swapping business to Europe. So already expanding that side of their business as well. So NIO, a little bit positive here in the pre-market as well. Going to be a big day. It's Wednesday, September 21st, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There's a board for you at this point. We are pretty quiet, but good to see things back in positive territory here. Both the S&P and the Dow about 0.4, 0.36 to the upside, 0.17. Little change right now for the NASDAQ. We were higher at one point in the pre-market, but have come off a little bit as we head towards the final hour before 9:30. Crude oil on a bounce this morning, coming back to the downside currently as well. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum back to the upside as well at this point. Welcome to Fed Day, guys. Good morning. Going to be an interesting morning here. We do have individual names to discuss, but obviously the big catalyst for the market, big catalyst for stocks in general, going to be what happens this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome. It's here. We've been waiting around for it. Do we get 75? Probably. Or do we see that full point hike? You saw yesterday the wild action. I'm kind of anticipating you might not get, we'll see how crazy it might be. I don't know if we'll get as crazy volatility going into it, but I'm sure after 2 o'clock is going to be a different story, especially that 2:30. Always spicier once you have the podium and the Q&A there, and usually that'll move the markets quite a bit. There's some plays to be made, like that whole, that range-bound pop, fade type of notion that happens at 2 o'clock a lot of times. And then we'll see at 2:30 when it gets more exciting. Apple going to be on the radar for me regardless because it's been so strong the last couple of days, getting to its 50 period after dragging the market with it. We just had a nice little spike in the futures there heading back into the upside. So looks like there are some things bouncing off. We talked about Alphabet, I almost said Google, yesterday bouncing close to $100. Man, if we had a down day and that got tested, that would be a monster level. And then the chips are going to be in play because Micron, it's going to be, when they do report, it's going to be a little bit ugly as they came out with with a revision and some guidance. It's not looking very good. And Intel has been under pressure as well. So we're going to be looking at those names. And Tesla and Apple did the heavy lifting. I'm not sure that they can drag the market by themselves again today. So some other names will have to step up if we're going to have any kind of a sustained update into 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm actually short. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls. Welcome to the show as well. Thank you for that. And yeah, Micron today, double downgrades, Mizuho and Wells Fargo. And then like Neil said, both those companies coming out, cutting their expectations on this name. So we're going to look at Micron. We're already short. We already took a piece out at 51, which is kind of a good thing because now, as Neil just mentioned, the NASDAQ here, we are having issues with our data. So I'm on the Qs right now. But you see this little spike up. We're now up 0.5% on the NASDAQ and starting to make some moves to the high side. So I really like Micron here for a short. Obviously, it just moved up there a little bit. So we'll see what the NASDAQ wants to do here. Despite whatever everyone downgrades or upgrades or whatever, you have the biggest day today in a while. And I want to shout out everybody. I want to shout out Alan from SneakerCon. He's super excited talking about today's the Super Bowl of the stock market. Yeah, kind of. I think that's right. I think it's a lot of hype heading into it. And then when it happens, you're there, you're watching the game. Sure, it might be a great game, but after it's over, and we move on to the next, right? And so I feel like you just want to sit there, make sure you still respect some of the levels that we've talked about over and over again. It's why I have Amazon back on here. We've added Micron, Neo's on the list as well. No matter what's coming at 2 o'clock, we still got to get there. So I feel like trading is still going to be, pretty profitable and a lot of opportunities to go here early on. So let's sort of position ourselves. It's not a great idea to be in position when the number comes out, but 84% is a pretty substantial odds-on favorite there that you're going to get that 3/4 point, right? So, that's what's going to come out. Whether or not the market likes it or not, I mean, you've seen the last couple of days, it really hasn't. But I don't know. I feel like it's baked in. There's not much going to change. You do have the 2:30 press conference with Powell, and that's what's really going to sort of set the stage for what happens sub 2:30. It should be a fun day. I'm excited. It's always a very, very great day in the markets. And hey, 2 o'clock can't come fast enough. I didn't know what to do. I was looking at it and thinking, should it be a bear or should it be a bull?
Well, we should have a poll. So,
I would love to do a poll, but I can't. So.
Yeah, what we should do is like days that are obvious, like when we start falling like yesterday, you turn it into a bear. But you come in today, we're bouncing slightly up. It's like, I don't know that it's enough to change the sentiment. So we ended up leaving. Yeah,
I wasn't sure what
I think you leave it. And then if we get like a 1-2%, we cross 1%, then maybe you can go or something like that. Right. But even changing it before the Fed, I don't know if that makes any sense. Like the sentiment in the last few days has been red, so
maybe we can hide him, and then when the Fed comes up, but we know what the Fed's going to do. I don't know the direction of the market.
Yeah. Let the market decide it too.
Yeah, why don't we do that Bears versus Bulls? If you could do that poll or whatever, we can do. Do you think the market's going to be? Let's just do something very, very simple.
Flip the bear or bull? Well, I don't know.
Oh, if you want to flip that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Should we flip this thing, and we'll end the poll at 9 o'clock? Okay, so should we end it at 9:30? Let's end it at 9:30, then we'll flip it over as soon as the market opens up. So should our little friend here be a bear? Are you doing it? Okay, Neil's going to do it. Bears versus Bulls. What
do we call this?
I don't know. Let's just say, what should we put?
I almost typed stuffy because we call stuffed animals stuffies in my household.
Why is everybody putting one in there?
5.
1, 2, 1, 2. So what should, stuffy. Yeah, who said that? That's a good one, yeah. Should our stuffy, even though it's not really a stuffy.
What?
Okay, should the stuffy be a bear or a bull for today? I think that's pretty simple, Brendo. All right, let's go. The market's starting to rally here. The NASDAQ's starting to keep going upside, so we have to average into this micron. There it is. Should our stuffy be a bear or a bull today? Good one. I like that one. Vote, and we'll keep updating you as how that goes later on.
I feel like there's been many days where it's undecided and kind of gone both ways as well, so it wouldn't be the first. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. As you can see on screen, shout out to True Trading Group once again. Thanks to them for coming on board for another week. Let's get into, here's a look. Here's a live look, in fact, at the Fed Funds Tool. As we said, there it is, 84% versus 16 down here for the full 100 basis points. So as we creep closer to 2 p.m. this afternoon, we'll see if this continues to work its way to the upside. A few other interesting notes here. Obviously, everyone discussing what is going to happen coming up this afternoon, but a lot of things under pressure here again that we'll get into individually mentioned in this note as well. But going to be an interesting afternoon, to say the least. Some earnings to get through as well. This one not really doing anything, but worth a note. GIS out with their report, downside a little bit. We also had Stitch Fix, SFIX, downside in a big way, 4.5%. That one on the watch list this morning. And then a shout out to anyone who likes Palantir, because decent note. This was actually aftermarket yesterday. Palantir out with, I guess they're teaming up with Hyundai Heavy Industries Group on a $45 million agreement with them, guys. So a few things to have a look at.
Yeah, definitely a few. I mean, Palantir, it's still below that 8. I remember that 8 breakout that it tried to do. And look, we always talk about nice consolidations and looking for something that'll make a significant break. It failed the 8 break, got to 820. So I get a little bit more excited if you get a break of that level. Stitch Fix, on the other hand, give it a little bit of a second to warm up there at those charts. But Stitch Fix, we always talk about things breaking floors. Incidentally, Micron is gapped below 50. I think someone asked us about Micron a couple weeks ago, and it's like, yeah, there's air beneath 50. Well, there's been air beneath Stitch Fix. It's not a $5 bottom. The bottom from June was like $4.65, but you can see that just got breached, gapping down below that. There's not a lot of volume on Stitch Fix. I thought maybe you would do a little bit more, but yeah, if it holds below that, it's just room to the downside. And we talk about names that have been beaten up and try to find some lows. Well, they're not, a lot of these things they haven't found them. Like Beyond Meat hasn't really found a bottom yet, and Peloton hasn't really, well, they kind of have bounced, but it feels like they're just headed towards lows. There hasn't even really been much of a bounce in Stitch Fix here, and it's hard to imagine, but it's true. This was a $100 stock at the height of the its pandemic highs. And it's holding solidly below $5. No end in sight at this particular moment. At some point, usually you'll get like little relief rallies in there somewhere, but today, beneath 465, it's just got to be weak. There's weak and there's weaker, and we might as well show it because we're going to probably talk about the chips. But yeah, like it's not just small cap names that are hanging at bottoms and breaking significant levels. That's 50 on Micron that's now breached. Beneath that price, you're looking for a short. Intel already broke a level like this weeks ago, so Micron just sort of following suit. But this is what these charts look like. You have all kinds of floors that are just evaporating on a daily basis.
Yeah, I would say so. And you're going to get another one, maybe Google today at $100. That could evaporate pretty quickly there today, too. I don't know if there's going to be huge movement heading into the Fed, but definitely there's going to be something afterwards. Palantir, you brought up a little bit there, Brendan, as they did get a deal with Hyundai. But, I mean, whatever. $45 million expansion. I mean, there's a $16 billion market cap. Snowflake is $62 billion. Palantir, 16. Palantir has a lot of contracts. I feel like there's not a moat around them because they don't even make money, but there is some bottoms down here around $7. It was really interesting at an $8 break, but I don't know if Palantir, again, I feel like this is technically, almost exactly here, diddling in the middle as we look at Palantir, right in the middle here right now, 770. So not super excited about it either way. If we do get a drop in the rates today, when the rates drop up 75% at 2 o'clock there, I feel like Palantir could come in and test that $7 mark. So you want to watch out for that. That very bottom, like Neil said, is 650. But Microsoft's at 52-week lows and broke them. Meta's at 52-week lows. Google's at 52-week lows. Soon to be, probably, I think Amazon back down to 104, 105 could come into play as well, which is 20% lower from where it is right now. So some of these names that are down here at these levels, I think you can pick them up, but at the same time, you have to have a long-term view. This is not, the market's not getting better anytime soon. The earnings multiples are absolutely horrendous right now, and they're way too high from where they should be. You're already seeing today on Micron come out slash, right? You see Ford, boom, slash themselves yesterday at that $1 billion look, right? Microsoft has already warned about earnings. They did it past quarter, they'll probably do it again. So I feel like, and I look at DraftKings, and the reason why I bring up DraftKings is this is a name that's a little bit puzzling to me as well, because you're well above the 50 period and nowhere near its 52-week low. So this is a name that I think, does have a chance to lose some of its luster as well, even though right now is very, very strong gambling season as all the football, and then you're starting to get playoffs coming for baseball.
College basketball.
College basketball is on deck. So college football's in swing, in normal football. Basketball's here. No one bets on NHL anyways, but that's coming. No one. No. Come on, man. Most of these markets are driven by the U.S., right? And true. The U.S. is just not as, they're more into, why not, man? Football is king for
it's
sure.
Everything.
Is everything for a lot of these guys, and then or soccer from the European, the other football, the real football, I guess. When is Ted Lasso? Is that coming back? Have you seen Ted Lasso yet?
I'm embarrassed to say no.
Oh man,
what's horrible is I actually.
It's like me. I haven't seen The Wire. You haven't seen Ted Lasso.
Whoa! Hold on a second. We're not actually comparing Ted Lasso to The Wire.
I'm not sure how many Emmys The Wire won. I don't know.
I don't care how many awards.
No, neither do I. I don't know.
For my money, The Wire is the single greatest thing that has ever appeared on television or screen anywhere. It's just the greatest show.
Screen anywhere. Wow.
I don't care. I've seen it literally.
Maybe Avatar 2 will be
I've seen it 5 times. It's so damn good. The writing is unreal. But I bought Apple. Well, I didn't buy Apple. I got Apple TV just so I could watch like one series, and then I have it, and I don't even use it for Ted Lasso because most of that's because when you have, you don't have enough time for TV. I just not enough time to watch. But I've heard it's fantastic. You guys are probably like, "What's wrong with you guys? Watch the show." I know. I should watch Ted Lasso.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, like you got to have
Prison
time,
Break,
right?
huh?
Prison Break. That's not one that I've watched before.
Season 1 of Prison Break is brilliant, but I mean,
is that it?
spoiler alert. What do you think happened? Like, it's just how do you continue a show like that? Like,
Did they break out or?
Well, it's like, what do you do with season 2? It's like it's already. Come on. It's,
all right.
Yeah.
Brendo, you've seen Ted Lasso.
I did actually see the first one. I was just actually checking when season 2 is supposed to come out, but I don't think they've announced it yet. But yeah, no, it was great. They won a bunch of. Was it already season 3?
Yeah, I think we're waiting for season 3 right now.
It's season 3. Okay, so that would be the next one. They won a bunch of awards for that as well. I guess it was the Emmys that just happened. Yeah, no, absolutely great show. I was just double checking as well on a couple of things here, guys, as we head towards the open. ACB just popped up on some volume here, but didn't really do anything. It might have been just a dark print. ACB on the downside. Yeah, there was some earnings in cannabis land last night. The initial move was actually higher here, up to 150, but I saw a couple of people talking about ACB, so heads up on that. Otherwise, though, it was a pretty disastrous report. Once again, Shift Pixie with an offering as well, just coming out here. So PIXY, one that does have a short interest, worth noting, and can get going if it wants to.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive to say this, but a lot of these times when you have a decent short interest and you get an offering, the day trade has been to look for bottoms. It is what it is, and they had the reverse, and since then it's got a 12 floor. If it bounces off that, then the squeeze can potentially be on. It's the old, if it's already come down and gap down, then a lot of times the day trade sometimes ends up just looking for the reversal. So I'd be looking at that 12 level. The volume, there's not really any volume on Shift Pixie right now. So I think the volume favors staying away from it. And then if it does crater a little bit further at the open, you get some volume in there, then you can start looking at that 12. But maybe we don't see that. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. Maybe we don't see Google 100. It just bounced a little bit of a buck there. But yeah, yesterday I stayed away from small caps, not because I was trying to, but there was so much moving. The movement and volatility was just all over the place with some of the bigger names. And I think that's going to be the case again today. There's no keeping eyes off Alphabet today. It's so close to a huge psychological level. That 100 is going to be big. If we see it, hopefully we don't see it. That'd be great.
Yeah, or hopefully we see it and we'll smash
well,
it. I mean,
it goes both ways. As a trader, I want to see it.
I'm not worried about my long-term portfolio, man. I mean, it's already been
yeah, that's true.
I mean, I don't know what else is going to happen to it.
But no one enjoys watching stocks.
No, I don't enjoy it. I mean,
that's what
But nothing I can do about it at this point.
True say.
So I'd rather just hopefully crush it today and then put some of that money and buy some shares. But I want to look at Apple quickly here again. Yesterday in the afternoon, we hit it really well down here at 155.50. It was able to bounce back down in, and then we took it for a little ride all the way to the upside, about $2 there at the end of the day for Apple, and really bought some of these dips. So this is kind of what I'm waiting for here today. Look at how aggressive Apple was in the morning. It started at 153, like unbelievable, and then made a move all the way to 158. Like that's pretty epic right there. But that's what I wanted to focus on right here is at 158. I mean, you're at 157.30 right now. Apple up 0.25, the market up 0.42. So is today the day that people start to take a little bit of profit on Apple? It has been relatively strong. I mean, if you look at the market here in the 20 minutes, you know what? I think it's going to look better on a daily chart. So here's Apple right now on the daily. You see the last 3 days, boom, 148, 152, 154, 156, 158, the high. So all we've sort of done here in the last couple of days is gained about $10, while the market has either gone the other way. We've talked about how destructive that's been. And you got other names like the Googles, the Microsofts of the world, Microns, MU, and that's Micron, AMD, NVIDIA, the chips. A lot of these names at bottoms, right? Tesla's been really strong too, actually, the last little while. But look at Apple all the way up, all the way back. Are we going to get this sort of V-shaped recovery like we did here? I don't think so. But you may take this 160 coming out pretty soon if the market likes what's being spit out today, then Apple is going to be along through that 158. I want to be patient with this name today, just like we were yesterday. Wait for these dip buys, wait for them to give us a bottom, and then hit it to the long, right? Or we do the opposite, which, you know, and that's the beauty about being a day trader. If it comes to 158 and fails a bunch of times and tells us that's the top, then that's the top. And I'm not going to fight that. I'm ready. I'm locked and loaded, man. I'm excited for it today. I want to put on some risk, and I think it's worth it here. I want to be flat into Fed, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of opportunities, especially with the NASDAQ bouncing like this. I mean, unfortunately, we did have a quote issue. Maybe at 9:30 it will, you know, fix itself for the futures, but right now I'm just going to quote the Qs. So I don't have any valid levels, but you're up 0.42, which is the same as the NASDAQ futures. So, you know, I like the Qs today, you know, to watch them. I like the TQQ, and this is all for 2 o'clock, right? I'd rather be in indexes or ETFs as that number drops, because stocks are going to go crazy. Make sure you want to watch gold. You want to watch. Brendan, could you get I want to. I don't know if it's easy for you to find it, but that 10-year to see what that's at as well, because that's going to be interesting to see. I know we busted through 350 yesterday. The 2-year was near 4, I think, as well. So there's a lot of action happening in fixed income, and I look at gold today coming into that number, which is GLD, of course. That's been on a slide. I mean, everything's been sort of on a slide here. So gold, silver, crypto, you know, all this stuff. I mean, look at gold here. Like, what? This is a safe haven? Safe haven? Like, I mean, I don't know. You know, a lot of these. I don't know. I don't know where to hide right now.
Look
I
at
think
the
it's
chart.
cash.
But look at
cash.
well, right now it's that's the safe place. But look at Bitcoin's chart, man, on a higher time frame. I use a weekly chart up here. Like, what do you think, if we break this 17, well, I mean, break this channel we're in, there's a wick down to 17,000, there is nothing. Like, when we broke out from 12,000, it was essentially straight to 20,000 before. So if we break that floor, it gets pretty ugly. But it plays both ways, right? Like, support's there until it breaks. So as far as I'm concerned, like, you got this, you still have a chance. And we've seen this before. And going into the Fed, you know, there's all kinds of weakness, and then we get the rate hike, and there's a bit of a temporary bottom, and then we get a bit of a relief rally. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's been a good place to have bought those dips, but sometimes you see it. Like, imagine we reclaim 39 on the ES and then head back up to that resistance at 39.80. You could get a pretty sizable 1 or 2 day rally, as it's like buy the rumor, sell the news. In this case, buying the news would be unwinding some of the shorts that have come in for some people. And that could give you a couple of days. It's just, typically, since we've got these other 75-point hikes, that little temp rally has not been a good entry point. Like, you've been burned if you've bought on that and decided to hold it. If you traded it, fantastic. That's why, you know, you might see longs in the afternoon, just depending on how the market goes. Maybe we get it and there's nothing that comes out of the Fed that scares anybody, and at 2:30 we get a rally. We've seen it time and time again. And as a trader, it doesn't mean you think it's all clear in the market. It's just playing that directional trade, which we've seen be counterintuitive on Fed day and the day or two after, Brennan.
Going to be interesting here as we are now just over 30 minutes to go here before we get the market open. We'll get to that in a second. I wanted to show you this first. Here is the 10-year, guys. This is an hourly chart, so there's that. This goes back to the middle of August, essentially. And yeah, we've just been marching steadily every single day to the upside. This happened yesterday. That was 3.5, so we broke out in a big way through that 3.5 yesterday, got all the way up above 3.6. We're pulling back in, testing that breakout once again right now for the 10-year. That's the 2-year. More of the same, essentially. The 2-year now at 4%. So not only pricing in today's hike, but also possibly more to come within the next few months. So yeah, let's get a look at upgrades and downgrades here as I have you. Devon, top of the list on the left-hand side, bounce in oil today, so some of the energy names doing pretty well. This Fryer is one of the clean energy battery names, Morgan Stanley with a positive note on that. Nothing else too exciting on the upgrade side. Stitch Fix here, we'll talk about that. Earnings out, Cisco, Micron, and Accenture.
Yeah, Stitch Fix, it's ugly for them, but the real, I mean, I don't want to say the real story. I mean, the story for the chip land is going to be Micron, and you know, it's a pretty ugly looking chart. I already showed it that 50 level on the daily, sort of where it got to, and how you're breaking down. And you're essentially, the warnings in the chip space that the problems are not done. We've been hearing a lot about it. Like, you saw what happened in NVIDIA when they got crushed. The trend on Intel has been, it's been titanic, right? Like, they've had margin troubles, turning around the business, which is a little bit expensive, going in the running the foundry play, and then they broke a major floor recently first when it took 36, then when it took this 34 area, it just sort of gapped down. Now you're beneath $30 on Intel, and what has been happening to Intel? I don't know how far back you have to go here. It's probably going to have to come in, and you can sort of see how far we go back into some key prices. When we start taking out these floors, it was pretty big when it got 42, yada, yada. Anyways, you guys can understand, though. You go back to like 2018, 2017 prices for Intel. And Micron, it broke its support as well. And for all the world, Micron looked like it had its relief rally. Like, it broke 65, got down to this level here, that 50 bounce, gets right back up, looks like it wants to retest that previous support, and then just crapped on itself. So just in terms of a long-term setup, you are now breaking this $50, which goes all the way back into 2020, where this ran from at the end of the year, and there's just a lot of room back into the downside here. So it's just one of these, there needs to be a catalyst a lot of times for this to happen, but it's a pretty big technical level break for Micron. You saw what happened when it broke this 65 even. For the next few days, we were shorting Micron just the same way Intel gave you that same story. So that's the kind of market we're in here. Stitch Fix chart, oddly enough, is similar in terms of the breakdown. It's just instead of $50, it's like $4.65. So you wrap your head around that one. Very different business. I think they're in a world of hurt. But there's no volume on this today on Stitch Fix. I'm kind of disappointed. I thought if there was volume here, there could be a short off that level. If it breaks 465, you just be out. But 200,000 in pre-market volume for Stitch Fix, probably a no-fly zone for me, unfortunately. Would have thought with few earnings out there, pre-Fed, you'd look at something like this and there might be some interest in trading it, but all quiet for Stitch Fix.
I was just hoping to get an update on what that poll looks like, because we only have. Are we going to do it? Does the poll say 9 o'clock? I can't see the poll, but I was just thinking we got to turn it around. We got to turn it around soon.
Hopefully, I don't have the issue that you had.
Yeah,
because
I saw you can't see it. Thanks to True Trading Group, by the way. Hit that sponsor link in the top there. But yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe you guys, someone in the chat.
Dominic said it was 51%.
51%? Oh my God. It's a toss-up, according to Brendo right now. So, okay, that's interesting. All right, Micron, just quickly here. We didn't, I know we're talking about upgrades and downgrades, and I know this was covered, but I'm in this name. It's too bad, because I wasn't even waiting here when that spike came up, which is really crazy, because the ultimate list, or the price that I put here on my list on the sticky note here today, of course, was that $50 mark, and that's exactly where we just ripped up to right there. So you can see here on this $50 short Micron, multiple downgrades, earnings are in question, sell any pops. Well, I mean, first of all, this trade I just put in. Like, that was just not selling any pops, just like get me short, then we take 15 cents on it, on 20% of it, then it pops up to 50, and for some reason I wasn't sitting there. So lesson learned, we're sitting there now. I don't think you have any reason to get out of Micron on the short. If it does happen to pop back up against it, though, I got to have some outs. The market could rally today. There's no doubt it could rally into Fed. I mean, I wouldn't see that's not possible. But I think you just got to say, are we going to go back to positive today? I don't think so. So I'm going to use 51 as my out. I feel like you have $1 worth of risk to the downside. Like, for profit-wise, you can get a 49 print here easily on Micron, I feel like, today. So to get short 50 and give it to 51, I think is pretty much a no-brainer on that one. So that sucks that I didn't get loaded back up there at 50, but for all the names that are on that upgrade and downgrade one, this is the one that's the most exciting to me, just because of this destruction that's happened here in the chip space. It's been an absolute disaster. I mean, Ford came out yesterday, said they had 50,000 cars just waiting for some of these chips, right? And obviously that's the truth. I mean, Ford wouldn't say that. And if they're waiting on chips, then what are production numbers going to look like from a Micron, from an Intel, AMD? And I know some of them aren't in cars. Ford's going to be a bad example, but that just goes to the Internet of Things. Everything right now has a chip in it. Brendan's new stove probably has a chip. The fridges have chips. Like, everything thing is Wi-Fi now.
I got a chip in my arm somewhere.
Yeah, I got a chip in my, yeah, exactly. I got a chip in my head from birth. So, you know, a lot of this stuff here, very, very interesting, very exciting. But honestly, some of these earnings multiples have to come down. And it starts today with Micron. And I want to be short this name until I'm wrong at 51.
It has, the stove has a chip and Wi-Fi, which I don't really understand why you need Wi-Fi in a stove these days, but I guess if you want to turn it on from somewhere else. Here's a look at European markets, guys, to kick things off today. Pretty positive for the most part, right across the board here. 0.87 in England, Germany, dead flat, just went red, in fact. Positive across the board. Otherwise, Swiss and Turkey markets are lower right now. This is the social sentiment board for you. Once again, a lot of red as we kick off a brand new day here. MGAM, same as yesterday, still positive. Apple, interesting, positive up here. It's been leading the market. It's been leading big tech. Continues to be relatively strong. So we'll have a look at Apple a little bit closer. Rumble back on here to the downside. Big move down yesterday. Tesla's here. All of the usual suspects. But note the red across this board to start things off so far today. Let's have a look at the overall market on a day where levels in the futures are definitely going to matter. Arun is here. Arun, maybe we kick this off with just a note on if someone's watching this for the first time ever, maybe, what do we do as far as what happens at 2 p.m.?
Yeah, so I mean, like you start the day off as a normal day, but then once you get into the lunchtime slowdown after 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you just kind of back off because you really do need to pair off your risk, see what this market's going to bring at 2 o'clock. Because what happens at 2 o'clock is obviously when the statement is released or the decision is made and the statement associated with that is released, the programs get that first. I mean, the algorithms get to read that first, way faster than anyone else can. So you're going to see a lot of movement in both directions. Interpretations in one direction, completely opposite in the other way. Is it good or is it bad? There's going to be a lot of back and forth, a lot of whipsaws. Now, things will settle down. Eventually, the market will pick a direction, and they will run with it. And then at 2:30, it all depends on what Powell says in his press conference. So you do have a small window where you can make a trade from the time it slows down after 2 until 2:30, and then from 2:30 on until the close, you got to really watch out for what comes out of his mouth on the Q&A session. So you expect a lot of volatility. Is it going to be directional? It can be. It hasn't been in recent years. It's been very choppy at the beginning, and it eventually picks a direction. It doesn't just get going straight off the bat in one direction and keep going. That happened like a while ago. So I would just be watching out for the volatility associated with 2 o'clock going into maybe 2:15, 2:10. Let things settle down. Maybe you have a 15-minute window for making a trade, maybe a momentum trade or whatnot, and then you can ride that until 2:30. And then once you get to 2:30, you do really have to watch out for how you're going to manage this, because all it takes is one word, one question that's answered not in a way that the market doesn't like or really does like, and the market changes on a dime. So here we are kind of dealing with that at 2 o'clock. Now, coming into the day, the market's up 0.5%, decent basing out. We see the same ranges from the bottom end that we've had since Monday here. So 38.45, now 38.40 down at the bottom. Top end, a little bit more flexible, a lot wider, right? The market did crack that 39.30 in the pre-market yesterday. So we do have 39.50 as a top end range. We're sitting just underneath 3,900. So you see 50 points, north of 50 points to the upside before the market can catch an offer. So a lot of space to the upside. Downside, same thing, except we have a lot more action. We're starting at about 38.70 going on down for support base. So I would just be very careful how you want to play. Right now we're trading at 95. We're just underneath 95. It can easily come off the 3,900s and back to the 70s. It could still be a long, even if it does that 20, 30-point drop. So just be aware of that. It could still be a long on that type of move because your ranges are wide. So just expect volatility at 2 o'clock, play wide ranges. And if you haven't traded these kind of things before, just back off. The smarter thing to be would be to just completely reduce risk, wait for the market to settle up, and then you take your trade. It is going to be much faster action than what you're used to. So if you're not used to that, maybe just watch it for the first time and then trade it next time around. But just be aware, volatility is going to be really hot around that 2 o'clock mark going into, I would give it 5 to 10 minutes after 2 o'clock, and then things should settle down enough to make a clear read.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, very important point. If you haven't done this before and haven't traded that 2 p.m. announcement, there's nothing wrong with just kind of taking your hands off the keyboard for the first couple of minutes and then let the market establish a move, as Arun was saying. Make sure you grab that every single day. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market, and then you come join us at 8:30. We get you set with a plan for how to trade the names on the watch list, guys. Over 30,000 sent out every single day right to your inbox, so make sure you grab that every day. Let's go to chip stocks to kick things off this morning. We mentioned Sean was talking about the Micron notes, 2 separate individual downgrades, price target cuts. I mean, there seems to be more and more question marks coming back into the conversation when it comes to these chip makers. Once again, guys, what do we do with these today?
Sell Micron, sell Intel?
Yeah, I mean, I just think you sell them all. I mean, pretty much. I know Intel, is a name that's going to be actually it's flat actually today. It was down. It has bumped up a little bit here, but I just look at AMD and sort of. It's the same stuff. Like, I'm not tired of talking about it, but I am a little bit. Like, this 78 level, it keeps on hitting. We keep on shorting it. You can short 77. I mean, it's got to break above, right? I mean, these last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days we spent now here under 78, and each day we kind of tested 78, like 77.50, 77.60, 78 break. That was the start of the day there on CPI, but 79, nice little bump up there to $80. So for me, I'm short AMD, and I'm looking short on AMD until we break above $80. So for me, it's a pretty simple play. But you do also have, if you're looking long, and that's the thing about the poll, right? It's 50-50 right now, and it's like, whether or not you like the long or the short, but I feel like you could test both ways here on AMD. So, and I think that's what's going to happen today again. Here's 74.50 as your bottom, right? I don't think you want to play 75 as a bottom. You could. That's only 50 cents away. I just think if you're going to play a bottom, maybe it's the 74.70. I mean, that's the bottom right there. And I think it's not the 52-week low, but it's close enough to it. Let me get the exact 52-week low for you. I think it's 71 something for AMD on an exact 52-week low. I will find it. There it is, 71.60. So not bad on that memory. But right there, I just think that this 74.70, I think you short it. I don't want to be standing in front of anything today. So if the market comes down, I think we just short this 74.70 level. So that's what I'm going to be waiting for. That could happen right away off the open. And again, if it does happen at like 9:31, I don't know if I'll take that. Good advice by Arun. I think it's the same thing that we've sort of been spitting here for you for a while. And that is that, hey, look, the market is going to do what it wants to do. You just don't want to get caught the wrong way. So let AMD tell you what it wants to do. I'd rather it almost break 75, bounce a little bit, then come screaming down one more time to hit that level. I'd rather not it test once and then I hit it. I'd almost rather see it hang out there, then the market turns, and then we start to go short. So for me, I want to see AMD here, but I bring it back to that advice from Arun again, and that was, once 2 o'clock hits, give it a couple minutes, regroup, wait for some levels. So I'm trying to do the exact same thing here on AMD. Give it a couple minutes, let it breathe, and go from there. Because you could test, it could make a move up, right? And then we get to 77. Like that high right there from yesterday is 76.30 in the afternoon, and that was pretty much the high all day. We got to 76.50. Could we get to 77? I mean, that's not unreasonable. So if we get there, then obviously that'll be a short for me into that 78. So yeah, let's just play it by ear here. Let the market give us what's good. The Qs, the NASDAQ really here on the pre-market hasn't done much. We got that one bump up at about 8:30 or so. And then since then, we've just sort of been chilling out here up that 0.4. And hey, if the market doesn't know which way to go, I'm not going to be sitting here telling these stocks that they need to go down like I sometimes do. It's about being patient. It's about waiting for that. We're able to make back so much money yesterday just waiting for things to happen instead of trying to force the issue. So, I take my lesson on Microsoft. We'll just keep putting that today to work in some of these other names. So AMD, I know Neil's going to talk about NVIDIA, Intel, Micron, we've already talked about. And that pretty much does it for the chip sector.
Yeah, the only one that I might look long if we get an update today. I mean, things trying to set up for that, anyways. But NVIDIA has held a bottom channel here. It broke 130, made a nice little low. Now it's holding the upper channel again, so 130 to 135. not touching this bloody thing in the middle. It's 133 right now, so it's sitting pretty much exactly in that middle. 135 is your resistance, 130, that would be that support. And if there's any kind of a big rally in the afternoon on Fed, then I would hope that it can include a 135 breakout on NVIDIA, because the market gets going, sort of reclaim some of those key resistance levels, that 12,000, that 39, well, 39's right here, that 12,000 right here as well. But if we hold above those and rally after the Fed, NVIDIA 135 is going to be a little bit juicy there, Brendo.
All right, let's go on to Ford. Biggest, as we said, biggest down day, single day since 2011 for Ford yesterday. Very ugly looking daily chart, candle anyways on the daily chart as a result. It's $1 billion worth of costs coming in their current quarter because of a lot of delays in manufacturing, a lot of supply chain concerns going forward as well. So as we said, 40 to 45,000 cars currently sitting, awaiting parts to get them completed, put together, assembled properly so they can be sold. So what do we do with Ford here? It was trying to bounce here in the pre-market, but big levels put in yesterday.
Yeah, very, very big levels. The 14 was the shortest long ever had. Well, I shouldn't say ever, because it was probably had faster ones that stopped out. But I had the one, 1401, 1402. I was into the long at the open and pretty much like instantly out and then reversing into the short. So looking for that little day trader bounce off an even dollar level was very short-lived. And then oddly enough, the bounce off 13 was kind of, that was the one. Like, that was actually a little bit more reasonable. Like, it hit 1301, it goes right up into 13, 15, 20, which when you're looking for that defensive and even dollar and risk a penny or two, that was the jam. But the short was clearly the way to go. I do look at that 13 level as a very good base. A lot of times when you get a bit of a liquidity vacuum and a big dump off, and the market finds itself, or the stock in this particular case finds itself a nice little low, retesting and holding of that low can be interesting. GM had a deal with Hertz, so they got a bit of a spike in the afternoon. I played the spike on the news, but it had no follow through. So, that one also made and breached a recent low, but it's also holding 39 up on the session. That could be interesting. But the rest of the EV space, man, Rivian, this was the shocker to me, because when I was looking at that Ford short, I remember going over to Rivian saying, okay, well, Ford just tanked. Rivian held this 37 level. So I got away from Rivian yesterday thinking, oh, well, for whatever reason, Rivian's relatively strong. And then by the time I was looking at it again, it had broken 37 and we're sort of just screaming to the downside. So that made a heck of a drop. Not one I want to ignore today, right? Beneath that 37, you can sort of see like it had room to a 35 gap, which it didn't quite make the move all the way to 35 in Rivian. So there could still be some downward pressure. This is diddling in the middle, but on any kind of a pop, if it tries to turn 37, I like that level. I much prefer, not that I think we get it, I much prefer the shorts in the 38 to 39 channel. It's a better area up there because you have that little head and shoulders it put on. But Rivian, even if it kind of goes sideways at the open, I don't want to be ignoring this one at 10 o'clock, because after 10 o'clock, there was fireworks on Rivian yesterday.
Yeah, I just want to, because we're talking about a little bit of EV, look, I mean, Ford yesterday, that was a great call there at 14. Obviously on that short, it was the #1 name on the sticky note, which I didn't have, which, like I said, we're going to try to be as patient as we can with some of these names. But look what stock, we talked about the big cap tech names here that are struggling. Let's just throw it up for Tesla. I mean, good for them, man. I mean, they're nowhere near any of the levels that some of these other names are at. Tesla's actually had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11. I know there's one little red mark in there somewhere for Tesla, but look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be a down day. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 10 of the last 11 days, spite that, which I'm pretty sure was going to be CPI, and that's 9, 13. No, on the 13th, was that CPI? Yes, it was, right? So down there. So yeah, so that's the CPI day where we wick down there. But yeah, after that, man, it's nothing but love for Tesla. They're performing well. I think Brendan was saying what it was, 2,500 cars a day or something out of that Shanghai plant, something like that, some ridiculous number. So they continue to perform well. You have recent highs right here of 315. Looks like we're going to take that out today, man. It's only at 310. So $5 more up could be in the first 5 minutes for Tesla, and then that's that level right here of 315. I mean, it's whatever it is, 314.50, whatever the level. But right there, taking out 315, pretty key there on the daily chart. You're well above all the metrics here. You're starting to break out for sure on Tesla. I mean, it has to break out first, but when it does, then I think you can get to 340, 350. And then, you know, people are thinking that the market may rally over the next couple days. Let's just see what happens here on this Fed number. But it's like, if the market rallies, I mean, it's a tale of two swords again, right? Like, if the market rallies, you want to be long Tesla. Tesla's working in not a great market. So if we start to get a rally, then Tesla is going to work, and it's going to start blowing people's faces off up here, up the upside. So Tesla's been fantastic. I sold some down here. You guys know that it was pre-split, so it was right around here, right before the split happened. We sold some, but that was a mistake because it's just been sort of going upside, right? So Tesla, I don't know. Is it the next shoe to drop? That's, you know, I've read a lot about that as well. Possibly, you know, just people flocking into Tesla because it's been working. What happens when it stops working? All their earnings are always quite nice. So I don't know where it's going to stop, but for me, Tesla's a name that you want to look out to break that top. I mean, yesterday's top is right there at 3. You can even just use yesterday if you want. That's 313.50. So that could be into play a little bit faster. I'd rather wait for 315. But yeah, if the market's ripping today, Tesla's a name you're going to want to look at.
Remember next week as well, Elon being deposed in court Tuesday and Wednesday for the Twitter trial as well. So next week could be very volatile for both Twitter and Tesla, depending on what comes out of that. Let's talk. Well, there was this note on Peloton first before we go on to big tech. They've expanded an agreement with United Healthcare. So there's going to be, I think it was 5 million before, so they've basically doubled that. They're going to give 10 million United Healthcare commercial members the ability to have access to a 1-year membership. So that caused a bit of a spike in Peloton. Let's talk big tech because it has been very weak outside of Apple all week. Forget about June lows. I mean, 52-week lows coming into play here for a number of these today.
Yeah, well, look, we already talked about Google and Microsoft. We'll come back to Google just for Alphabet for a quick second here, because some of these names were just so weak the last couple of sessions, and we got very close to that 100 level on Alphabet, 100, and then like 50 cents or 49, 51 or whatever it happened to be. It was close enough, and we've been bouncing off of this. But if that breaks, when I went to the daily chart and looked at it, you had to go sort of pre-split, like $90. Could be the next level. I know, Brendan, you were looking at 85. It's just, it gets pretty ugly if you start to break a level like that. It'll be a crowded trade if it breaks, but I'll be in it. If we see a 100 break on Google, it just has to be one of those day trader type trades. And if it gets up to, and I'm looking back to the Friday, it's like Monday close, and also like the Friday high. It's about 103 to 103.50. I think if we scream into that level, just with the notion that I feel like there's a limit to how far we can move before we get to 2 o'clock, as everyone's sort of going to be waiting. So if there is that sort of up day, I'd look at that 103 or 103.50 as like a target entry area for Alphabet for me. And then we've already talked how strong Apple is in particular. You know, like on the daily chart, you have 158 is the 50 period. You have yesterday's high went right into that 50 period on the daily. It's going to stand out. You pull up a 15. Like look at the room to run if Apple goes. It's just, I feel like you try to be long this one if you got to pick something. Ideally, it would be great if we get a dip into 155 to be able to buy off of a level like that. But it might just have to be this one taking out the top. And the way that it went yesterday, like it took out the top and then had kind of pulled back a little bit, gave you a consolidation worth of a dip buy and then went. So if it does the same thing, like you're probably pulling back into 157. If it does a fail break, which is exactly what happened at yesterday's high at 55. Like you had to, you give it to 154, you add to it in front of 154, and then it made the move. I think you could see the same thing today on Apple.
All right, first of all, hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Thanks for everybody on the chat to remind everybody else to hit the like button. Please do that. That's the way that, we charge you. We charge you in likes. So hit that like button, please, and it's free. So that would be good. All right, Amazon. I just talked about Tesla, possibly the next shoe to drop. I think Amazon as well. I mean, Amazon's down 20, let's call it 15% in a month. 15% in a month down. That's like a year, right, normally? But you still have a lot more to go. Like that bottom was 102 down there. So you still have 20% more to go. Like Amazon rallied from July bottoms to September, I guess it was August highs there, almost 50%. I mean, like that for Amazon, like, I mean, whatever, I probably bought 50% more packages, but it's a huge move up for absolutely no reason other than is just people were caught offside and thought that the market was rallying, and Amazon did rally huge there. So I feel like right now this is trying to break back down below. You have this 120 level. That's going to be interesting. And again, I don't know if we get to that today or not. I mean, everything's going to depend on 2 o'clock. But you have that 120 area. But what I'm looking at obviously is the 125. I mean, we've been short this name. It's the #1 name on the sticky note again today. We've been short it pretty much every day as much as we could. Right there, 125. This goes back to the 16th. So you're back about 5 or 6 trading days back here where we haven't seen 125 yet. It's given us opportunities to short it. Yesterday, it had to have been early, which I don't think we were in it early yesterday. But Amazon up here to 125, 124. A lot of supply up here. So I'm looking to see that. Could be sold off if it gets to that 124 area. So my offer right now is at 123.80. So it's about $1 higher than where we are right now. If it comes in, great. To that 123.80, that's that high. Yesterday is 124.50 in the afternoon there. I guess it wasn't in the afternoon. It was about noon o'clock. There, 124.50 came into play. So there's that. But I'm going to get out. If it breaks up and it starts ripping on me, I'm going to get out on like a 124-ish break and then reassess it when it gets to 125. Because what I've done in the past is held it to that 125, and then when it breaks it, then I have a decision to make. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather get into more short at 125. So for me, Amazon, as we talk about big tech, that's the next shoe to drop in my opinion.
And I want to make sure we get to NIO because that might be an interesting story and move so far today. But Boeing, guys, back on watch here. UAA came out after market yesterday. United Airlines said they're going to remove 25 777-200 planes from service after discovering a technical issue with the wings. So if you remember earlier in the week, there was some talk about Chinese regulators finally giving the go-ahead for the 737 MAX to return to skies in China. So just a heads up on Boeing. NEO, on the other hand, NIO, making a move, or a little bit of a move here in the pre-market on this note that they came out, just released plans on how they're going to expand their battery swapping business, which is, from what I take anyways, the main part of their business in China, where you literally drive in a garage, they take the battery out of your EV, put in a new one, you drive out. So that's going to expand into Europe, which is a positive.
Yeah, I mean, the unique thing about NEO, of course, is that battery swap. And I mean, there was a short seller report about some of the structure, how that works, and that's all sort of settled itself out. Like you've lost a lot of the volatility in NEO, I'd say, in the last couple of days because this went 17, went screaming up to 22 in the 200 period, and then just completely rejected it, right? Like a hard rejection back to the 50. And now we're just sort of going back and forth, like seesawing around the 50 period on the daily in this $20 level. So it feels like today, you made that pullback, you got the higher low, set of higher lows, and it feels like today you're above that 20 bottom, that it can maybe make a bit of a rally. Not buying the dip yesterday in front of this at 2020. When you look back, hindsight's always 2020. But 3 days in a row on a pullback, this has gone 2020, 2020, and then pre-market lows here right around that same price. So, yeah, I mean, if 20 breaks, at least you know where you're wrong on NIO. And right now, the thing that's weird to me about this trade is the market's kind of up right now. Yeah. So it seems a bit counterintuitive. I usually would not prefer to try a long in a stock that has a downward trajectory. At least recently, it's been in a bit of a downward tilt. The market is up and it is down, but I just look at that 20 support and say, okay, well, I'd like to defend it. So I know I'm going to be wrong on NIO, and we've seen this happen. And sometimes you play some of the Chinese ADRs with a little bit of a different rule book, because I've seen Alibaba run for pretty much no reason except for the fact that it holds some support for a couple of days, and then once it starts breaking out, the algos and everybody else starts buying it. So NEO can kind of fall into that category too, but that 20 is going to be the line in the sand. If it goes through there, I'm not really interested in trying to long it anymore. That's the only level I like.
All right, yeah, I'm going to take the other side. I like the 20 level. I'm just going to look at the short because that's sort of what I'm thinking today. Again, and just I don't know. I mean, the market's up, so it could not be a short. But 2 days ago, right at the close, it ripped all the way from basically 2025 all the way to 21 and stopped, and then faded out the rest of the afternoon, and which is only about a half hour, all the way back down and finished at 20.85. So it didn't hit too far away from it. Yesterday, right away off the open, we went to $21 again, and then got hit all the way back down to 20.20, like that level that Neil was talking about. Then we started to go back up in the afternoon and stopped again at the same level. So for me, this is nice that they're going into Europe, and that's great. And I feel like that's a good positive story. So it might be a better longer term story for them. But for right now, you got stocks like Alibaba starting to head to the downside. That's $85. Like this was 130 or 120. And you can see how sick this name's been lately. Boom, that's yesterday. So I just feel like the Chinese names are a little bit out of favor right now. So for me, I'm going to be shorting NIO. That's still Alibaba, of course. But I'm going to be shorting NIO into that 21. It's not like it's not super key. Like, 22 is better. These levels, 21.50, 21.22 right here, 22, 22, 22. So yeah, I mean, there's 21's not a great level, but we'll go short in front of it. It's been the top the last 2 days, like we talked about. So I'm going to go short in front of NIO, in front of 22 on NIO. Now that it's 925, let's just do our first check on the imbalances here as they get updated with NASDAQ. So, I don't remember the last time we saw like an Amazon type thing here early, but there it is right there. Amazon, 144,000 shares to sell. Not really doing too much to the stock, is it? Yeah, I guess it is. So it just came out there. Yeah, okay. 30 cents. It looks more dramatic on here than it is. The spread alone right now is 20 cents. So a move down there on Amazon. And this is what I mean while we talk about the imbalances, right? You want to make sure that you're looking at some of these because you could get some overreactions here off the open, but there's nothing else on here. It's only Amazon. Crowds.
Well, ChargePoint worth noting.
Yeah, CHPT.
They're down 2% into an up market, and they got crushed yesterday. Well, I mean, a lot of things were down yesterday, but that's entirely on the level 2. Well, not entirely, but a lot of that actually is on sitting here on level 2. There's a big offer at 16.10. I saw one higher, but not really seeing it now. So there's about 200,000 at that 16.10, and as I said, this one's been under a little bit of pressure. Oddly enough, I mean, yeah, that actually, if this gets up to like 1680, that actually looks like a pretty good short level on CHPT there. And 16 even, not really any significance outside of the round number. But yeah, sometimes those imbalances going into the open, kind of like they're there and then it gets paired off and you get a bit of a bounce on a sell imbalance at the open. I'm not saying that's going to happen here in ChargePoint, but I wouldn't be rushing to short the lows just because I see a down imbalance. It's already fallen pretty heavily.
There's a couple of small cap names to be aware of as well. That SOBR that popped up late in the day yesterday, down a bit here pre-market, but all kinds of volume. Sober is down about 14.5% currently, but trending to the downside. MGAM, very active in the pre-market. And then this one as well, Avaxion Biotech, enrolling their first patients in a mid-stage clinical trial. So that had them popping up to 340. Very simple. That's 340 on the daily chart. So above it, it's got a ton of room to the upside. I won't zoom out because there's a wick, but above 340, there's a ton of room to the upside. Below it, we probably get back to 2 guys for EVAX.
Speaking of 2, well, that doesn't actually work because SOBR is above $2. Sober, which is what we're going to call it. That was a big story Brandon brought to us. Certainly the possibility, I have to enter twice, Neil, the possibility that you could actually have those devices sort of in every single car, and that legislation, we can wax poetically about whether we think that's realistic or not, but either way, the stock went $1.10, halt, and then I'll give you 15-minute, all the way up to 420. Yeah, that magical number again. It did pull back in here beneath 3. That's going to be that key level. It kind of arrested itself at the close, closed at $3. $3 is resistance already this morning. So I wouldn't diddle in the middle here. If it can support some of the bottoms, then I think you can maybe retest that 3 even. But 3 has been a wall this morning. I think it's worthy of a potential breakout, but it could be a short before anything else. And speaking of which, I got to double check to see what locates are on this stock because I don't think we can short it for free if I want to have a look at that $3 level. About 2 minutes to go until the open. I had mentioned Intel, but I'm not short. Look, we're short Micron right now, that 50 level on the breach. I'd short Intel into this 29.50 as a sympathy play. And it's just sort of obvious. Like, it's the last little week or so, week and a half, it has just been holding this channel beneath 29.5. One wick up, had it test halfway to $30. So if there's any strength in Intel, I want to be fading it into those levels. So we'll see what happens at the open here. Sometimes you have to be a little bit patient. We talk about this all the time at said open. Sean mentioned Tesla. Tesla had a lot of trouble. When the market was breaking fresh highs yesterday, Tesla couldn't get through that 310 level that it was, head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. It had the breakout. We were long that breakout. Couldn't really continue to 315. So there's a chance if it fails that lower high, then Tesla could be that shoe to drop, right? Like Apple a little bit closer to its resistance than Tesla necessarily would be at those highs. If it puts in a lower high, that actually could break down at some point. So Tesla has to be on the radar as well. Apple 158 is going to be, I think it'll be a big level to the upside, and then that Google 100. Man, if that breaks, we're in for some trouble today.
Yeah, I'm sitting in front of it with a decent size in front of 100. I think it's worth the long at 100 to see first, and then if you're wrong, it'll tell you quite quickly there on that trade. And I do like that Apple 158. I want to let this market settle down. The only position I'm in right now and looking to get more in is Micron. We were short 72. We did average in, and I'm looking for more. With only 10 seconds to go, it's a Tiger Man getting ready to rock and roll. He's got his Tiger shirt on, as I see there with the orange. So 3, 2, and 1. Kick off this Fed day for us. Oh yeah. Tony likes Fed day there. Tony with the big ring of the bell there on Fed day. So thank you so much, Tony, for that one. All right, let's go. Instantly short rate. Okay, instantly short a lot here on Micron. Not a lot, but there it goes. It's up to 30s. Here goes Micron taking off to the upside. So all
Look
good.
At the spread.
All good. Yeah, all good on this one. Yeah, the spread. Spread quite nasty there. What is going on with that? That's pretty interesting. You were right about that, Neil. Let's just wait to see what happens with Micron. We're loaded up now.
Yeah, it got a bunch of Micron there, but didn't get anything into Intel, which is a bit weird to me. That 50-50 is going to be my first line in the sand there. But Tesla, remember that 310? 310 is right here and right now, and it looks like we're making a big test of it here on Tesla. Ooh, there's a break. The bid's not following up. So we broke 310. I'm on my 15 minutes. Sorry, guys. We broke 310 and immediately rejected it. The bids were not there for Tesla. So if I see a wick top, the first thing I want to do is try to jump in and fade it, get in. If it breaks a high, then I want to be able to get out. Looks like it's taking out that high right now. So quick little in and out. We'll take about a 30-40 cent hit on Tesla. Looks like it does want to go to that upside. I got NIO, but Apple could be next. Apple 158. It got to 157.90. And then kind of stalled out here. So Apple is looking like it wants to make that initial break. That's going to mean Micron's going to be bust in a couple of seconds. I think that 50 is about to go, guys. And then Apple 158. Nope. No, it didn't go. Apple 158 just got rejected. So,
did it? Okay, I'm sure.
Yeah, I get stopped out of Micron. I'm like, I'm definitely about to get the long in Apple. And it does not happen there in Apple. So we'll see. That 158 still could be that big level. But looks like it just got rejected.
Yeah, I'm going to get run over here. I'm just going to cancel that 158. I was going to go long on 158, but now that I'm short Micron a lot of shares, I'm going to wait. This is the patient game that we talked about. Wait for Micron to do its thing, man. I targeted 51. That's going to be my out. So if it rips up to 51, then I'm going to get out of that one. And I don't want to push Apple long 58 while I'm holding on to this short. So let's just wait to see. Apple is the key to this market. If it goes, it will go. And Micron will, get crushed, I'm guessing, at 51. But nice little rejection there of Apple at that level. NIO as well, though. I got to watch Micron still, but NIO is going the other way here. I thought that we'd have a chance to get, I called the short, so the short is fine. There it is. Wow, there's the NIO break at 20. That's why I didn't want to stand in that way, guys, in front of that one. There it is. Let's take some profit now. Come on, Micron. Get back down to the downside. This is what we were waiting for, man. We just took that short on Micron at 60. That was my biggest spot. So we're in a little too early, as per usual. It seems like here nowadays, but Micron needs to fall back down, and we'll see if we can get some damage on that one. I'm bidding now 50 nothing. I'm not even bidding anything at 50. So let's go down near $50. We're short at 50.35 right now on Micron.
Yeah, the reason why I'm jumping back into it, I looked over at Intel, down. Looked over at NVIDIA, falling like an absolute rock here to the downside. So they're both dropping like a rock. The only thing that I see that is going to be strong, outside of that little squeeze that attempted in Micron, was Apple. Sorry, not was, is Apple as it approaches that 158. But the market, I put the line in here. You don't need to see it. This is the ES. We touched 39 and are pulling back from that level. So that means look for some shorts. That's the only thing I can think about there. Tesla, there's your wick top. I had that stop out, and then it looks like it's rejecting as well. So I'm going to go right back to the well over there in Tesla in that 310 level. Look, if we're rejecting 3,900, there's obviously only one way to go when it comes to that. And watch out for Google. It just made a bit of a reversal as well. Looks like that one is headed back down. It was testing the highs just like Apple was, and it's headed right back down toward those lows at 100. I think every day trader is going to be looking at that 100 level. Whether you choose to go long in front, like I went long NEO and then out when it broke. I didn't take the reversal, but sometimes you got to look at that long because it's just even a small bounce can give you a good trade. Rivian, second day in a row.
Yeah.
It's just I'm looking in the wrong spot and I ignore Rivian, and Rivian is just getting absolutely destroyed again. I'm going to short the first pop I can get in Rivian, probably back to 35.5. This is getting dumped the last 2 days. But yesterday it went up first. Yeah. And that's what kind of confused me. That's why I didn't get the short. Now it's only going immediately to the downside there. So watch out. This market rejected a big level, and Apple couldn't hold it up today in the market.
So, yeah, Micron just right there basically rejected VWAP. We got a 31 fill, which is fine. We're short 35s or 37s. Now we're short 41s, but not a positive trade yet for Micron. I mean, it's going to make that move back up and probably test 51 here. It just bounced off VWAP there as the market came in here for the Qs. I guess our NASDAQ quote is still probably not working, yes. So we're going to have to watch the Qs here. But it is trying to fade out, but look at Micron. Micron's actually going up today, which is a surprise to me. So we're definitely short the wrong name. If we were short anything else, we'd be cash money now, including that NEO, which broke nicely down through 22. So let's see if that can go. Also, Amazon bouncing around now, trying to take out, well, it is taking out 122 as we speak. Look at Meta. I cannot believe Micron is that strong right now, though. But, okay, what's up, Rendo?
Big move here for SAVA. Once again, absolute monster yesterday, if you remember. This thing went from 30 almost to 40 all day long, trending to the upside. Huge volume spike once again off the open here for Cassava Sciences.
So, look, man, I deserve to get slapped in the face over Rivian. It's ridiculous because I looked at that when I was like, look how weak that stock was. Apple broke 158, by the way. So it's kind of scalping. We're rejecting 3,900 on the ES, and Apple makes the breakout. So color me not as confident in this as you normally would be. So I've already started scalping out of it. I'm a little bit skeptical of this break. I know Apple's been strong, but it also doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me that it's continuing to go. It is what it is, and I have to respect the fact that it's happening, so I am in the long position. It's just, like, I look over at Meta, I look over at like Google coming back in, Alphabet coming back in. Meta, I'm canceling my 49 offer or 48 offer. Yeah, we're not seeing that today. Down at 145, drops $2 while Apple's continuing to break out. So you know what's relatively strong, and it's definitely Apple. It's also going to be Micron for whatever reason, because I had the short in Micron. We're able to get some out at the bottoms, stopped out. I'm now back into it. If it takes out the high, I'll get out of this one. But Apple is kind of bucking the trend here. I don't know how long it can do it. Even Tesla doesn't look like it wants to hold up. And if we get back below that 158 and reject this breakout, and Apple starts falling to the downside, there's not much in the way of this market turning red if that happens, because I'm looking across the board, and I'm not really sure outside of Apple what's keeping us in the green here. It feels like it really just is Apple.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm still battling with Micron, but what's happened here, too, and it looks like I'm going to be short all the chips here in a second. It sucks because I did have that 158 break, and I would have taken that profit out if that would have ripped up there, which it did to 158.40. I mean, wow, like Neil said, very, very mind-boggling sometimes that Apple, but great name to own, and it is. It's probably overtaken Google now as my largest holding just because of how bad Google's been to the downside. But here we go. AMD is breaking that low that we talked about, 74.70. I want to be in this name. If it does take it, there it is right there, 74.72 or so. So we are now short on AMD, and we're not short on Amazon, which I sort of wish we were short on Amazon. But right now we'll take this AMD short. It looks like it looks like it did bounce off that level. So we are short right now, 73. We'll see where it goes on this one. Just dancing around here. The market's going to have to give it up if this is going to do anything. So yeah, I'm here for it. So there's a nice little short. Ooh, we were waiting at 66. Oh, we got it. Okay. So we did get a 66 there as it does come back in, pulls in. Yeah, 66. So nice little move to the downside there. So now I'm short my AMD, short Micron. If this market rips, there's going to be a problem for your boy right now.
So I just trailed out of Apple with about the tightest stop on a breakout because this is not like yesterday. I don't feel like I want to be holding this one all the way back to 57s. If it gets to 57, I'll get into it. But Microsoft's here. Actually, that's going to be holding up near the top end of its range. I apologize for that wick, but a 245 top on Microsoft here. If it gets through that, I think it can try to drag the market along with Apple. But until it breaks, it's got to be a little bit of resistance. Rivian just broke $35 to the downside. So, I mean, when in doubt, you've just got to find a way to join the party. I can cancel those up in the 35 half to 75 range. Probably not going to happen for me here today. So the next pop up, 35 to 35.10. That's where I'll have to try to get some Rivian to join this party to the short side because it is just falling like a rock. There's just nothing standing in the way of it. And Sober, yeah, no test to $3. It just fell right off the open, so you're not going to see me in SOBR. If it popped to 3, I was looking for that short, but it looks like that's going to be gone.
And I really, really want the Apple long, but I'm short everything else. So I'm short AMD, short Micron, and that Apple at 158 is looking very juicy, guys. Up there, you do have that support at 157.80. I mean, I'd want right now because I'm short and not in Apple. I really wanted to take this out 157.80 to the downside, but look at it, it's just bouncing around. Big time movement to the upside there. The NASDAQ is well below the 50 period. Apple obviously is nowhere near that. Right now, 157.50 is sort of a target here for Apple, but it's need to take this down first. Let's go, man. I need this to go. We were waiting at 60 on AMD. And its low was 65, or 63. But yeah, if AMD takes 75, we're out of this one as well. So I'm hoping for a very sharp move down over the next couple minutes here because it's not looking great for some of these trades on the short side. But give it to us, Brendan.
Biotech just popping up. Pharmaceutical, I apologize. Viatris, VTRS, I'll show you in a second here, but multiple sclerosis trial data met end results. So nice move for them, 4.3%. This thing also beaten down over the past little while, but nice move back higher here for VTRS.
All right.
So a bit of a pop coming back into both Tesla and Rivian. So if I'm in this tight consolidation in the bottom here in Rivian, I don't want to give it too far. Like I'm kind of chasing this move about $1. So relatively tight stop with it. And then Tesla, that's going to start retesting some of those highs. It's got the pre-market top 309.50 or so, and then a wick top through 310. So I want to be a little bit judicious with this. That's not the right word. I want to be a little bit cautious with this, like not get all in here. And if it tests the high again and then rejects it, I want to be able to add at that 310. So give myself some room. Going back to Apple, it looks like it still wants to try that 158, but the breakout was very short-lived. Then you're kind of barcoding here. So yeah, I don't want to dig back into that long just yet. I still like Apple as relatively strong, but I'm not really feeling it yet. The shorts are starting to come in here. And Microsoft, 245. I'll try to get rid of that wick for you guys, but 245 this top, if it goes, you could add that to the strength list potentially at this point because Microsoft holding up rather nicely into this falling market. Rivian, I'll get some out when it retakes or gets back down toward those lows, gets beneath that 35 again. And Lucid, by the way, worth watching as well because Lucid is going in the other direction. Yeah. Lucid is up today as the market's coming down. For some reason, this EV name decides it wants to make a run to the upside.
All right, and AMD made that run to the upside as well, so we actually get stopped out. And like I said, this is all part of the master plan. You know, try to be as patient as you can with some of these trades. I thought that break was going to be good. We got a little piece out, nothing. We got it like 15% or maybe less than that, and then it takes out 75. So to the upside, damage done, but you know, not much there. I like the short in AMD. I still think you can hold it, but again, with this, the NASDAQ's not doing anything. The Q's up 0.3% right now and trying to take out the 50 period, so maybe it does do that. And again, AMD is the last name that I want to be in if the market's going to rip. I mean, I've sat here before, watched AMD just like go absolutely ham both ways. So I was here for the short. I don't want to be here for the long, but maybe that is the key. We take down the VWAP right there, not the 200 period. 200 period's up here. We take down VWAP right there and get out at 75. So that's what that magic is. And then right now on Micron, I mean, I'm hoping for a little bit of magic. I'm going to get a piece out in the 60s here if we can. But there's that final straw on Micron, up to 51 bucks. This is the last, the final countdown, I guess, for this name here, as we'll see.
Good
Amazon, into the short as well on Amazon now. So, we have a couple targets. Looks like the market wants to go back up to the upside. We tried to wait for some key prices that I thought were going to come in. And right now, there it is, a little bit of an out on Micron. But it looks like Amazon wants to get up to that 122.50. That's going to be an out for me if that does happen as well.
Yeah, I just took out Rivian. We're too close to the bottom on that one to be fighting it, I think. So I just took that one out. These wicks. Going to focus on Tesla here a little bit, and then don't want to forget about Microsoft. That 245 is starting to come in, and it wasn't relatively strong yesterday, but it's showing some signs here that 45 could be a breakout. Jumping back over to Lucid, this is still going up here, and it just. When in doubt, you kind of want to join the party. If it wants to be this strong, I'm looking 1540s on any kind of a dip buy there. Understandably, like I am short Tesla because it's beneath that 310 level, but Lucid's showing its strength, and I have to respect that. And don't forget about Starbucks, 90 bucks. We talked about it in the afternoon yesterday. Failed to mention it this morning, but I do like the long only at 90 in Starbucks. Brendo.
A couple things. Beyond Meat just popping up on volume there, guys. They suspended their COO on Nosegate or after Nosegate. GIS as well. Maybe a CNBC pump here a little bit, but they raised their full year guidance. Good report. Nice looking chart here so far for General Mills.
Fired?
Yeah, I saw that last night. They suspended him last night. We did get that news, but. No, I mean, eventually he'll get axed, I'm imagining. But I guess
the full story is like
until they figure it all out is
bizarre.
what I'm imagining right now. But meanwhile, as people are biting noses off, we're banging it out right now. Look at Amazon. I mean, that short came in right now. We're just cashing it out. Like I said, man, we're going to try to hold for that dream in case this market does fall back down. But we've made back everything right now on Amazon. So good trade. Well, I mean, this is our first trade for Amazon. So if this shoe's going to drop, let it drop right now. Down to the downside. I'm going to just edit my script order because my out still remains the same up there at 122.50. So if that breaks out, then we're going to get out of Amazon. But for right now, I've rinsed out some of those shares, so I'm pretty happy with that trade. And then now we'll just see where it goes. So Amazon, we're out of half. To be exact. It came right back down to VWAP. Like I said, I think this is a scalping day. I don't know if the move's going to happen, which way. You can see the cues today.
Apple's
so
tanking.
We opened up right now. Apple's tanking. Okay, that's a good sign. Down to 157. And the craziest thing about Apple is I said that 158 seemed like it was a little bit high. It was also yesterday's high, but it took it out. So you had to hold it 40 cents against you, which I don't think you would have done because Apple's a very, very strong name. So just one of those crazy ones. I'm just waiting for Micron now to come back in. This one needs to drop a little bit if we're ever going to make money on it. We do have that last good short right there, but we have half of our position left. As again, this name does not want to fall. Will it fall eventually? I'm hoping so. No more bids on Micron until we get into the a lot lower, sub VWAP. I think it can get there, or we just get punched out if it takes 51. That's it for Micron, and that's it for Amazon too. It looks like that might come out as well. Good thing we scalped out some of these trades, guys.
So Microsoft does make the 245 break. It doesn't look like it wants to go very far. I got 04s, which is it's not terrible slippage there, so pretty liquid up on Microsoft. Relatively strong, but for now, it looks like it wants to reject that break. The reason why I want to give it some room is A, it was relatively strong. B, you're getting a pretty decent bump. Whoops. Ignore the percentage up, the percentage in the NASDAQ chart. It doesn't matter, but we're getting a decent bounce in the NASDAQ here, so that's why I want to give at least a little bit of room to Microsoft. Lucid, by the way, Lucid is just insanely strong at this point. So I tried getting in here at those 50s. It's now up to 1570.
Wow,
yeah, it's just running. It's just super strong Lucid. I don't really have a catalyst for it or see much of anything, but it continues to churn to the upside. Microsoft just recently joined the party as it gets above that 245. We'll see how far. There was just 120,000 shares that just got rung through at that quarter mark. I took some out in front of it because I see size in the offer and I haven't gotten anything out on the break yet. So I just flew an offer out there and they took that guy out in one shot. So I'm now half out in front of 245.50. if I can zoom in far enough, maybe I can get rid of that wick. I apologize for that. I think maybe we can get to like 246, 247, but really, this chart has been so ugly on Microsoft. Really, 248 is probably that top. I don't know if we can get too much further than that. This market still has to calm itself down. We haven't broken 12,000 on the NASDAQ either. That's a pretty big level. So any tech name gets to a level like that, I think we're going to find resistance.
Yeah, I just, okay, we average into Micron. We're going to hold that one. Amazon, we're down a cup of coffee now because we did have half of our position. And unfortunately, our short was at 30 and our out's at 50. So that's a 20-cent hit, and it didn't go down 20 cents for us. So we're going to get out of Amazon and just wait to see what happens there at the 123. AMD's at a pretty key level now. I mean, I would short AMD, but I mean, look at this market. I mean, it's starting to get heated up here again, taking out some of these pre-market levels on the Qs anyways of up now 0.5%. AMD just really took off, but you do have 75.80 up here as a high. So if you were thinking about that, for me, I'm short, like I've already said, man, I'm short Micron right now, and I'd rather just wait to see if that one wants to come back in. I mean, what else is at support or resistance right now?
Tesla's getting back here.
Yeah, Tesla 310 is I mean, I just heard Neil talk about that. So Tesla 310 could be something. Apple down to 157 is a little bit interesting as well, bouncing off that right now. So 157 could be a play there for Apple. But again, the market's downside. Now you got to wait for 157, 30 cents away from that level. So yeah, that may not come into play again, 157. But if it does, that's probably a decent a long area there. But I'm just wondering, Apple today, we talked about that in the pre-market. Remember, it was weak against the NASDAQ. So maybe there is something here to Apple weakness. I hate to be the one to say that because Apple's been so strong. But let's just watch it to see what it wants to do here. If the market really does tank, we might have something on Apple. So, Brendo?
There's not a huge move. I was just checking Bitcoin. There's not a huge move in Bitcoin currently, but a number of these crypto-related stocks just popping up on volume. Here is Mara actually leading the way right now. If my chart will load, doesn't look like it's going to, guys. There we go. Mara up 6.5% already. RIOT starting to go as well.
Yeah, so right now the focus has to be on like the futures at 30, right at 38.99 on the ES, right at 11.99 on the NASDAQ. So if you have something at resistance, this is pretty much your line in the sand. I'm kind of, look, I have a long in Microsoft because it's relatively strong. I feel like I should be going into this long Apple. So I'm short Tesla in front of the 310. That's starting to come back in. And I can't really look at it now because kind of managing Tesla here as it pulls back in there. But long Apple would have made some sense at that 57. And I said that this morning, that you could have that failed break and then dip back into 157. So I'm going to try and get on that bid now. But Tesla up to 310 again and rejecting that. If it holds VWAP, then I got to respect the strength. Because if we break out from here, remember 12,000, big level, 39, big level. We break out from here, you're going to want longs on board if we break these levels. And you got to think about getting out of those shorts as well. So now, Micron, for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to want to take out this 51, and I'm not really adding up here. I'm kind of sitting with my 50-50s and just saying I'll lose the 50 cents and go 0 for 2 on Micron rather than try to battle it at that key level. But yeah, this is decision-making time. You want to have some ideas both long and short side. I think I like Apple and Microsoft longs on a break here, and I'll stick with Tesla short and look for something else as well. Maybe I'll try to work into one of the other EV names. Brendan?
Here's this Beyond chart I was mentioning. What a move so far. Excuse the wick up here, but trust me, it's 8% almost to the upside for Beyond. Look at the volume. Highlight the volume here as well, because monster buy volume coming in. Maybe overdone a little bit yesterday.
Do we have to pay for shorts?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I talked about an idea that I liked, short Apple. There it is, man. We just took 25 cents on that name. There it is. Let's go, Apple. Get down through 157, maybe not, but we are short Apple right now. Mind the wicks, but there it is right there. We take that short, 157.27. Now it's taking down 157. Our best out is 06, so let's put another one at 01. Maybe we get that. It seems to be resisting that 157 like we talked about. I mean, how many times the charm? 2 times? We'll take out an 09 right there. Come on, bring it. Yes, sir. There it is right now. Pigs get slaughtered. I'm not going to be one of those today, but I will try to hold this as much as we can. Now, my out's right here at the 50 period of 157.37, so we're going to wait to see if that one can hold out for us for Apple. I want to get more short, but for right now, it's coming back down. So, yeah, so far today, we've only been short, man. Short Amazon, short Apple, short AMD, short Micron. So, yeah, which way are we going? Oh, we didn't freaking update. This is the problem when I don't have the poll? Like, what was the poll?
I can't see the poll either.
What are the
Apologies.
results,
I can't see it,
Brendo?
guys.
Because I'm going to turn this guy around if it's the other way, because we got to figure this out right now as the market comes down. 52 bear, 48 bull. Close the poll. That's it. Or we can keep it open. Why not? It gives people some excitement there. We'll keep it open, see if that does change. All right. Micron goes up through 51. So, you know, the name that I thought short is not, and the name that I thought long is short. Look at Apple taking down 157. That sucked on Micron, but honestly, man, it was nowhere near as bad as it could have been. Was that a blowout top there at 51? Maybe. Let's try it one more time just in case it was. We'll go short there. 97s, but there's that 51.10 we'll get out on Micron in case that was the top. I'm going to go re-short again on this name as I'm watching the market fall back a little bit.
Yeah, market rejects that 12 and that 39 level. So if it broke out, I want to be long Apple. If it doesn't break out, I'm out. Take a 20-cent stop on it. We'll maintain the profits that we had on the original breakout. Tesla's working to the downside, but more importantly here, Beyond Meat, 1 cent a share for us to short if you're interested, but just got up to yesterday's top. Also, if you go back to the 19th, lower highs at 1750 on Beyond Meat, up that 8% and very strong, but showing some signs of turning around. And I don't want to ignore this thing. We didn't mention Cassava. We didn't mention Cassava Sciences. Cassava Sciences rejected 40. Whoa. It's headed right back to 35 even, as that's going to the downside pretty heavily. Tesla rejected 310. It's back at that 308. I'm going to get some on the bid, see if I can't take a couple of bucks and then try to hold out. Tesla beneath that 310. We talked about the head and shoulders and the lower high. It's respecting that lower high as we speak. So Microsoft going to be back below that 25. I did take most of it out in front of 245.50. It is now trying to test back to the downside here as it continues to fall. Well, starts to pull back. The market rejected that breakout level. Maybe not over yet, but it did reject the break. This is why you don't hold on forever. Rivian, I was short at the bottom, but I only gave it a 10 to 15 cent stop. It was about 12 or 13 cents that we ended up losing because it could do this. And then you want to wait for a better entry price. Right now I can start shorting it off a more reasonable level. This little curl here after a bit of a relief rally, market rejecting some of those highs. Now I can work back into some Rivian shares. Already in Tesla, but I want to Rivian at a more reasonable price.
Guys, I mean, this has just been an absolute banger of a trade on Apple, man. I hope you guys had this one. We indicated this trade for you guys that we liked the short there in Apple because, again, it hit that 158. 158 was the best short, but you would have got blown out probably because it went to 158.40. So then as it takes down this, and again, this is it's just tape reading, right? It's watching the strength versus the weak. I only have 20% left of this, so it's not like I made a hero call here or anything like that, but it's a nice move to the downside here for Apple, and I mean, it's just you got to read the tape, and that's what I tried to do. As the NASDAQ was going up, Apple was falling. We talked about that in the pre-market. Apple was only up 0.2, NASDAQ was up 0.4. Now you're seeing Apple red, NASDAQ still holding its highs, really. I mean, 0.36. It's off if it's very high, but still doing pretty well, and look what Apple's doing. It's absolutely getting kicked in the face. So a nice downside move here for Apple. We're now 70 cents in the money on this name. It's too bad we dumped out of our Amazon, but again, you got to stay some kind of discipline. It goes up to 123. So that could have been another key level there into the pre-market high that we should have re-shorted that. But short in there, got out right there. Got out right there at 122.50 when it broke. Now you're starting to go lower on this name. Like, I could have a monster here if Micron would drop down. I don't know if it wants to or not.
You're still in Micron?
Yeah, I mean, I re-engaged in Micron.
That's been ugly, man.
So I got stopped out on Micron. So that's what Neil's asking, like, you're still in it? Yeah, because I did get stopped out at 51. It's just I'm being so stubborn here because, like, what the hell?
So here's
why is it up?
Oh, so I'm looking at Intel,
yeah,
upward channel, double top on Intel, 29.25. Nvidia has been dragging, like Nvidia was flushing at the open and then ran $2.50 up. So, you know, when these regain back to the upside, I'm not sure Micron can fall unless a couple of these start to go down with it. So I mean, right now you're getting a pretty big test on Nvidia at that 133. But I hate diddling in the middle in the stock. I said long 130, 135, and it's pretty much at that high. But this was falling like a rock at the open as Micron was going up, and now the other chip names are going higher. So they're gonna, at this point, they're dragging Micron with it as it breaks that channel. I got back into Rivian, but I wanted to check in on Lucid, which, like Lucid, all the way to almost 16. So the 16 short, that's what we're looking at the last couple of days. I guess I'm going to be looking at a 16 short again on Lucid here. I didn't think that would be the case coming into today, but I thought 15 breakdown on Lucid maybe.
There it is.
But instead, it could be a 16 level on Lucid that we'll short into. I'm just not believing if the futures are below that 12 and that 39, it does still favor those shorts, right? So I'm now out of Microsoft because it failed its break. Apple failed its break as well. And now you're looking for resistance levels on some of these. Beyond Meat, don't sleep on that either. Brendo.
Another one right back to the downside here. We mentioned this Peloton story this morning. Peloton, United Healthcare expanding their initial agreement with Peloton this morning. Right back to lows, though. I just had a day low alert there for Peloton, guys. Now down 1.5.
There. Okay, so we'll go, we're a little bit on some psychedelics here today because we keep on shorting Micron, which is wrong. That last little take will take a 15-cent hit there as it breaks through 10, and now we're done, right? Obviously, the negative name that I have on the board is Micron, and that sucks. AMD were negative as well, but this for me, AMD is not. Like, we got out of the way on this. We took a little bit of profit, then we took, what, a 30-cent hit? So that is completely doable for me, so I'm cool with that. I want to stay away from these names, man. The chip names just continue to work to the upside, so I'm getting worked, shorting them. So forget about it for right now on that. We'll pick on something else for now. Mr. Softy, we lost on that yesterday. It's nowhere near any levels that I'm interested in right now again. Like, if Micron's probably going to drop now, but see, this is my problem. I can't think about it or else I'll get upset. Okay, and I'm also upset at that candle right there. That high is 245.50. What's up, Justin, man? We're happy to. I think we've already announced this, man. We're really happy to have Justin on board as a more full-time role with us here at Trader TV Live. I'd say his title, but
No, don't. No.
I'm going to say it. Growth Manager is his title. So I think we can come up with something a little bit different than that. But welcome, Justin, on board, man. It's great to have you. We love Justin, and I know his work ethic is super strong. So I'm really proud to have Justin on board. And you guys have seen him a couple times. And that just goes to the expansion of the show, right? I mean, we're bringing on more people. Justin's super creative, great at a lot of things. So let's welcome on Justin on board right now. So thank you for that, Justin. And maybe he'll still come with his tech talk and things like that. Why not? We could do a little bit of that. Thumbs up on that, Justin. You still want to come and do that every once in a while? Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Let's keep that going. There. Everyone loving Justin in the chat. So there we go.
Of course they do.
Of course they do. So there we go. Big ups to Justin.
See,
thanks for joining us.
I knew it was going to happen. Someone's like, growing what plants? I'm like, no. Growth of the business, right? Like,
the plans.
The plants.
Oh, plants.
Yeah.
There he is. Come here. Let's go. Let's give
pop in there.
Let's give that. There's Justin. If you guys are wondering who the hell we're talking about, that's Justin. If you haven't seen him before, he's on our show. He loves everything tech-wise. He's great marketing guy, advertising web guy. Had a big help with our email servers going out there as well. So yeah, very, very happy to grow our family here. And the most key member of our family here at the big desk. Give it to us, Brendan.
We were going to do that sponsor there, guys, but you took it off my TV. Anyways, we'll give you a look at what's happening now because it's 10 o'clock. Here's the headline we were discussing in the pre-market, guys. Everyone awaiting what is to come this afternoon as far as the Fed is concerned and how the market overall will react to it. Let's go on to the big board here. There's a look at where we're at right now. The S&P 0.6 to the upside. 0.63 for the Dow. If we move down here, the NASDAQ, composite 0.4, 0.5% for the 100. Positive here in Toronto as well, a little bit of commodity strength to deal with this morning. So a good look across the board. We were talking about Boeing in the pre-market there. A note on United Airlines removing some of their planes from its fleet. Not a lot, though, only 25. Tagged 147.5 after bouncing off 145.5. And now I can do it. Happening Now is brought to you by Scans.com, all-in-one stock scanning news and alerts platform built for day traders. Effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade every single day. Check them out on screen right now, thanks to Scans.com, guys.
Whoa. There you go. Brendan always makes sure he gets it done. I am in Beyond Meat. There you go. The position board just came right back in. I'm now in Beyond Meat. So that it got up to $18. So $17.91 or so, but that's close enough to 18. Wick top failed that level. Look, if it breaks to even, I'll be out. But I'm short here at 70, so I'm risking about 30 cents. That's why you see 1-to-1s down at 40, and then I take a bunch out in front of VWAP as well, as that's turning to the upside. I saw someone in the chat saying the easiest short was Meta this morning. Yeah, I mean, There's a few things did fall right at the open, but one of them's holding the bottoms. Meta is definitely weak here, looking like it wants to challenge some of those lows. I'm sitting here in Tesla.
It's a great call on Meta.
And Beyond Meat, and Tesla's, it's close to its lows, but it's sideways. Like, it's still flat on the session, down only like 0.2%. But Meta, definitely a weak name, and I don't want to get too far away from Alphabet. It's not at $100, but it's slowly grinding a little bit lower here. When the futures rejected that 3,900 on the ES, 12,000 on the NASDAQ, you wanted to look to see where things stood. Like, stocks that weren't at their high of the day, obviously a little bit relatively weak, and you got to respect that. As you know, obviously Micron has been, to me, it's been a disaster. I was short it twice and blown out twice. But Intel has not approached the level I want to short, which is at 2950. So that one still comes into play. It's a better level in terms of, like, technically to be shorting this because it's been resistance for the entire week, and Intel sometimes sits in a channel. So if the market continues higher, there's a bullet left to fire for me in the chip space, but it's an oldie. I don't want to say but goodie because I'm shorting it, but I guess you can call it that.
Oh, man. All right, so yes, I am. We reloaded there on Apple. So Apple went up to 157. We got that reload. It did go as high as 157.10 right there. So that was a little bit of a mistake by me there. Bigging up Justin and missing that move up to 157.10. But as it took the 200 period again, short through 157, we took that and we just took a piece out at 80. So you're going to see my average price on Apple change a little bit. But we're reloaded onto that short. Wow, Micron, like, good thing we got out of that. This was a long from the jump. Like, that doesn't make, like I said, the double downgrade coming today. And you're up 1%, so that's a little bit of a change for me there. Okay, what's up, Andrew Harris? You'll think, here, let's see what you have to say about Micron, because we're talking about it right now. Wow, I don't know if you read my mind there. MU will retrace because right now, for no other reason than sympathy, yeah, but great risk management. Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. We're just down, for me, nothing today, but yeah, we're still down. We're red on the day because, you know, you can't win if you're shorting something that rips up like that. But yeah, just really surprised on AMD, really surprised on Micron today. Just these names just took off. And I mean, it's fine. We got out of it. We're there for the short. The short didn't print. And I think that's the big thing there, Andrew, is that you want to manage your risk because, you know, you could get blown out and the next thing you know, you're down X amount of what you're expecting to be down. So yeah, be very, very careful with that. Just looking at Google again, I know Neil was talking about that. I don't know if we're going to get to that 100 level, but if you want to break something, I mean, $100 and 101.20 right there has been the bottom with the top. Look at this range. You want to talk about no one being able to figure out what the heck to do with Google? Like, why? Like, look at this. How can we trade this name? Google, 101.50 top right now. Bottom, 101.20. So you're really in a range here for Google. I don't see much here, but we are.
20 cents?
Yeah, it's not. It's a 20-cent range. It's not much happening. When you look at a name like Apple that ripped to the high side of 158, then we short again, cash out, short again, and cashing out. So Google doing nothing and Apple trying to make that down. But watch out. We're going to get out. We're going to average into Apple if it goes to 157.10 or so again, that level. And then we're going to get out if it takes above 25. 157.25, we're out of Apple, but an average in coming in on that one. But yeah, Google and Apple, tale of two stories.
And coming down into VWAP here, at least something is going to, well, I mean, look, Tesla's in the money, and I'm not ignoring Tesla, but it's also not following through. It won't break 307, right? So I'm kind of disappointed by that not breaking 307. But here comes Beyond Meat. It did a second wick high. And when it did a second wick high, I actually added to this pretty much at the same price, 117.70. Every entry's been either 68, 69, or 70, right in the middle here, and then play it back into VWAP. I'm going to hold a little piece, and just in case it breaks down further, because if the market breaks down from here, I mean, can I see Beyond Meat really holding up? I can't. So I want a piece of this in case it breaks VWAP. But there goes a test of 307 on Tesla. So now that's starting to come in. I just tried to add to Rivian. I'm not sure I'll be able to do that. And guess what broke that channel you're talking about?
I'm short.
There you go. Google. As we go to Brendan.
And a little one to pass along, guys. Pharmaceutical names popping up all over the place. This FENC making moves after approval for a hearing loss therapy coming through this morning. So Fence back to recent highs.
All right, guys, if we
if
we can get some more likes going. We only have 2K likes right now on the stream, and Fahad just told me that we have 4,400 votes. What?
That math doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense for us because that is like, come on, guys. Hit the like button. You can hit a vote whether you want a stupid stuffy to be a bull or a bear, but you can't hit the like button. Okay,
Well,
I mean,
don't call the stuffy stupid.
No, but I'm just saying, like, come on. I mean, this is fun. But
The stuffy that we still haven't named. In 2 years,
we don't even have a name
even,
for the
we
stuffy.
don't even have a name.
That is a valid point.
That's terrible.
All right, we went short there on Google, and I'm only going to give it back to like VWAP here again. If it breaks through 45, 46, something like that, then we'll get out. We probably should have taken some profit down there as it went right back into the pre-market levels of 101.15. But really, I mean, this is part of that risk management, Andrew, and everybody else out there. It's like, do I want to, I mean, first of all, Apple's coming back in, right? So that's all good. But all right, I'll put a little bit at 13, like 10% or so down at 101 just to see if we could take, I don't know, a little bit of profit. I mean, I want to be able to hold this, but you could see though, the NASDAQ is doing this dance. And if I'm going to get stopped out for an 18-cent hit, or sorry, about let's call it 30-cent hit or so out at 101.50 or so on Google. Is that worth it for me to hold it all the way back up there? Maybe, maybe not, but that 101.50 is going to be my out. So let's wait to see here what happens with Google. Oh man, I really need this thing to come down.
So here comes the next shot. Like there was that 50 level on Micron, then there was that 50-50, and then 51, and now 51.50. So pretty much every 50 cents, it's like a reset on whether this thing is going to actually follow. And here it is. Like I just made a wick top at 51.50. I'm now in this. The current high of the day is going to be my out. I'm still, like I said, favoring the shorts. I'm not even in a long, but that 39 could get tested one more time. So I'm back into some more Rivian. We've got VWAP there. Now I'm back in, and I want to play back over to this 35.80, that previous previous support on the pre-market there in Rivian. That'll be my out there. Berendo again. What's up, buddy?
Tellurian making moves. TELL. Just got a day high alert on this one. They did a couple of things this morning. First off, the CEO put out a YouTube video saying they're going to continue to seek partners to help finance this driftwood project for them after they decided to scrap plans for an equity raise. So nice move here, almost 7% for TELL.
Yeah, they got smoked yesterday. It was they were down a heck of a lot. I kind of mentioned, I kind of wanted to talk about it, but we didn't really have time in the pre-market, so we'll get to that one for sure. I want to go back over to Beyond Meat as we're going over some of these positions. That just got back into VWAP. I actually missed one of the fills down there, and now it's going to try to retest and bounce off of those highs. I don't know about a reload or why my stop is that aggressive. It doesn't need to be. I don't need to cross 40 cents on Beyond Meat. I can cross like 20 cents.
No man
sure.
can cross.
But as it comes back to the upside here, I want to allow it to fail before I would jump back into those shorts instead of just getting it on the way up. So I'll allow it to test that high, rejects the high, I'll try to get back into it. But for now, Beyond Meat turning to the upside. I got out of Microsoft on that long, just these wicks. I got out of Microsoft on that break of 25 even. I'm going to try to zoom in just to get rid of this. There you go. Got out of it. When it came back in, you can't even see the red. It's kind of in that candle. But it's bouncing off VWAP. And if we take out 3,900 on the ES and the NASDAQ makes the break of 12, Microsoft is still a place I want to be long. So anywhere off of VWAP or maybe reclaiming 245, that's going to be the zone I like for Microsoft if we make that break. But at this time, I'm going to wait for the futures to make the breakout and then get into the relatively strong name instead of trying to fight it. For now, the shorts look like they can still be in play, but the market wants to test these highs, and you have to respect it. Tesla broke 307, and now it's coming right back into VWAP. So might have found a bit of a temporary bottom there on Tesla, and guess what? Looks like it wants to take out the high again.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Well, I guess you guys know that.
Yeah, I don't even. I don't even have it
begins
up.
with my and ends in cron.
Yeah, and not chronic, unfortunately,
Speaking
for that
of.
one. Yeah. So speaking of, yeah, that's right. We went back to Apple right now. That's been the apple of my eye today, that's for sure. As we short it again right there and take out some more. Come on, give me those O's now again. There it is, yes, sir. So taking out more profit on this name as it just comes back in right now for us. So let's just start putting some more on the bid. Yes, sir. There it is, man. We're just really reading Apple real good today as it's falling back again. Give me those 93s, 91s. I'll take them all, baby. Let's go. Yeah, there comes Apple falling back in and really making my day right now. A couple different shorts there for Apple. I like it. I like it a lot. We did engage back. I mean, the thing is that no matter what Apple does, I mean, I need Google to start to go down because that's been a nightmare. We take that break and it only went down 10 cents on the break, and now it's hovering in the middle again. So, yeah, Google right now, a nightmare. 101.50 is going to punch me out on that one. What's up, Brendo?
A little natural gas name making moves here. SLNG is the ticker. DOE, Department of Energy, approval to export liquefied natural gas. 2.6 over here. I know it's hard to see, but 2.6 million share float on this. So 1, 2, 3, now 4 halts, guys, for SLNG.
Holy crap, that's a little bit intense. We'll get over to that one in a quick second. I'll get to Beyond Meat, but I got to show you, once again, taking out the top is Micron. So if you're a shareholder, you're definitely happy about it. But it's the only short that just feels like it cannot work, obviously. I said I would hold on to a piece of Beyond Meat through VWAP because if the market doesn't break out, well, then Beyond Meat probably deserves to be down and not up 6%. I get it. Squeezes, yada, 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 a stock like this. At some point, you get these relief rallies, but I'm just, we're skeptical of this name. So we had a double top, so I added to it, and I think we can hold this now back into at least 1650. So that's at least working, but the channels in some of these names, we're not really breaking a lot of these channels. I want to go back to Lucid because it's still showing a lot of signs of strength here. So Lucid holding VWAP on a bit of a dip when the market rejected these tops. So I said I like Microsoft longs. If we break out these tops, well, add Lucid to the list. I mean, Lucid very, very strong today. That 16 level definitely coming into play. It just feels like if we're going to go, Lucid can be a long play. And I don't want to ignore Starbucks. It's like it's got this double bottom, but if it breaks this to the downside, I do still like that 90 level from yesterday on Starbucks. I didn't get it 90s. We had the breakout from that price. You can see like it broke out there. It's been support. If we get down to 90, that's worth a dip buy. But I know where I'd be wrong when it comes to Starbucks. And if you're still favoring a short, as the market retests the high, look what's breaking the low of the day right now. Meta's breaking the low of the day and about to break 144 as we're testing the tops in the futures. That is your weak tech name here today. I'll be on the break of 144 because I like even dollar breaks when you have this much volume and this much momentum. So Meta, incredibly weak. This was 148 at one point. I mean, it's crazy. 144 about to break.
Yeah. Meta is a wild name for sure. I mean, I love trading Meta, and it's unfortunate because I'm on the wrong name again today. And you might have heard me under my breath say that. Like, I was on the wrong name with Micron, thought that was going to go down. Now, apparently, I'm on the wrong name with Google. But here comes Google back in. So we're short at 22. We did take some out for basically no loss, but just waiting to see here where we go. We're short at 22. We just got a 26 out, right? So let's see if it does want to fall back in now. We've been getting out of our Apple. So, I'll take another piece out at 94 for Apple. I just want to be very careful with some of these trades because, we could start to break to the upside at any time. I'm going to leave Apple now. Let's just hold the rest of this name until we get stopped out at that 157.20. If it goes back up to the upside again, that only be a 12-cent hit. We're taking, right now we're in the money 25 cents, or check that 30 cents now on Apple. So yeah, well worth the risk to reward for me here on AAPL. And I think now that we've done a good enough job of holding everything, we can probably do that now and then just be happy with it. Apple's going to be a very, very positive name for me as we go up to the upside. And here we come back in now, finally, for our friend Google. So not really a friend of mine yet today, but let's wait to see. And this is where we divide up our personal holdings with what we're doing here on the show. Yes, let's go, Google. We talked about this before, that we wanted to see a move back down in for Google, testing some of these lows, right, again. So I'm going to just start sitting on the bid, scalping out a little, but definitely trying to hold like half of what we had on the upside, but trying not to be stubborn about what we're seeing right now, right? So the market is still in the middle, so let's not hold things forever. But if Google does want to break, it just went right back down to that low again here of 15. So we did take some out, but we're still really, really heavy in it. Would really like to see this make a move back down. But you can see what the futures are doing, Neil. I don't know if it's frustrating you. You're on Beyond Meat, at least is moving. But like the
Meta
Qs.
just came in.
Meta's a great name, yeah.
Yeah, but it broke 44, got to like 90s. I'm short 97s. Right? Pretty much right here, but it's looking like it wants to kind of go back and forth. And sometimes you drop like a rock on a level break like this, but just so you know, there was no size on the bid. So a lot of times you'll have like a huge stacked up bid on a big cap name like this at that even dollar, especially when it's a bit of a double bottom, or if it's a significant level on the daily chart here. It only goes back, since the name change, our chart's only going to go back that far. So it's not like Meta just came to the market, but bit of a double bottom here when you look at the week. So it's a significant enough level, but there was no size. So maybe a few less stops, and that's why it has to churn here for a little bit before it can eventually fall. But if we're below resistance on the futures, it's relatively weak, which means I want to give this one some room to be able to work here. So I'm going to hang on to this meta and not give it up too easily. Brendan, what's up?
On a weakness in Chinese EV names, we've seen NIO. Here's XPeng as well. They finally launched this new SUV, their flagship G9 SUV, but they don't like it apparently. Down 9% already for XPeng.
9%? Okay, we have to go over there and look at that. I'm just still enamored with Google a little bit here. I'm going to fix my stop order because now if we get stopped out, we have a lot less shares now. We actually have half of our position left, and so now I'm going to hold this. I don't know if it's going to be right to hold it the rest of the day, but that's what we're going to try to do here, and hold this name and see what happens with Google. If it does want to test a little bit lower, we got to be here for something right now. So there goes Google. A nice move down in. That break, again, the breaks haven't been great lately, unless you broke out on Micron or something. It's about averaging in, making sure you get the right prices. So let's see if Google, there we go. That's our final out there at 101.09. And now we'll look for a little bit lower moves on this one. How low did we go today? Actually, what am I saying? This is the low for today. So, yesterday's bottom, and I'll throw back to Neil in a second. That's $100.90. That's at the close. This is not the low, but that's the close yesterday, 101.95 or so. So maybe we should take another piece out at 101 flat, and then we'll hold the rest. Let's do that. Let's get a piece out right now again here on Google, and then we'll be able to hold the rest. We'll put a bid at 07. Hopefully that fills us now. Let me see, move over. Come on, Google. Where's my chart right there? I'm assuming Meta's still collapsing. Oh, you have that name up on your board.
So no, Meta's actually still ran at 144 even. That's not what I was going to get.
I know. I saw what you had up. Nasty.
HKD is doing that thing that it does every now and then, up 28%. It's not above 100 yet, but just to refresh everyone's memory, it's not going to 2,500. It's probably not going to 300 again. Each one of these spikes, like the last big spike it had, it got to like 3, hard rejected that level and pulled back. And I think that line today would be somewhere between 100 and 100 and 115. Somewhere in that channel is where I think it likely rejects every single, like the last bounce, it tried to go, hard rejected that 300 originally, then broke it, then hard rejected it again. And when I say rejected the second time, it dropped $180 the second time, rejected 180. So if it breaks 115, I think that 180 would be where it goes to. Every time it happens, I'm like, caution people, try not to get caught in the top of one of these things. I just understand a lot of times it falls heavily. I'll check to see how expensive locates are on this, but a couple of times they've been prohibitive, meaning the risk to reward in terms of paying for the locates, I haven't found worth it, because even to just get into it, sometimes the spread is a bit challenging. But I'm going to see what they are. Not a lot of volume here, because that's usually the case when it comes to this, and that's why it moves a heck of a lot. So HKD's on the move, but I don't know if it's going to be much of a trade here. Just trade it cautiously, right? It's so easy to get burned on this. And Beyond Meat just found a bid at 17. So I'll zoom back in because there's wicks everywhere. Just found a bid double bottom here at 17. I'm still holding for it to break lower. But for anyone on the long side, because it's still trending up, yeah, I wouldn't argue that hard against buying a dip in here in front of 17, and then you have a bit of a tight stop. I'm the other way, where I'd rather hold the short to see if it breaks down at 17 at this point. But it's at a decision point, right? So it can go either way off this consolidation.
Like, why does this do this to me again? I really need to get up, go to the bathroom or something, because like the more and more I stare at this Google, the more I want to get out of it. It just bounced again off of 101 there. So a nice little bounce again. It didn't go up to 101.20. I don't know what the heck. Or maybe it did go up to there. But here goes Google bouncing again. It just bounced pretty hard with that wick bottom down there at 101.03 right there. So that's bothering me a little bit there for Google. But it's small cap recap, and it's at the desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, points of reversal, and so much more. Check them out today. Integrate them with your strategy today. Check them out. QR code on screen, guys. Let's go. Stitch Fix was the first one I was looking at this morning off of not a good report. That was the key. Not a good report. Negative move after market yesterday. Look what we're doing now. Up 4.6%. Failed initially at 475. Gave you a quick scalp, took that out down at 430 on the initial move back to pre-market lows. Building into this again versus this 5. If you go to a daily chart, 5 even, a huge level on Stitch Fix, but nicely positive even with a questionable earnings report at best. EVAX we talked about, 340 was a huge level on the daily chart. That worked out pretty well. Still grinding its way lower. We're through 3 now. That's key. If we can get past 3, long way to go to the downside, maybe 260, 250 even for EVAX, guys. Pretty quiet though overall for small caps today. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to completely ignore the small caps, but when the market's moving, you're going to focus on those names. HKD was super cheap. It was actually 11 cents a share, too short. So I did pay for them. You never really know with the off chance that I actually do want to use them. So you're trying to break out of this channel here on Beyond Meat. It's back above view up. Like I said, I'm holding the short off this level. I did take most of it out, but I wouldn't have argued with anybody that said, yeah, long consolidation, that 17 area, and look to play it higher. But if it fails that break, I think it runs into a little bit of trouble there. Tesla's still working to the downside. I just added to Meta, giving it to 144.50. I want to give this one some room to work. And look, I'm going to keep going back and showing you guys Micron. It hasn't been a good day for Micron if you've been shorting it because it's just only going up. The chart looked ugly on the daily, but it's back above support, that 50 and that 51 area. Holding these highs, and I still have not gotten into Intel. I'm actually going to cancel my offer on Intel because at this point, if it continues this channel, breaks up, and shoots into 29.50, I don't know that I want to catch it on the way up. I think I want to get that on the way back down if it gets there. And the other strong name, NVIDIA, just churning toward 135. So if you're looking at why we get this divergence in the market, you know, like we can't battle, we can't break 12,000 upside, and we can't seem to fall like an absolute rock. You got names like Tesla trending down, Google trending down, NVIDIA up 2%. The chips all strong off those downgrades. So right now you have a bit of a divergence, so understand where the relative strength and weakness is. NVIDIA 135. I said I didn't want to diddle in the middle with this. 135 is that big level incoming here on NVIDIA.
All right, so I was talking with the wife yesterday, and she's like, oh, I haven't seen you had a vitamin in a while, so here's my vitamin. We'll have a vitamin right now. I wanted to show her that I'm having one. Oh, almost didn't go down right there. Okay, so we'll have that vitamin right now. We'll continue to watch this trade. For me, again, we already have our out here on Apple. I don't want to be short this name anymore. If it goes back up, it goes back up, and that's going to be that. We already have our out. Although I don't mind where we are right now to short it again for Apple, as we've come up here and we've shorted it before. So 157.13 or so coming on Apple. That's, you know, it's not a horrible spot. I'm going to have another drink. Right there. Ooh, that's refreshing, man. Again, I think we got to start selling these at some point, man. These water bottles there, gave them to a couple. Yeah, we had a couple offices visit us. We gave some of those out right there. But okay, so 157, just so everyone knows, 157.20, we're out. We have about 10% left of our Apple position. We've identified that. Look at some of these outs that we had. We got a 66 there. We got a 674. So, I mean, you know, for us to lose on our last 10 or 15% of this trade, 10 cents is going to be well worth it for us. I am still also at this level right here for Google. It just did take down 101.10, but it also wicked again down to 101. So I'm losing a little bit of faith in Google. Every time it gets down here, it gets bought right back up. But the good thing is volume is not huge on this. So what's up, Brendo?
Volume. Here's HKD, guys, doing all kinds of volume right now. Huge move. This is 76. This is 105 at the top. So 30% right now for HKD. Volume coming back in a big way.
Yeah, volume definitely strong in that name. Look, I still think it gets to that. It's like a 100 to 115 channel. Like that's the area I'm looking for. So it's very cheap to short. The last couple of times it was super expensive to the point where you didn't want to even do it. But Roblox here, I just want to get to another name that's strong. Roblox getting toward the high of the day, 37 even. It just did a bit of a wick top breakout. But look at this bottom that Roblox is trying to hold here on the daily chart, 36, 36 and a half. This gets real spicy. If it holds this low and breaks out of this channel, it's about 50 cents away or 60 cents away from breaking this top. But if the market goes, you just talk about room to run. Roblox has plenty of it. It's not there yet, but I want to be out in front of it and ready for it just in case it does happen. Like if we break this to the upside, I just think Roblox has all the room in the world to go. But it's about 37.50 to 60. That's your breakout channel for Roblox. I'm going to have a stop set rather than alert because I just want to be in the long if it breaks that level. I don't think we'll get there without the market breaking that high, so I'm not terribly concerned about the notion of being long that top and then the market's resisting. I think we actually have to see that break. Tellurian that Brennan brought our attention to, that is screaming back to the upside. I'd be a little surprised if Tell filled the entire gap, so if it gets close to 370, it might be worth a little bit of a fade. And then Stitch Fix was the other name. This was an earnings play. It was on our watch list as well, our free watch list.
Yes.
By the way. But that's getting really close. It just filled in the entire gap back up to $5. Earnings, they were poor, disappointing guidance as well. But if it doesn't take out these highs, 5 to 520, you just got to feel like there's a rollover coming at some point. I'll let it slow down a bit, but that's going to be on the radar. As I said, I cannot favor longs unless we get above that resistance on the futures, and we're not above it. So I'm still looking for those shorts to possibly come in for us here. Going back over to Microsoft, enter twice. Microsoft still holding right around 244. So that breakout at 45, very short-lived. There goes Meta through 144.60. So I've given up on Meta. That short at the bottom, it wants to make a bounce as well. I'm not flipping anything long. 3,900 just got taken out, but the NASDAQ still below 12,000. I want to see that go too. Microsoft is a long for me if we break that 12,000.
Yeah, I'm still looking at that Google, but what I want to look at first of all is that our like count. Let's get that like count going. I think we can have a record, man. I mean, why do we have almost 5,000 votes on the poll? Only 2.6K here on the like. So see if you guys can get that over 8,500 watching or 8,400. Let's see if we can get that over 3,000 in the next 30 or so seconds. That'd be great. Smash that like button. Let's see if we can do that. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Everything here. We're adding to our team. The show's getting bigger and better, and we're also coming back at 145 today. So that's another thing. Smash that like button if you want us to come back at 145 before the Fed. We'll talk all about Fed, what our expectations are, so on and so forth. So, all right, so if you guys could do that, that's great. There we go. Almost 3,000 right there. That took a little bit less time than I thought. Thank you so much for that. Right there, we just got 30%. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 2.9K. Let's get to 3,000, and we'll hit the wow for you on that one. So thank you so much for getting up there. 3,000 came pretty fast right there, so thank you so much. Google's, the market, like Neil just said, the NASDAQ, I don't think it's approaching 12,000 as we speak right now on the NASDAQ, so watch out for some of these levels to take out some of these highs and then see what happens at that 12,000. We're out of Apple. Here comes Google ripping back up to the upside.
Yeah, and like the only two things I'm still short. Beyond Meat might not care about this breakout. We'll get that out of the way. Oh, my chart just went. Tesla just broke back up, but it's still well in the money there. Microsoft, I'll go back to the 15-minute, unfortunately, guys. But on the way towards this break, a reclaim of the 245 level. So if we get through 12,000, that 245 is going to be in play for us. I still like Roblox on that break if it gets there. But Microsoft was the big tech name that I do like to that long side through that 245. Right now, you are pretty much resting on 12,000 on the NASDAQ. Like you ticked right there, and we're resting on that level. I want to see us breaking out, trying to challenge that 12,020 that we saw in yesterday's trade. So we're not quite there on the break just yet, but we are trying to go. I do want to see Microsoft make that breakout. We've seen this before, where you do challenge the highs, reject them, and go back and forth on a Fed day. So that's why I don't want to be too overzealous jumping into the long side of it and just favoring it. Because if you buy the top and we go inside range, well, that's an easy way to get burned.
Thank you so much, guys. Now 3.1K. That's 500 likes right there in a matter of 30 seconds. Thanks, Fahad, for reminding me and stuff like that. Thank you for everybody out there as well for hitting that like button. And meanwhile, we'll go boom on that because we just reloaded that position right now on Google. So Google, come on. I mean, maybe I got to take some out here as we come back into 25. Let's go. So there's a nice little bid for us out on Google. Let's see if this one can come down. We just put some more shares on at that 101.37 area. I actually just punched it. It was up there. I know my targets. My targets is 101.50. So right there in 37s, out already for the 1-to-1 risk to reward. Let's see if we can make a move downside right now in the space here for Google. Give me that 22. We'll take, there it is. Yeah, we'll take a little bit more. Give me that 17s. Let's go. Spin it. It's been a while today since we've been able to do that. But here we come right back down in. We'll see what happens now with Google. Yeah, buddy. Nice little fail up there at 12,000 on the NASDAQ as we pulled back in. Same at 39. Well, we're at 38.97, so it's not like a huge fail right there. But hey, something else that's going to move that we haven't talked about much today. We haven't looked at Coinbase or anything, but it's going to move come 2 o'clock. I'll tell you that much. Let's go see if it's moving now. Brendan with the Crypto Minute.
Yeah, all quiet ahead of the Fed. As we said late in the day yesterday, guys, going to be a action-packed afternoon when it comes to equities, when it comes to currencies, and even the crypto markets. Here's an interesting headline for you coming through for crypto land today. Both Binance and FTX making bids for lender Voyager, who declared bankruptcy. So Binance currently with a higher bid over FTX, who has been scooping up a lot of these, but that was this morning. Here's a look at the big board from Binance, 2.5%. To the upside for Bitcoin, currently 19,393, about a full percent right now for Ethereum as well, back to 1350. Key level over the past couple of days, around 1350. It is still holding, unfortunately, below 1400, which is an even bigger level. Ripple here, 5.8%. Cardano, 2% to the upside. Everything else positive on this board as well. So all of this going to change. I'll show you the currency board coming up here in a few minutes, but all of this going to change in a big way come 2 p.m. this afternoon. We also, guys, while I have you, just got the energy update for the week. It was a smaller drawdown, or a smaller build, than expected. 1.1 million versus 2.2 million. But crude not really doing anything. Still up on the day, but just kind of hanging out for oil, guys.
Just want to quickly add there, Bitcoin, we don't really track Bitcoin too much, but the chart on Bitcoin, it also just rejected a high at simultaneously at the same point that we just saw.
Yeah.
The market started to come back in there, Sean.
Yeah, the market came back in for Google for sure as well, and we did take a little bit of profit on that one. You know what I used to have on my phone? I used to have one of those things where you could put on here where it would block your credit card and stuff like that, and I'd put it on there, but then you get that problem with RFID and stuff like that. But check this out, what we just picked up here. These Slimmy wallets. I mean, I don't know if you have one as well. You know, these are RFID protected if you put your stuff on the Slimmy part, and it's super, super thin. Lots of opportunities here. You could put in some fiat in here. It's a great little option, and I just throw this in my pocket.
Don't say fiat. So like the joke thing is, but it's you got to still have cash. You use this because you don't really hold anything. Right. And the only reason I have cash today is because I need a haircut, so it's kind of perfect that you can be able to do that. It's all about sort of convenience and whatnot. And we talk about crypto because no one actually holds that anymore. But check out the QR code below there, guys, up there, because these Slimmies are pretty cool. I can actually put it in your back pocket and not be like George Costanza, where it's like you hurt your back and you're sitting on your wall. You're sitting like this.
If I'm like this one day, you'll notice.
It's just a heck of a lot better. And by the way, you can use Trade 15 to get 15% off one of these bad boys. So check out that QR code below, because everybody likes a deal. You know I do. That's for darn sure.
I love a deal. Trade 15, one word, TRADE 15. Thank you to Slimmy for that one.
Get it.
I got to have these wallets, put it right there. If I ever need cash or anything, we're going to hit that up. So thanks,
Barber
Slimmy.
only takes cash.
That's right. That's right. I always try to ask the barber if he's going to hit that QR code. I always ask the barber, can I pay in Bitcoin? Eventually, one day, he's going to say yes. I feel
My barber's deep into crypto.
That's what I'm saying.
Every single time I'm in the chair, all he wants to talk about, we talk about the markets too, but he always wants to talk about crypto. That's just how it goes these days, man. Barbershop conversations used to be sports. Now it's the markets and crypto. That's it. That's all he talks about.
That's the thing. Like, I never, ever carry cash, to be honest with you. I never carry cash. I know you do. But that's why these things are actually pretty decent. You can put in a little bit of cash, and therefore you have all your cards and your cash all in one place. But that's good because spin it. There goes Google. Hell yeah. Google to the downside right there. 101.07 right there coming through on Google. So, again, just like we've been talking about it, man. You know, this is to me responsible trading, right? We're shorting when pops are happening. We're taking the risk. We have a very defined out, and we're making that cash here today. So nice little move to the downside here for Google. Beautiful hit. Let's see what happens now. It's trying to take down 101. I'm here for this. We talked about shorting that Apple trade. Look, we got out right. because it went up to 157.50, but now Apple turns around as the NASDAQ now firing on all cylinders to the downside. Let's see. I'm going to take out one more piece because we've been down here before and not gone down. So I'm sitting there. Don't even tell me. I just bid 04. We already took a piece out here at 10s, but I want to get another bid. There it is. Yes, sir. So finally, man, it is dropping down some cash there on Google. Now I can sit back and hold this and see where we go from here. So let's wait to see. Yeah, Peter Schiff would tell you to carry gold, but we've already looked at that gold chart, man. Peter Schiff can't be too happy either, but hey, it's holding up better than
keep that gold.
Some equities, I guess.
I don't know. I guess you could like.
I mean, I'll take a bar,
Yeah, throw a bar underneath.
What's wrong with that? Some of those rappers put those diamonds in there until it gets ripped off.
Let's not
their
even
forehead.
go down that road. Let's not go down that road.
Yeah, so. Anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want like the diamond on your forehead, or people use gold teeth and that kind of stuff. But anyways, the gold has not been. Look, it's not the. We can go down this rabbit hole we want. It's just not what it used to be in terms of like a hedge. That was a very different story when I was younger. Let's just get that one out of the way. Lucid, I wanted one level. I said if I short this thing, well, there was two. Because if it broke 15 to the downside, sure. But it got to $16 here, and that was that level. We shorted the breakdown on Lucid. That's where it rejected at the open. It's a pop and fade on Lucid at 16. It just got to 16.05 and then rejected that high of the day. So I'm now in the short off of that. If it breaks out the high, I know I want to be out of it. It's been super strong, but for now, looking for that little bit of a curl. And I feel like I forgot all about Cassava Sciences today. Not feel like, I did. I mentioned it one time. So it rejected the 40 break after a huge run at the close. Like it broke 35 and went to 40 yesterday, just on a huge volume right at the close. Well, not quite to 40, but like 39.5. It rejects that top, and now you're sort of sitting here. This is a bit of a sleeping giant. It breaks down, could drop $3 or $4, breaks back up, could go about $2. So don't sleep on that name by any stretch. Beyond Meat looks like when the market reversed. Give it a couple seconds. Yeah, when the market reversed, it wanted to hold. It tried to break VWAP. Now we're right back in that channel. So if you had that 17 long, I think that was a pretty solid trade there. I'm looking for the breakdown and then holding this back into 1650. I've already scalped what I will from 1770 down into 17 even. The rest is holding for that next 50 cents to $1 to that downside. And then Lucid, just in terms of targets, like I'll be out of most of it on the way into VWAP and then try to hold some for 1550. The trend is up on Lucid, right? Trend up doesn't mean you can't have shorts, but it does mean you have to have realistic expectations as to how far it is going to fall if the market doesn't completely flush.
Yeah, I mean, I love realistic expectations, but what's unrealistic to me is what the hell Micron did today on that double downgrade. I was going to say double upgrade.
Screw
it kind
Micron.
of looks like it might be a double upgrade right there. I'm going to take another piece out as Google did crack below right now 101, but it went to 101.91. So we'll take a piece out there at 99 right now. So for Micron, again, like, that's a wick top, but it's not like a huge amount of volume. So, we've just been shorting early. Really, I mean, we're going to be down on Micron, fine. We're up on Apple. We're down small on AMD and on Amazon. Amazon is almost nothing, but Micron's bad and Google's good. So Google good on the short there. I'm debating this short rate now on Micron to come in, but, that 52, I don't know, man. Like, how are you getting double downgraded, chopping down their estimates and everything like that okay, so 52 might have something right here. 52, 52.10, something like that for that. But we've already wicked out that high. So, oh man, wow, 52.10. Okay, I think we're gonna try it. Let's try a short here. I don't know. I'm not gonna do it, guys. I'm not gonna do it. I'm trying to talk myself into a short, but all I've been doing is every time I like it, the short is. Just, it worked okay. There was a couple good shorts here for us, which made it a little bit, less on the pain trade. But right now, maybe there is a short here on Micron. We can always check in on AMD. I'm going to do a little bit on that, and we'll get a little more serious on that trade when we get back from Brendan.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update here on the S&P 500. Nice look, finally. First time this week I've been able to show you a nice green board right across the entire thing. We are positive on the day. It's actually the industrials that are leading right now to the upside. You can see some red in the corner here. These are the airlines. So anything travel related, even the consumer discretionary, the travel related names, all to the downside. I wanted to flip over real quick just to give you a little bit more detail here. Industrials 1.42 on the day. Real estate stocks then 1.2% to the upside, 1.14 for consumer discretionary, as I mentioned. Utilities, healthcare, energy, basic materials, technology, all positive on the session. Nice look. As I mentioned, there's Expedia downside, RCL, LVS, Marriott, CCL, Wynn, and Hilton, all the travel names in the red. Otherwise, this is the tech group here, every single name pretty much in positive territory at this point for tech stocks. Healthcare stocks nicely higher on the day, even the banks trying to follow suit. We mentioned General Mills there, GIS, 7% to the upside off a decent earnings report. So finally, nice green board, guys, 0.5% right now for the S&P. Back over to you.
Go General Mills, boo Kellogg's. I'm contractually obligated, not contractually, it's just my wife doesn't like Kellogg's, so every time cereals come up or any of those names, I just got to say it out there as my solidarity for her. But you mentioned the travel space, and if you remember yesterday on Carnival Cruise Lines, that was, look, it was trying to go to the upside in the morning, right? And then the second it failed that 11 twice, it's like, now I got to find a way into the short. It wasn't until it consolidated, took the short consolidation, and it dropped like a rock. Today, I'm not sure why I didn't favor the short in it. It was below, you could have essentially just given it to that trail we had in the afternoon to 1050. So I wasn't in that. Watching this thing drop to 975, and then just as Brendan's talking, it's like it just rejected 10. Like it's just a coincidence. Like CCL had just rejected 10 2 or 3 times and was breaking down. Like that's always a short setup for me. So I'm now into it at 95s here. I would love to be able to add to this in front of that 10 area, give it back to like 05 to 10, and then see if this can't get back into these lows. As the market rejects the highs, I want to be shorting things that are at resistance or holding resistance or trending to the downside. And I don't feel like jumping into the longs unless I can find something that looks really juicy. I'm not seeing anything I love to the long side, really. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. And I mentioned HKD and that 100 level. I don't know that it hung up above a 100 in that channel for long enough to get that short the first time. It popped 100, got to 104.99. It actually says 99.99, so a dark pool print at 105 essentially, and then flush back into VWAP. Here comes a second test into that channel. So if it fails it twice, I'll try to jump in there. But this spread is a little bit tricky. That's the problem with HKD. If I don't see this actually show better liquidity, I might decide not to trade at all. The shorts were 11 cents a share to short it, but it doesn't mean you have to trade. You pay for locates. You're not forced into a trade. If I can't make it make sense, risk to reward, then I'm not going to get run over by this if it takes out the high.
I did want to say, shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Just messaged me. I must have missed the super chat there. Squanchy, what's up, buddy? A couple bucks there on the super chat. 234 twice. So I don't know if that's 234, I guess. Shout out to you, Squanchy. Thanks for your support on the show as well, man. I mean, everybody out there, thank you so much for your support, and thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for moderating and getting my attention on that one. Sometimes we do miss that. I know Pratt will go through some of the lists as well. Still 53% on the poll, thanks to that one as well. Bears on that. Okay, so look, unfortunately, and I don't know, again, like the market didn't move. I talked about possibly shorting Micron, and then the next thing I know, Micron just starts running against me. So not against me, like down to the downside. I wanted to short up here, but you guys didn't give me a chance. It just started selling off. So we had to unfortunately pay not a great price. So we're short right now 78 on this, but again, giving it up to that 52. I want to put a little bit more on here. Maybe that's what I am after all this, but 51.95 right there would be a spot to put the a bigger position on, and then just give it to that 52.10 area. And again, the reason why 52.10 is just when I'm looking here, there are some wicks up here. I don't know. Like, I don't believe in these dark pool wicks as like an indicator for anything, but for some reason they're at 52.10 on the upside right there. So, and that does coincide with that drop bottom there on the 20th or so. So, watch out for that 52.10. That's going to be an area for me there on Micron. I wish I was a little bit taller and a baller, but I do wish I had a little bit more shares on Micron higher up. So I just, to have made that decision a little bit earlier would have been better. But for right now, we do have that support in the 50s. So if we do come back down to 55, then I'll take that one. I do have, ooh la la, thank you, Mr. Sharif. Wow, this guy's showing up today. Yesterday was chamomile. Today, same thing again.
It does smell
So thank
good.
you so much for that. And I gave him a hard time a little bit ago because I was like, that's my cup, the King of the Grill. And I was just playing around with him. But there he goes. He brings it back to me. King of the Grill, a Father's Day present. Thank you so much.
He's always using our cups.
For that. It's a good cup, man. It's a good cup.
No, I know.
Oh, you use Neil's.
The other day he had someone.
Got to get the man a cup.
One of our viewers gifted us some little trinkets, and he gifted me a pineapple pizza cup. So that's kind of like my mug out there. I usually use the Trader TV. I'll drink some tea in the afternoon with that one.
Billy. That's Billy who was here. I don't know where he is now.
But Sharif, where'd you see Billy? So anyway, but Sharif he'd use that one day, then he had Sean's mug the next day. And it's all good, man. We love you, Sharif. Someone in the chat was just like, Neil never goes long. I was literally long most of yesterday on that rally, especially in Apple. But today we're just
Sean never goes long.
I know we're beneath that 12, we're beneath that 39. So if it's gonna be inside, I don't really have I tried the long in Microsoft, that didn't hold the breakout. I had the breakout in Apple at 138, that didn't hold the breakout. So I could have held that against me. But here's a name that's up 2% that actually is a pretty good looking chart. And sometimes I want to say I'm a bit late to this. I actually wrote down last minute 135 on my iPad on no volume though in the pre-market on Walmart. I don't think I would have actually gotten this trade, to be honest with you. Right at the open, it breaks at 135. But this is a nice trend to the upside, up 2% into a market that's pretty much. We're flat-ish, but we're up 0.5% on the ES. So we are outpacing the market here in Walmart. I like the trend. I'll be trying to buy dips here. And that way, if we take out the tops, then there's something to be able to dig into where you have a stock that's already trending and it's showing you that relative strength. So I'd put Walmart into that bucket. But for now, the shorts are working. We just got below 307 again on Tesla. Google's going to test that bottom again. So
Booyah.
If we don't break resistance, some of these shorts are just gonna be working, but I don't want to sleep on something showing relative strength like I see over here in Walmart. So 135.50, 135, those can be dip buys as long as we're not cratering through the bottoms in the futures. I do favor Walmart longs in front of 135.
Yeah, good short on Tesla. We've got a couple shorts here as well today, trying to work into the money right now for us as well. So Tesla's a good trade. Google down here now did break 101. So there it is, man. Some of these shorts really, really paying off now. And then there's Micron. Spin it for Micron right now. Micron back down into the 50s. Again, no crystal ball, but we thought that this name did have a move back down to the downside right there. So seeking a little bit of revenge here. We don't have as many shares as we had hoped. We were waiting for a little bit higher on this name, but here it comes pulling back in. We'll take another fill at 52 if we can get it. And there it is. Yes, sir. This one requires a bang for sure. There it is. Micron. Getting some of that cash back. 30 cents in the money on Micron, 50 cents in the money on Google, as this name's still crashing as well. As the market's not even, I say crashing, it's just because it's actually breaking down finally out of some of their, and again, we have some bad wicks still happening, but there it goes, $100.80 now for Google. That bottom yesterday was, I don't want to zoom out too much. Was it that? No, we already talked about that. It was not 101. It was right here. So $100.50. So $100.50 next target area for Google. Let's see if it tests there. I'm going to put a bid at $100.70. Then again at 60, and then hopefully we'll still have some shares on board if it does touch that 101. Well, we will have some shares on board that 101.50. But yeah. Good trade there. And again, the first couple trades, not great today. As we shorted AMD, that didn't work. We got out real quick. Thank God we did. That was good risk management. And then the other name that we lost on today was Micron, actually, on that short. But now we wait for that 52 and take it. Should have been a little bit better than that. But all the way down now to the 50 period goes Micron testing 51.50 break.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. I'll show you Tesla here. I did stop out initially on Tesla through 310. But once you hold these resistance levels, you just got to look for that short. Now, I know Lucid's relatively strong. Whoops, that chart. There we go. Lucid relatively strong. It just dipped back down into VWAP, gave me the first fill I got since I've been sitting in this short, and then bounces right back to even money. This one's still very strong trend to the upside. Got to be able to respect it. If it breaks the top, I want to be out. But that 16, it's not just a 3-minute chart. I like this because of where we were and a couple of times that we've taken this trade. Now the third time in the last few sessions where I'm shorting this level. Maybe the third time is not going to be a charm, but it's been a good level for now. That's why I'm working lucid off of this 16 area. Brendan, let's see how that US dollar is doing. I mean, if we're going sideways in the market, I'm going to guess not a ton of movement, but who knows?
Very strong once again today, guys, heading into the interest rate announcement. That is a daily chart for the DXY, and I show you that because we are through that high. So recent highs right now as we're speaking for the DXY, 110.84, 0.5% to the upside so far today. That has everything else on the list back under pressure, including the euro. Yeah, one of its lowest days below parity in quite some time. 98.9 now for the euro, 74.6 for the Canadian dollar. That is a 2-year low for the CAD heading towards the interest rate decision. 113 here for the pound, down 0.4 as well. So lots of negativity on the board because of dollar strength. Russia higher, some geopolitical concerns also helping these moves happen today. There's Bitcoin 1.7 now to the upside. ETH is positive again, 1350 still holding as resistance. But wow, this US dollar, guys, just does not stop. New recent highs once again for the US dollar.
Yeah. I mean, that's horrible news for all these tech companies that deal with, the importing, the exporting, have to pay for parts in US dollars. Like, as US dollars continue to rip higher, man, it's more expensive for, if Intel can do a lot of the work in the United States, then that's fine. But when you're selling your pieces outside, it's not a great idea there. So yeah, strong US dollar, not great for the market, and it's probably going to be a revision down in a lot because in a lot of what the tech earnings might look like. I am expecting more revisions down on earnings, so we'll wait for that. We got a bad report from Ford yesterday on no parts and billion dollars coming through for them.
Well, that was a good long, but it didn't get to 13.
Yeah, I don't know. We didn't look at Ford again today.
Well, I like the 13 long, but it didn't quite get there. Like it dipped down to 13.16, it looks like. So not really close enough. Like when I'm talking 13 long, like yesterday the 14 long was literally at 14.01 and 14.02. I think maybe I would have at best started it at 13.05, defending that level, because you're really only expecting Ford to move 25, 30, 40 cents is pretty good. So I'm not going to be risking 20 necessarily on Ford. But yeah, good long on Ford. I think maybe the afternoon or the relief rally high was about 1370 or so. That could be a bit of a level. But yeah, we're still below that 12,000. Still looks like the shorts are going to be coming in there. And we forgot all about XPeng. I know Brendan brought that one to our attention. It bounced. I want to say it barely resisted going down that 10%. But I haven't done the exact math. It looks like it got very, very close, if not exactly to that SSR mark. The short sell restriction down 10%. Either way, I think it might have cracked it just barely. But also back down to the 19th. Like the beginning of the week, it ran from 1430, got 1650, and back to 1430. So a bit of a temporary bottom, probably why it's going sideways, not really going anywhere. But if the market makes another leg down before Fed, yeah, that 1430 has some room beneath it. Just understand, because it's short sell restricted, harder for the shorts to pile in as it's taking out the low. That's why it slows down when it gets to that mark.
Oh, shoot, we can't short Upstart. I wanted just to look at Upstart right here because it was just a name that I was looking at before. Like, there was on the daily chart here, if we look at the daily chart for Upstart, I was looking at this the other day and just thinking that, you know what, we're going to break this at some point. Oh, God, I got to zoom in a little bit there. But this is a nether shelf on like a really bad name, and it's 2250. We're not really there yet. So, I'm not looking to break that short yet. I just called it up just because, and then all of a sudden, it's a nice move up. I'm like 5% on Upstart. It showed up on the scanner up there. Not a scanner, but just a mover. I was looking to see what was up today. Neil said, what is going long today? Try to find something. But then I saw that Upstart maybe is pulling away from this 2450. So you're well upside. I mean, if it falls back into VWAP or something like that, it's still up 5%. But again, like in a raising rate, like these guys aren't making money. Like in a raising rate environment where, money is king right now. You could put your money and get 3.5%, 4% on cash. So when you're not making that money, it does turn a little bit longer estimates here for profitability and how expensive it is to hold on to cash right now versus heading into an equity. So Upstart, one of those names, still up 5%, but I feel like it does have a downside move here coming for Upstart. So let's just watch out for that. If it does come up near to 24.50 again, I think I'll like that short. Unfortunately, we have to pay for shorts, and we talk about that. We're on a prop floor here. We do have to pay for the right to short some of the names if our broker doesn't have them for borrow. So it's called easy to borrow. Upstart is not on that list. It's pennies. I think you paid for something today. It was like a penny. Was it Beyond?
Beyond Meat was like 1 cent.
HKD was cheap?
HKD was 11 cents.
Oh, that's cheap.
That's why, like, I wasn't sure I was going to trade HKD, but at 11 cents a share, like the last time we traded that, or at least looked to trade it, I'd swear it was like, I want to say it was a couple of dollars per share,
right.
if not more. Yeah, if not.
I thought at one point it was like $20 when it was up to like 2,000 or something.
It was at a price that was just like you weren't doing it.
Yeah,
because if you think about it, like you take a trade, let's just say you short 98 and you're out to 103 or something. That's $5 worth of risk plus whatever you paid to go short.
Plus the spread.
And the spread.
I mean,
so when it was like 15 or 20 bucks a share, plus the spread, plus the risk of taking the trade, suddenly it doesn't work out for a day trader. I just want to quickly mention here, I think it was Frank Jones saying in the chat that all the financials were down, but Morgan Stanley is up. I popped my quote board up, and I have multiple ones, but I have a financial one. Goldman Sachs, some strength here today. So Morgan and Goldman with the rest of that board downside. Brendo, what you got, bud?
Just quickly, guys, before we wrap up here, there was a couple of people asking about Freyer, which was on the upgrade side of the board today, if you were with us in the pre-market. Here it is, FREY. There was multiple brokerages out with a positive note on this, including JP Morgan today. So FREY did make a new high there, but huge volume sell side, guys, still up 15%.
It's yeah, thanks for that, Brendan. Look, that's why you guys got to hit the like button. I mean, random names coming in here. If you guys are day traders, you're looking at your investment portfolio, anything like that. You found the right show. We've talked about gold today. Not much about oil, but crypto, some of these big cap names here. We've talked about the rates, everything. So please, there you go, 3.4K. Let's see if we can get over 3.5 with just a couple minutes to go. Thank you so much. Over 7,500 people watching. Let's get that show on the road as well. Okay, so I might take another fill. I have another bid out here at 80 for Google, but we just dropped to 90. So I think I'm just going to do that. It doesn't look like these stocks want to move too much heading into Fed. So like every 10 cents, come on, give me that 93. We're right there. We're right there. We're holding the level up. We're holding the level up at 93. Okay, we got a part fill there at 93, not everything. You know what, let's just cancel it, whatever. So there's another out there at 90s. We'll see if it can drop back down. My next bid is 80, and then we go on and on and on, all the way down to the downside there. Hopefully for Google. And then Micron gave a little bit of a scare. It went back into the 80s there. I was waiting for 51.95. Maybe that's going to be a short. Let's see if this is the next leg to drop. I have targets. I don't have any bids on Micron until we get down here. So 51.20 there is going to be where Micron. So we'll try to bid like 51.30. Maybe Micron falls down to that level as well. So hey, join us back at 1:45 today. We're going to go live a little bit early so we can discuss the Fed with you, put some plays up on the board. So join us back at 1:45. The midday show is going to kill it as usual.
Oh, they always
But
do.
we'll take it over. We'll talk a little bit more about rates. We'll bring some news to you, see what the odds are at that time. But I think it's still 85% or so, Brendo, at 75 basis points. So looks like we're going to get to 75. And I know you have the poll up, Neil. We started a poll early.
Yes.
If you haven't voted on the poll, do that. First, hit the like button, then vote on the poll. What are the results? Neil has it up.
Well, I was going to say, 5,600 votes on that. The likes are fantastic. We appreciate it. But more votes on that poll. And this tells you about how important it is to have a plan of action today. Because it's 54% bear, 46% bull. Think about all those votes, and almost everybody, we can't decide which way we're going. So in that, and this is my segue to actually putting a long on the board for the first time since 9:50. I think I had a long, maybe the last long was probably before 10 o'clock there. But Walmart, relatively strong. It's actually holding, put a wick bottom right around VWAP at about this 135.5. So I'm long this consolidation as the futures are trying to bounce a little bit here. I have the NASDAQ up, ignore the percentage because that's wrong, but we're trying to bounce off some of these lows. The ES is trying to hold some support as well, so something relatively strong I want inside the channel. If it breaks it, I'm getting out of Dodge and waiting for 135 on Walmart. But Yeah, it's one of those types of days where you got to be very patient until we get 2 o'clock, and even then, 2:30 is when things really kick off, when Powell gets that Q&A. If you got any questions, I know the boys over there are going to answer them. I might need to get on this tea thing with you guys because it smells absolutely delicious. So Trader Pratt and Treef, enjoy the tea and enjoy the show.
You know what time it is. It's going to be the Fed day. It's Wednesday, September 21st. It's your boy Trader Pratt and it's your boy Sharif. We're already in some positions at the moment. You're looking at my CCL position, which didn't really work out the first time I attempted it, so I'm attempting it the second time over here. It's going to be my last time I'm attempting the short on CCL today, which is already weak today, I believe, because of the overall weakness in the market, or at least the expectations of the 100 basis point raise that we're expecting the Fed to come out with at 2 o'clock and 2:30. You'll have Jerome Powell going on the keynote talking about more in general about the economy and about the market. So lots of variables here for us to wait for and be patient. Like I've been saying this whole week, no reason to get into losing positions and give back money today that you worked on all month to get, because 2 o'clock you'll get an amazing opportunity to put some real damage onto the market based on how the equation sets up at that moment.
Yeah, I know, I couldn't agree more, Pratt. Today's a big day, and if you're a regular day trader, you know the importance of this day. We had a big day last week, obviously on the 13th, with the CPI number coming out, and that this is the continuation of that with the Fed's response as to what kind of rate increase we're gonna get to stifle this crazy inflationary period that we've had, highest in 40 years. But you know, you guys already know all that, so let's get into the trades that I'm in. SFIX. I sat down on my desk. I didn't trade this morning. I went to the gym so that I could be at my desk all afternoon for the rate announcement. I get back from the gym. I pop open my scanner, and all I see is SFIX making big boy moves. So I'm in it. I'm profitable in it. I've got 20% left of my position. Got in at that 513 and started scalping on the way out. Currently trading at 521. And then I kind of lost my mind a little bit because I got into HKD. I'm positive on it though, guys. I took that dip trade off VWAP. I noticed here on the chart that you'd had several bounces off that VWAP level. So let's get out of this one. There we go. Oh geez, HKD is it's so spready. Sorry to kind of stop midway there, but I was just trying to see if I could pop up because it's not filling my order. Anyway, so I saw two very clean bounces off that VWAP, and then we're in the midst of a third. So I put my order at that VWAP level. I scalped a little bit out already. I'm positive on it. I've got my order to get out here at 92, I want to say 20. My adjusted cost basis on this is 90.51, so that'll be a $1.50 winner. Small size, obviously, because it is a very dangerous stock. So HKD doing HKD things, up 25% on the day. You guys will recall about a month ago, this went from what, like $3 proudly to like 2,500. So
actually, it went from 100 to 2,000, back to 3, and back to 100.
Yeah, it was all over the map. Like, there's no question about that, right? So SFIX and HKD are my current positions, positive on both, looking to scalp.
Yes, sir. I just took a quick little position on AMC just so my blotter would show up, but I'm not really trading AMC. I want to show you guys LMT. President Putin yesterday coming up on the show, not on the show, on the TV network.
Would we have him on the show?
No, we can't. I don't think so. But you know, on the networks and basically expressing that you know, things might not be looking good. So defense stocks is where all my attention has been today. I tried to take the high day breakout, got stopped out, got in on the low of this range, took some profits, added some more on the way back through to VWAP, and then looking to add some more at the bottom of this range, giving the stop at the low of that range over there as LMT is pulling back. We're slightly out of the money. We're about 80 pennies out of the money on LMT, but you know, I still believe in the long side for this trade. Another defense stock that you guys see that I'm on the long side on is RTX, and it's pulling closer. Actually, it's actually actually right there to my order. So I might as well just take that long right now on RTX and give it till the low a day over here under 87. If 87 breaks, then we just get out of the trade for a sad little loser. Can't really do much about it as the market pulled back to VWAP after rejecting the 12K area. And by the market, I'm talking about the NASDAQ market. The S&P 500 also pulled back to VWAP, but looks like we could just bounce off of VWAP over here for the stocks. So the longs maybe could be fruitful. So I'm just going to work with them a little bit as they are out of the money. And the shorts, which were out of the money, are pulling to the downside for me. So that's also a good thing.
Yeah, no question about that. Let's have a look. These are the ones that I'm watching today, guys. I'm going to bring in my my side chart here. Actually, before I do that, let me just close my HKD position because it looks like it's getting out of a little. Nah, you know, it's okay. Okay, we'll leave that for a little while longer. I thought it was going to flush there. So here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at SLNG, and this was the Halt Fest stock this morning, coming right out of the open, halted once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So careful with this one, holding VWAP, consolidating sideways, but obviously it's on a lot of people's scanners. It's up 110% on the day. So, you know, don't be surprised if it starts making a move towards high of day. And just as I say that, I gotta get out of HKD here. There we go. I'm flat. Yeah, a bit of a loser there. I took out a piece in the positive, but it kind of flushed on me. The spreads are really wild. I should have actually filled at that 92.10 several times, but there was no liquidity at that level. And that's kind of, you got to know that. Second thing I'm looking at, obviously I just mentioned that HKD breaking VWAP, so I'm no longer interested in it. Beside that is BYND. BYND up almost 6% on the day. It's done quite a bit of volume though, holding VWAP, so I'm kind of looking to see what it's going to do. You know, we had that big sell-off yesterday on the news that one of their operating officers, I believe, bit some dude's nose. Yeah, kind of a bizarre thing. From what I'm hearing, he's been suspended, and that's not surprising, obviously, given, you know, you can't be acting like that for a public company, and it breaks the news. Fourth thing I'm looking at here is TELL, T-E-L-L. Kind of, you know, a bit of a slower mover, up from $2.65 at the open, made top wick at $3.33. It's currently above VWAP. I like that. Looking for possibly a dip trade. Then SFIX is the one I just told you guys about that we're positive on, that we're scalping. And then lastly, but not least, is NVTA. Kind of a little bit off my radar now since it broke VWAP quite decisively here on its way down. So those are the 6 small cappers that I'm looking at for the day in case you are interested in that. So those are the ones that I'm looking at, but the ones that I'm currently trading are SFIX because we just closed our HKD position, and I'm looking for that $5.22 break before I scalp out another piece. I've got 20% left, Brad.
Right on. I'm looking at Li Auto. So once again, I took the lower day break on Li Auto, which was around yesterday's, not yesterday, but the week range low. So taking that week range low break didn't really work out for me. It pushed against me. So, you know, instead of taking that the price under the week range low and getting stopped out, I added to my position, giving it till the risk of the range high. So 23.71 was my risk. Never really breaking, and now pushing to the downside is our boy Li Auto in our favor. So let's see how much money can we make on this position as the market brings down the rest of the shorts along to the south side. But sadly, LMT, which was our position for the long side, we got stopped out. We had one winner on this trade, and the rest of them were not really winners. So even though the stock is up 2%, it's been a little bit hard. If you didn't have the entry from the open itself, the rest of them you were just going to battle this position because the spread would open up 50 cents to 20 cents, 50 cents to $1 sometimes, and it would be hard to manage your risk, obviously. So a little bit lighter on the volume end that I'm taking. The size that I'm taking was a little bit on the lighter end compared to how much size I'm taking on Li Auto or CCL or UL or anything, and just managing your risk accordingly. Even right now, honestly, if I was to revenge trade it, I would jump into this position right now. But notice what I said to our boy Sharif yesterday. As soon as I even recognize myself using such terminology, such as revenge trading, I'm hoping, I'm praying, I instantly jump away from that position. That sounds like gambling to me. You know, I do that on the weekends on sports betting anyways. There's no point to do that from Monday to Friday when it's my job, right? So I'm going to move away from LMT here. You were good to me until you weren't, but I still believe in the long side for this guy. And UAL now finally heading back to the downside for me. I was waiting for this position. Actually, right before the show got put on, I was fighting the orders for it. I just didn't want to cross too far to the downside to get the orders. So I just threw out an order there at VWAP. Thankfully, right before the show started, it does pull back into that area, gives me my fill. I had my stop thrown out, never really got stopped out. So now I believe that I do have an appropriate stop. If the market keeps on pulling back down, my shorts on the board that you guys see will pay me. And if the market pulls back up, I'm shorting stocks that are relatively weak on the day, such as UAL, because I believe they pulled 18 flights or something of Boeing 777-222. You didn't hear about that?
No.
Yeah, so they pulled a bunch of flights and they had to cancel a bunch of flights for the testing of it. When they tested it, they realized that there's actually going to be fixture to be required on those flights. So now there's more delays and more flight cancellations on UAL because of Boeing's problems on their end. So because of that, UAL down today 4.3%. But you would expect that you know, it's Boeing's fault that UAL is going down, so Boeing should be down also. If you pull up Boeing today, Boeing's actually up 1.12%. So that has me scratching my head.
Yeah.
That has me going, huh? What's going on here?
Well, I was watching early this morning when I got up that the defense contracting stocks were all up on the day, and that was as a result of Putin's comments yesterday regarding you know, the warmongering. We're not going to get into that, but the defense stocks reacted to that, and they have Boeing up there as well because they make fighter jets, and it was down on the day.
Oh, you're right.
But now I guess Boeing's popped up after the bell. Earlier it was down. But you know what's really gotten my attention? I don't know if Brendan talked about this in the morning because I was at the gym, but XPEV, Lee, and NEO all taking it on the chin today, and not lightly either. XPEV is down 9.6% on the day. Lee down 7.34, and NIO 6.3. They stand out here. This is my EV watch list here, guys. So you know they're clearly standing out from the bunch. Tesla only down a measly 0.46% on the day, and BYDDF, even BYD is kind of, you know, usually doesn't move with XPEV, NEO, and Lee, but it's down. Looking at the Chinese ADRs, this could be a Chinese ADR issue because look at my Chinese ADR watch list here. It is a sea of red, save and except for maybe Billy and Weibo, excuse me, and maybe JKS, which is kind of usually paired in with the solar stock. So interesting move on the Chinese EVs, interesting move downward on the Chinese ADRs. Not really 100% sure what is up with that. I didn't really hear any China news this morning, but then again, I wasn't usually as attentive as I am because you know, I went out yesterday. So now let's go back to SFIX. We're looking to push closer to day's high here. If I'm right, I believe day high on SFIX is 521. We're currently trading at 519. I got 520 on the ask here, so we're looking for that break of that 521 to scalp the last little piece that we've got on SFIX. But I mean, I don't even know why I'm getting out of it. I don't even know why I'm rushing to get out of it. Look at this, guys. It's just one directional chart on this one. Yeah, you got a couple of pullbacks here, here, and here. But for the most part, it's moving up, and I really need a better reason to get out of it other than scalping. It's not even that aggressive in its move. Let's look at the 5-minute chart here to see if I can glean anything out of this that would, you know, kind of entice me to get out earlier. I don't see anything. Maybe I'll wait for the first 5-minute candle to go red because I don't see any here. The last two were at that 10:30 and 10:35 time slot, Brad. So I'm going to hold on to my SFX long until I have a reason to get out.
Yeah, people in the chat are looking at PayPal. Apparently, PayPal been ridiculously strong. I believe a couple of days ago on Monday also it was a little strong. It was this Monday, 19th. No, 19th was yesterday. Okay, I can't find it. Either way, PayPal today up 2% and trying to push towards that $95 level is what I would expect, at least the way it's moving at the moment. Market actually bouncing off of VWAP, so a couple of my shorts got stopped out. That would be UAL and CCL. So UAL finally breaking that resistance high of 36.70 and now pushing back into a little bit of a higher range. So we're going to let that stock go. We're not going to bother with that anymore. CCL had a little bit of a size on 10.05. So 10.05 had size. We were just waiting for that 10.05 to break to get stopped out. If 10.05 didn't break, which it was rejecting for a while actually, so we were short in front of that. So that was the setup over there. It breaking, now we're just gonna have to let it go. Maybe it squeezes up to 10.12, maybe even higher than that, up to 10.28, 10.30, where the 100-period EMA is. Market's trying to clearly push back up to the north side over here. Lee Auto though, not moving back, even though the market just had a nice little pop up and took out a couple of our shorts there. So Lee Auto pulling back to the downside. As your boy Sharif was mentioning, you know, the EV sectors has been extremely weak today. So continuing on that weak side is the same stock, LI. NIO, I believe, had a catalyst today actually, which sounded positive to me. I'm gonna pull up our watch list. Here's NIO. They're gonna have about how many? 1,000 battery swapping stations outside of China by 2025. Mainly aiming to have it in Europe. Expanded EV will begin selling in this year in Germany and other markets. Who's the co-founder of NIO. So NIO getting ready to have a massive expansion push across the board, not only in China, but also outside of China, aiming to have 1,000 battery changing stations. That's a lot. Obviously, we had that conversation earlier about what we think about battery changing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can trust that and whatnot. But if proper regulations come in, and proper rules are set into place, like the wafer emission rules, like the cars have emission rules. This can't be more than that. That can't be more than this. If proper rules like that come into EVs and batteries and stuff too, which I believe they will, then we might not have to worry about it that much.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And we all know about California banning the sale of ICE vehicles. I believe 2035 or 2030? ICE, internal combustion engine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, a little quick acronym there for, yeah, so I don't know if it's 2030 or 2035. Anyway, so California taking the lead on that. So, you know, once that starts, it's kind of like a domino effect. Others will follow. But you know what's interesting about NIO, and I think we talked about this earlier on the show, not earlier, but previously, was that their charging stations are like these little social clubs. You pull in your car, it's kind of like a Jiffy Lube. You park your car, you go into the lounge area, there's like drinks and like it's like a social club. You go in there, you're hanging out, you're talking with like-minded people. Electric vehicles are not cheap in China, so you're part of a particular social class if you own an EV in China. And so the idea is there you're associated with like-minded people or people of the same ilk, so to speak. And yeah, so there's like that whole social aspect of it in China that I've been made aware of, not that I personally experienced, obviously. So it's super interesting why these ones are going down. Now, the chat was saying something about Chinese leadership coming out and warning the country to prepare for war. So I did a little quick Google search with respect to that to see if it was accurate. And it looks like some things are coming up here with respect to that. China preparing for war against us. That's what the Taiwanese foreign minister said. That was 2 weeks ago. And then the diplomat, I'm not even sure what the credentials are of this website, the diplomat, how China's military is preparing with war with Taiwan. Anyway, the chat saying something about Chinese ADRs being down because of, you know, some warmongering going on in the mainland China. Not saying that's accurate, don't have that information myself, but I saw a lot of interesting comments in the chat with respect to that. SFIX made a new high of day, but you know, as is typical these days, once it makes a new high, it flushes down. Not an aggressive flush down, so I'm holding. I'm going to continue to hold. It looks like it's respecting the 20-period EMA quite nicely here. You know, it's wicked below it ever so slightly on a couple of occasions, most notably here at that 11:08 time slot, and then you know, it closed below it even just very briefly here at the 10:39 and 10:40 time slots. So I'm looking for a decisive break of the 20 period. Earlier I said I would take the first 5-minute candle to make a new low. No, I'm going to look for a decisive break below that 20 period. I do ideally want to hold this into the 5:30, you know, 5:28 level. Here maybe we get up to that 10%. That's not, you know, that's not too much of an ask for a stock like SFIX. But as I look to my side here to the right, for my other cappers, I don't see anything really making a move. HKD consolidating sideways. Now let's bring this in so you can follow along. HKD moving to the side here on the 1 minute chart. Likewise with SLNG hugging VWAP like a glove. TEL making a move back down into VWAP. This might be an interesting area to take along. So what I'll do is I'll flip to TELL on my other chart here and see if some volume comes in to justify taking a long, Prad.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I like that analysis. I'm currently looking at Shopify. Shopify yet to still break that 29 bottom that it created after post-split. And on a day like today where the markets are not really red, and they're not green either. I mean, they are green, but they're just flat in my opinion. You know, NASDAQ up 0.2, S&P 500 up 0.4, and just hanging around VWAP at the moment. As we go into FOMC, you can expect a lot of muted volume action, market volume naturally dying down over the course of the day until we go up to 2 o'clock. People looking to get out of their position. So if you see stocks that were up on the day and pulling back, that's because people are just, you know, deleveraging themselves before 2 o'clock comes in. Why would you be in any positions before 2 o'clock? It's just absolute gamble, right? Unless you know the answer of to what direction the market is going to go to.
Tell us.
Then I don't really understand why anyone would even sign up for that risk. Currently, Shopify, man, up 1.8%. There was some size on 3160, but I don't see it anymore, so I'm going to pull my order off that breakout order that I wanted to take. Also, 1125, breakouts are not really the type of trades you want to be looking for at this type of day. Market already, like I said, looking to have lower volume periods. So breakouts have less oomph, less of a push behind it to follow through. So hands off on that order. I'm going to pull it out. Biden apparently speaking live, apparently 13 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, he's still talking.
Oh, he's still talking. Climate change has a growing human cost. So maybe we can look at some climate change stocks such as FSLR.
Oh, true.
And maybe some other solar stocks such as RunW. FSLR today actually was up on the day. What was that, Fahad?
Social sentiment.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear you clear enough. Yeah, real quick on FSLR, because Biden talking about solar stocks and climate change stocks. So here's the climate change stock for you, up 2.66%. And sadly pulling back at the moment while the market's pulling back too. Let's go to social sentiment at the big screen with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on what's being discussed on social media. At this point, throughout the morning, we've had a bit of a change once again. If you're with us in the pre-market, the first time we looked at this, it was very, very red. More positivity back in play, though, at this point this morning. This SLNG, speaking of natural gas stocks, SLNG popping up on news this morning. EVAX with its own story as well. Beyond Meat back to the upside being discussed on socials as well. Look at HKD. Huge move this morning, back higher on heavy volume as well. All kinds of attention on social media. The SPY here, the Qs here. MJAM back downside so far today. Both Mullen, AMC, and APE up here. All three of them in negative condition at this point. Alibaba, I saw pop up earlier this morning to the green side. We've seen some pressure come back into the Chinese names, including the EV-related Chinese stocks, back downside now for Alibaba as well. That's a look at social sentiment at this point this morning, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I just want to address something that Waka Waka said in the chat here, building on the Chinese issue that we were talking about. He says, Chinese President Xi Jinping urged the Chinese military to focus on preparing for military action. He made the call at a conference on national defense and military reform in Beijing. TASS reported, not confirming or denying the accuracy of that. Just it's an interesting tidbit given that the Chinese ADRs are all red on the day. Have a look at my screen here. We looked at this earlier. Chinese plays, that's what I call my Chinese watch list here. And there you go. Fahad, if you could just come to my screen for a sec. There we go. So this is the Chinese watch list here. And for the exception of JKS and Weibo, everything else is red. And it's not by small amounts. Baba down 5.25% on the day. We already talked about NEO and XPeng being 9.8% down, and Lee down 7.8. NIO, was down 7.2 a second ago, now 6.22. You get it. You get the theme. Chinese ADRs are down on fears that, things may be heating up over there. And that's just the way that's kind of the world we live in, to be honest with you.
Someone get this guy a doctor, man. This guy needs a doctor, honestly.
What's happening over
Bob
there?
needs a doctor. This
Why?
guy's always holding a body part. He's always in pain. He's always like, little Habibi over there always getting injured, man. Come on, Habibi, stop getting injured. SOBR. Actually, this catalyst for SOBR is very interesting to me. I don't know if you've heard about this one. This one is apparently the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, wants all cars in the future or in the near future to have a breathalyzer, not a breathalyzer, sorry, but a drunk driving prevention method, and also the speed driving method. And I think the cars that are really set up to take advantage of this before any other company can would be your companies that send you updates via
the net,
update.
Yeah,
exactly, right?
Sure.
So like Teslas, over the air, Teslas and so on. All that is a simple software update for already implemented lasers in the car, already implemented a lot of stuff. Obviously the breathalyzer or however they want to do the impaired testing, driving in the car before you even start the key, then I would love to see this new technology that they will have to implement for this, because you can't force everyone to blow in a pipe before they drive their car.
Well, and the thing is, there are ways
that.
around these, obviously, by having passengers
Other people blow it into you.
Yeah.
I would just carry a leaf blower with me every time and just leaf blower right into the breathalyzer.
This guy's already figured out a hack to it.
I'm out here, man. I'm always thinking about hacks, man. You know me. Always got to think about how to beat the system. Otherwise, the system will beat you into zero. So you always got to beat the system. So, you know, I'm always already thinking, not that I'm going to drink or drive, you know.
No.
Never drink or drive. No, don't even drink and trade, honestly.
Yeah, why would you bother with that when you got Uber now? Everything's so much simpler than it was before. To be honest with you, you had to hail cabs. Cabs were so much more expensive and they were inaccessible in farther out regions outside the city. That's not really the case anymore. You got an app and someone comes pretty damn quick. But I want to tell you something. In a previous career, when someone was convicted in Canada, we call them impaired operation or over 80 or refusal or care and control. There's 4 technically DUI things in Canada. We don't call it DUI though. But anyway, one of those, if you did that and you blew over double the legal limit, which is 0.160. In Canada, 0.08 is the legal limit. So if it's considered an aggravating circumstance, if you blow over double the limit, you were not allowed to use the interlock device. Because what judges typically did was they allowed you to use it. It's a 1-year suspension for your first offense. Yeah. But if you didn't blow too much over, they would let you use the interlock device, the interlock being the breathalyzer in the car to turn on the ignition after like 6 months. But if you blew over, you couldn't drive for that 1 full year, and they'd usually add a little bit on. So that interlock device, it's been used for decades and decades. I'm sure they perfected the technology. Now it's just a matter of including it in the car. But how do you feel about that in terms of like freedoms and stuff like that? What's your opinion?
Dude, I'm always for better drivers. I come from a city where people don't know how to drive a normal car, so
That's
trust
very
me.
true, yeah.
For anyone, like I'm also a kid who knows, I have like, you know, really fast driving charges and whatnot too. And I know like kids in my area in Brampton, like they just get these fancy cars all the time, right? Their parents are just buying them these nasty, nice looking cars, and they're just driving super fast and on normal streets. So any way to stop like more Prads to come out and then go super fast with the Corolla or whatever, I'm always for that. I'm always for that, and I'm always for the betterment of, you know, people, because this is what my brother taught me after going through all those experiences. It's like driving is not a privilege. No, it's a privilege. It's not a right. It's not a right. Yeah. So it's like if you lose it, you gotta you lose it. Yeah. You can't be an idiot and just do whatever you want just because you have a car.
There's other people out there, true, right? Yeah. SFIX guys pushing towards the new high of day here. Looks like we topped out on this peak at $5.23. I've got an order to go out $5.24. So if we break here and make new high of day, I'll be out. Looks like we got $5.24 on the ask, and we just got filled. We're out. So very profitable trade on SFIX there with good size. And I exercised a little bit of patience, so happy about that. Looking for the next thing to get into here, but all the charts on my side view show me that, you know, they're all either shorts or they're not ready to go long yet. And here it is. These are the 6 small cappers I'm looking at today. Read them out to you earlier, save and except for BYND, which is not a small capper, obviously, but it was showing up on my scanner. So nothing to speak about with respect to small cappers for the moment. Let's take a look at the big cappers. We talked ad nauseum about these yesterday. We kept saying Apple and Tesla were the stronger of the bunch. It looks like that's not the case today. Having just a cursory view here on these 1-minute charts, I kind of feel like Amazon is kind of the leader of the pack, so to speak, decisively above VWAP here by all of 30 cents, and I shouldn't have said decisively there. Only 30 cents above VWAP. Meta obviously had that huge sell-off earlier in the day. It just reclaimed VWAP and is hugging it. Microsoft below VWAP by, you know, 50 pennies or so. Yeah, about 25 pennies, 30 pennies or so. And Google just reclaimed VWAP with a surge of volume coming in. Look at that green candle coming in there. And then Tesla below VWAP as well. So it looks like Amazon and Tesla are not going to lead. Apple and Tesla are not going to lead like they did yesterday, at least not for the moment. I'm looking at Google. I'm looking at Amazon as the standouts today, but that's just my opinion. So go ahead, Brad.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at UAL and CCL. Someone in chat said CCL is going down without you. I mean, what? It went down 10 pennies or 5 pennies without me? Whatever. I'm over it. What I'm noticing is both these stocks have the exact same pattern, and I was on the same direction for both of them, and I paid the price for it. I'm not going to bother with it. Clearly, that they want to change the trend and push to the north side. They're both above VWAP at the moment, and they're both away from the 50-period EMA, which is not that far. So in my opinion, they're going to most likely go towards the 50-period EMA at this point and then reject off of that, or even the 100-period EMA and then reject off of that. Maybe I'll look for an entry over there, but I'm just managing my positions that I have on board right now, which is Raytheon Technologies long, RTX. And we also have the Li Auto Short, LI. Li Auto Short in the money, 17 cents. We took some profits already out at the kind of like low a day, I guess, around those lows. We got more moves to the downside that we're expecting for Li Auto to present us with. And RTX, we're expecting more longs to come out of that. But once again, just keep in mind, you know, we're not looking to get into any positions here that don't look like they're picture perfect A+ setups for the rest of the time until FOMC comes out. FOMC will be at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Luckily for you guys, we will be throwing on the show at 1:45 to Neil, Sean, and Brendan 15 minutes earlier than normal. And I believe later today, Ian's coming on?
Yeah, Ian will be on at 12:30.
Right, so Ian will be on, so you guys will see what setups that Ian has been trading today, what his opinions are for the FOMC, what he's expecting, how he plans to trade it. I could dive into how I plan to trade it. I plan to trade the futures, the gold market, maybe the bonds market a little bit, TLTs and so on, and really look for the move after 2 o'clock. The 2 o'clock moves, let the algorithms and the robots and the people who have fear in them, the FOMO of missing the move and the FOMO of losing money. Let the people with fear get shaken out by the algos, then I'll jump in afterwards where actual moves will start to happen, and we don't have to worry about it that much anymore, right? Yeah, let the boo boo beep boo finish up.
Yeah, and we've this is not our first rodeo. We've been through many FOMC meetings, and we know typically that we get an initial reaction off the actual release of the interest rate, and then when Papa Powell comes on the mic and starts dropping the lines, that's when the real move comes in and the more sustained move. So it's going to be about what Powell says today and how hawkish or dovish he sounds to the market. Oftentimes, you can literally have the stream on YouTube, despite the fact that I've noticed, and I'll just digress for a second, that the YouTube stream seems to be behind, even though it is live from whatever the FOMC channel or whatever it's called. It's behind the TV stream. So the TV stream on CNBS seems to come in a little bit quicker than the YouTube one. Just putting that out there, because what's happened to me in the past where I've seen the chart react, and then I've heard the words that made the chart react like 10, 15 seconds later, and that's because of the delay in the stream, obviously. So keep that in mind. If you see an aggressive move on the chart while Powell is talking, that's probably because either your stream is delayed or whatever. Someone heard it first and reacted to it. So I just want to mention that. That's something that I've noticed in the past. But what I've really noticed right now is we're only at 3.6 thousand likes, but we've got 6,200 votes.
Yes.
Like, what's up with that? You guys can take the time to vote, but you can't take time to hit. Smash the like button, man. Come on, we're on here every day. Neil and Sean are coming on a whole half an hour early to kind of get you guys ready for the FOMC meeting. Smash that like button. Let's get that like count to 4,000. I don't think I'm asking too much. We gave you a bunch of winners yesterday. I gave you already one winner today with SFIX. Smash that like button, guys. Come on. I'm asking from the bottom of my heart. Let's get to 4,000.
Yeah,
now,
baby. Yes, sir.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Someone in chat said, we don't ever mention Tesla. Well, yeah, let's go check out what Tesla is doing. Because Tesla is a scam, says Dave Campbell. I don't know if I would say Tesla is a scam, but the reason why I don't really trade Tesla, I don't have the unless Tesla really does something crazy, some crazy moves, right? Like, then I'll go trade Tesla. Besides that, look at what Tesla's doing today, just rejecting VWAP. Even though the market's up, Tesla's down and bleeding. It is going in the direction of the rest of the EV sector. Why do you guys in chat, Rolling Records, trade? Oh, you're talking about Biden, not me. Oh,
Is he still talking?
I thought you were talking about me, brother. I'm sorry, I apologize. You're right.
He's talking about nuclear war,
That's because he hates Tesla. You know that. He's been anti-Tesla for so long. Elon even mentions that, like, where's the Tesla mention? You're talking about, this company, that company, Ford this, Ford that. But Tesla is the number one company helping climate change. And you never mentioned it. So, like, I get it. Look, if I'm funding you money and I'm Ford, would you talk about anyone other than Ford?
No, but
exactly.
you're an American president. You got to be talking about American companies.
There's a segment on the show says money talks, and that's all I need to say. Money talks. There's a segment on the show that says money talks. That's all I have to say. Once Elon cuts that check, then I think we're going to hear some little bit.
You know what happened? I mean, remember Biden?
Elon no cutting checks. That's Elon's problem. Elon is
well, he doesn't even spend on advertising.
That's his problem. Stop. You need to cut some checks, Elon. Come on.
Yeah, he does his thing a little bit differently.
Speaking about cutting checks, cut me a check, Elon. I've been boosting your company's portfolios for so long now. Cut me a check. I would love it. But no, we're still watching Raytheon over here. We're still watching the market holding up at VWAP. And since we're talking about Tesla anyways, we'll just mention the point that I was getting to. You know, why do people in the chat trade SOXL and SOXX? Instead of just trading XOXS instead of SOXX. It's because of the price of the stock, right? $300 is a little expensive for people. Some people might not even have the buying power to take like 10 shares on this stock sometimes. So because of that, they go to a little bit of a cheaper price. So what am I doing? I'm trading Li Auto, which is a $23 stock, which technically is should be going in the same direction as Tesla, but Tesla a little bit stronger than Li Auto. Li Auto just getting clapped to the downside today, 7.9% to the downside, and we're taking profits at 22 cents.
Yeah, I got to agree with everything Prad just said there. SLNG making a bit of a move off VWAP. Like, look at this. I mean, this was the halt fest earlier in the day. Popped open there right at 9:30. Popped up, halt. Popped up, halt. Popped up, halt. Popped down, halt. Popped up, halt. So a whole bunch of halts in there. Now it looks like it's kind of breaking. Well, not really, to be honest with you. We had a bit of a top here. I'd say about 10.92. The better level is probably 11. If we get a decisive break of that $11 level, then we're looking in at around that 11.50 where we're going to encounter the next resistance. And then obviously top wick on this bad boy is 12.25. Is that accurate? Let me see here. 12.32, sorry, is top wick on SLNG. But I just saw an interesting move off here. I'm looking for that $11 break. If we $11 breaks on SLNG, it'll definitely get me interested. Up 112.5% on the day. So this is on everybody's radar who's using a scanner anyway. And most day traders are using scanners, that especially trade in these small cappers, right? Because that's how you know they're moving, because they're not popular. So let's also have a look at the futures here. This was an interesting bounce. I had this leveled at 39.04 going back to Monday, actually, and it ended up being a pretty interesting level, bouncing off 39.05 and then plummeting it back down. And this level here, 38.86, I've been talking about this level since Monday as well, bouncing off there several times. Like, look at this, 1, 2, and then barely off here, 3. So those levels are proving to be interesting if you're going to play the range from the top to the bottom or bottom to the top, whatever, if you're long inclined or short inclined. So the futures, you kind of obviously not doing much in terms of movement, but bouncing off key levels that we've had for quite some time. What else is popping off here? Let's see. Nothing going on in small cap world. And yeah, that's basically it. What's up, Bradley?
I'm actually going through a couple super chats over here. So let's, when did this open up? We don't even use this. That's the CNBS watch list over there. So we're going to close that one. What was I just going to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to look at the super chats, address some super chats. Messages. We got Bears versus Bull right here. Bang, bang, bang. Where we at? Squanchy. I haven't seen that username in a while. What's up, Squanchster? If you're still in the chat at the moment. Close super chats. Okay, so we have some super chats from yesterday that we missed out. I guess only 2. A renewal of membership. Watch JUNS tomorrow. Let's go Niners. What is Niners?
49ers.
Oh, San Francisco?
Yeah.
Hey, look at this guy.
Look at me, bro.
He's dropping knowledge. I like it.
First with the T Hill, now with the 40. No, I'm out here, baby. Only day
Neil
one.
is shaking his head. I love when Neil shakes his head. It's so funny.
Watch JUNS. So yeah, let's go check out JUNS real quick. JUNS on NASDAQ, on New York, on Amex, on Pink Sheets. I can't find it at all. So let me see if I can find what market it's on. JUNS is on NASDAQ. Is it Juniper? Oh, Jupiter. Never mind. JUNS on NASDAQ. My chart's not loading at the moment for this, so not really sure what's going on with this stock, honestly. But thank you for the super chat is what I can say for the yesterday if we missed out on that, or the renewal of the membership. It's an IPO?
It's not coming up on my thing either.
Okay,
so,
that makes sense. So probably waiting for the stock to IPO in the near future, probably 10, 20 minutes, an hour. We don't really know, but we're waiting for it to IPO. But thank you for the call out, Shock Industry. Shock Industry also coming with a $2 super chat at the end of the day, asking for the Magic 8 Ball. Sadly, Magic 8 Ball is a Sean thing. We'll leave it there. No, we'll leave it there. It's a Sean thing. You're going to have to wait for him to come back at 1:45. Maybe you can do the Magic 8 Ball right before the FOMC to see what the 8 Ball thinks. That would be a little cool thing to do. Little super chats from the morning that we missed out. Bought EVAX and CLNN. Both great news. Have a great day. Thanks for the show. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Jose. Let's quickly check out these 2 stocks. EVAX on NASDAQ, I'd guess. Yep. 35 million shares today on this bad boy. EVAX with the relative volume of 383. Wow, what flag is this? Switzerland flag? Denmark flag. So it's a Denmark stock, EVAX, a positive catalyst, up 59% on the day with 35 million shares traded. Slightly under VWAP, but I can see that it's clearly forming a nice base in front of $2.80 and allowing the stock to get back above 3. If FOMC comes out good, maybe the stock could have another run at high a day. Not really sure what happens if FOMC comes out bad for it though. CLNN on the opposite direction, down 2%. Only 184,000 shares traded on the day for a $2 stock, which doesn't sound good to me. Yeah, the relative volume is 0.32, very low on the volume end. The other stock, however, that you mentioned, beautiful volume coming into play compared to relative scale.
Guys, SLNG. Told you that 11 break would be key. Have a look at the chart. Just have a look at the chart. Breakthrough 11. Now we top wicked here at 11.85. I got in at 11.13 or so, 11.12, something like that. And just look at that dip down. I'll talk about that dip down in a second. Scalped a little bit out here at 11.20s, and then my top was 11.32. So a little bit of a scalp on SLNG. But, you know, as is 2022 doing 2022 things, which is making a new reset high and then flushing. That's just the kind of the thing that happens with these. I'm going to keep saying it every day because if I say it every day, it'll remind myself and it'll remind the viewers so nobody is caught holding these longer than they should. There's a reason I scalp them, and this is the reason why I scalp them. Look at that. If I had held, I got in here at 11:40, and the flush came in at 11:43. That's all of 3 minutes, guys. You know what I mean? Like 3 minutes is not a long time to hold these stocks. So that's why I scalp them the way that I do. Anyway, positive on this stock, but look at that move up. Look at that move up right until 11:33. I thought it was going to be a halt candidate breaking through that 12. Not to be. Bouncing back. And what's interesting here is it's bouncing off VWAP at that $10.60 level. So I wonder if this is an interesting area to take it long. But it really hasn't respected VWAP to the T here. Look at these breaks of VWAP here. Like there's a trough that goes all the way down to that 991. It breaks VWAP again here and making a low at 1022. Breaks VWAP here again at 1011. So it really hasn't been respecting VWAP all that much, so I'm less inclined to take a trade off a specific level, which is VWAP here. So I'm gonna continue to watch this one. If we get some renewed volume coming in, some green volume, I'll take another long. But 11 was the level here, given these two peaks. There was a clear resistance level, it broke through 11 decisively, and it gave you almost 85 cents. Yeah. Of profit if you took it right at 11. I didn't take it right at 11. I took it at 11.13. Because I was distracted, obviously. But yeah, SLNG still definitely on my watch, looking good into the afternoon. Nothing more to report on in small cap world here. Sadly, they're all pulling back, doing nonsensical things. Can we glean anything from the watch list here, which is interesting? I see crypto is a little bit strong today, Bradley. Coin is up 5.7%. Mara up 6.53%. Let me bring down my my scanner here. I gotta hide that. There we go. Have a look at my cryptocurrency watch list here. The majority of it's green, save and except for FTFT, which is kind of like a nothing burger. It's a 44-cent stock. I just have it there from a while back. Probably should take off Solo and BTBT because I don't really like following stocks that are $1. I'll trim this one down when I get home. But yeah, look at it. Decent move here in crypto. Let's have a look at the crypto. Let's see what BTC is up to. Yeah, so it's not bad. It's made decent moves on the day. We look at the 7 o'clock. Looks like the buying started coming in at that 6 o'clock time slot, and we were at 18,858 at the time. Looks like we made top wick here at 19,477. So nice, decent move on crypto today going into the FOMC meeting, Prad.
Yeah, people in the chat said you should use the magic 8-ball to see if you're gonna get married in December. So
I could tell you that already.
I didn't use
yes,
it.
Sean.
I used
yes,
the crystal
Sean.
ball. I used the crystal ball in the chat instead. You're not even letting me finish the joke, man. I used the crystal ball in the chat instead. The first time it said...
There's one in the chat?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the one that I made for our show. That's their show. Give their show stuff back.
This is
it's
cool,
their
though.
props.
Okay, go on.
But our show prop, I used it. The first time it said ask again, so I waited a bit. I asked it again. It said ask again later. So the third time, I changed my question completely.
Okay.
And I just said, am I getting married in December? It said most likely.
There you go. The truth comes out. What is the April? This is for confirmation. This is just for confirmation.
Confirmation bias.
This is for
okay.
confirmation.
This
All right.
is confirmation
so,
bias.
8-ball, will Bradley get married in India in December?
You have to ask it and then shake it.
Okay. Will Prad get married in India in December and come back with a wife? What does that say? I don't see it.
I don't see nothing.
I see bubbles, man. Sean, how does this thing work?
Nothing.
I see bubbles. I know, I did, and it's bubbly. Sorry.
Shook it too much, man. Come on.
I shook it too much, apparently, guys. I'm sorry. What does it say? Okay, here we go. Better not tell you. Okay. We'll try again in 5 minutes. I just want to shout out Shock Industry, who sent a $5 super chat. Appreciate that. His question is for our quest today. I'm not. Maybe we're questing. I guess we're on FOMC quest. If we get a 75 basis point hike, isn't the economic projections that are going to pick? Isn't it the economic projections that are going to pick the market direction? Yes. If by economic projections you're talking about the comments that Powell will make in his speech at 2:30, I would say so. So yes, what I've noticed anyway is when we get the anticipated rate hike. So on previous occasions it's been 50 and we got 50. the market just kind of trends sideways, you know, and then it'll move once Powell comes to the podium and then starts talking and giving more details into, you know, what the Fed is thinking. You guys remember Jackson Hole. I don't have to tell you that Friday, the Friday from hell, so to speak, where, well, boom to the downside because he sounded quite hawkish. And I'm not saying that he's going to be like that today, but it's a possibility. So, yeah, that's it for that, Brad. I just want to shout out for the shock industry there.
Yeah, man. More super chats for us to go through. We got a $1.99 super chat. Starbucks resistance is insane. How does that long look? Not sure what long you're talking about on Starbucks, but I would have to look at it. But thank you for that super chat. Obviously, the trade was at 9:37, so probably elapsed by now as we're at 11:54, and it's time for Sector Watch with Brenda.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update on the S&P 500 right now. A nice green board still to show you at this point this morning. It's about 0.5% for the S&P 500. Still some areas of note, however. One of those in the consumer discretionary group, we're still seeing weakness in some of the travel-related names. LVS leading the way right now. 5.25% as far as the casinos are concerned. RCL, CCL, NCLH, all the cruise lines here, Marriott, Expedia, and so on. So up here then in the industrials group, these are the airlines, Delta, UAL, and AAL, 3.25 through 3.7. Alaskan and Love here, Southwest as well. Everything else nicely offsetting this weakness, though. So industrial stocks are actually positive on the day at this point. Here's the tech group. Every single name basically in positive territory. Financials having a pretty good day. Healthcare stocks as well. General Mills, we mentioned, decent earnings report there. 7.2% higher on the day for GIS, dragging the rest of this group, including some of the retailers here. Walmart popping out there, 2.5% on the day for Walmart. So nice looking chart, or a nice looking board, I should say, as we head towards the noon hour, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, Walmart. Someone in chat actually earlier said to look at Walmart. Yeah, look at this position now at 137, and even Brando just now mentioning that stock up 2.4% on the day, bouncing from VWAP not too long ago and pushing right back to create a new high of day around $137, only shy by 9 pennies as the high of day from 137. So I'm just calling it 137. Look at this beautiful range also for the daily. This is each candle is 1 day. So 1 day of trading is every single candle over here, and looks like for about 2 weeks or more, we just traded above the 50-period EMA and also had a little bit of a resistance around $140 on our bad boy Walmart, which is supposed to be the best inflation hedge of all time, right?
Yeah,
Your Walmart, your Costco's. Actually, yesterday, Walmart came out with an article saying they're looking at signs of inflation going down.
Interesting.
So
good.
If FedEx came out and said blah, 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 if XYZ came out and said blah, 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 but Walmart came out and said, I see signs of inflation slowing down, I think the Fed's going to go with the 0.75.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would have to agree. Let's see what the Fed rate tool is. I was looking at it this morning here. Do I got it on the screen? Yes, I do. Here we go. So let's just do a quick refresh on this guy here to make sure we've got the most updated numbers. And it switched. It was 80-20 when I sat down and did it. Now it's 82-18. So going down a bit, it looks like we've got a really small chance of having that 100 basis point hike. And you know what? It's not a joke. These interest rates are not a joke. Like, I have a friend who's now paying $1,500 more a month on his mortgage. Thankfully, it's a 2-income earner family. Him and his wife both work. But $1,500 is like not a joke. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of money.
A lot of people are gonna have to get like two jobs now and stuff, man.
Yeah,
it's just
or
that
they're gonna
type
have
of
to downgrade.
world we're going into.
Right? So these interest rates are like, you know, they look like they're well, I just updated it, Pratt, and it went back to 80-20. That's crazy. So yeah, it looks like this Fed rate tool updates like what, every minute or something, because I just updated it. Anyway, not much in the way of trades today, guys. You guys know that today is going to be a bit of a slower day. Going into that 2 o'clock hour, we're anticipating big news. It could end up being nothing, a nothing burger, but I'm definitely going to be listening intently with my headphones on for the majority of the afternoon while Fed Powell makes his speech and takes questions. Did you get a response?
Yeah.
What did it say?
I had 3
Tell
different
the people.
responses. Ask again later without a doubt,
Okay.
and don't count on it.
Okay, so that cancels everything out. So you're back to 0. You had one that didn't tell you anything, one that told you yes, one told you no.
Yeah.
We need a tie break,
Yeah,
right?
no.
Okay, so let me
Okay.
do it a little bit here. Okay, come on. You may rely on it.
Oh,
there you
come on,
go.
man. Come
There
on.
you go. So now it's been cast.
Rigged.
It's been rigged.
Rigged.
It's been written. Brad's getting married. So get ready for the wedding invites, guys. I just want to take a quick
Ain't
question.
nobody getting no wedding invite, bro. What are you talking about? Listen. I was getting my hair cut yesterday. I was talking to Halim, and I was like, Halim, it doesn't make sense for me to pay, or not me, our family to pay $80,000 to get married and then go back into a shoebox of a condo and then live with the car that I'm paying for a lease and everything.
I gotta agree
I'm
with
not
that,
doing
yeah.
that.
I
I'm
gotta
simply
agree
not
with that.
doing that. Like,
No,
I'll
man.
go to the court, get a piece of paper signed, and then like, yo, boys, come over, have a
agree
barbecue.
with it.
We'll get nice
I agree
chicken
with it.
again, nice Indian chicken, nice champagne, and we'll just celebrate at the house. There's no point in paying $100,000 and going to live in a shoebox, man. Go pay the $100,000 to go live in a nice place.
I couldn't agree more with
Yeah.
you, to be honest. Leroy Jenkins saying, how do you guys feel, this is to you and me, how do you guys feel about Kathy Wood saying inflation is not the problem, but rather deflation, and her team thinks we will rapidly deflate going forward, LOL. You want me to read that again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was focusing on my position.
How do you guys feel about Kathy Wood saying inflation is not the problem, but rather deflation, and her team thinks we will rapidly deflate going forward, LOL.
Well, like I said, if Walmart's coming out and saying, and not too long ago, last quarter, they were talking about how inflation's really screwing them over and the over inventory and prices and so on. And then right after, they were like, nope, everything's fine. We fixed ourselves. We rolled down the prices. We got inventory out. And now we can hike prices back up. And then yesterday, right before FOMC day, they come out and they say, oh, we're seeing signs of slowing down inflation. Like, these are words from one of the largest wholesaler not a wholesaler, sorry, but a
retailer. It's the largest retailer in the world.
In the world, but not wholesaler. Costco is a wholesaler, right? But still largest retailer in the world, and they're seeing signs of slowing down inflation. Then I think the market's gonna appreciate those words coming out of them. Obviously, it's controlled by the Fed and what they think at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what Kathy thinks or what Walmart thinks, right?
Absolutely.
So we're all waiting for that 2 o'clock move to see what really the Fed chair Powell and all of his partners in crime think about it.
Yeah, I know. I got to echo what Prad just said there. You have fuel coming down, so that's definitely key because they deliver all their goods using trucks and fuel. You also have shipping costs coming down. The cost per container, from what I heard, and this was last week, it was down 50% off the highs. That's huge. A lot of the products that Walmart gets is from the Far East, China, Vietnam, and India, all those areas. So that's definitely huge. But one thing I still think they're going to have a problem with is wage inflation. We're still seeing, I want to say the bottom tier of salaried positions or hourly positions continue to inflate high. So I'm not sure if it's enough for fuel and shipping to offset, but definitely one thing we still have is a very strong labor market, and because it's strong, you still have upward pressure on wage inflation. So that's going to be interesting to see if that subsides or, they offset somehow. We'll see. Walmart, obviously, I would consider a leading catalyst on the market. FedEx is also considered, I don't want to call it a leading catalyst. It's probably not the right thing, but a gauge into the market, FedEx. In my technical analysis books, they always say to look at Dow Transports as a kind of a reflection of how the general market's doing, and I believe FedEx kind of fits that mold a little bit, Brad.
Right on. I'm taking profits on Lee Auto right now as it pushed down to the low a day and kind of broke it, I believe. Let's actually pull it up on Lee.NQ. My only position on the board right now, and probably going to be all the way up to 2 o'clock. Just waiting for those variables to come out. Yeah, look at that. It broke the low a day, got filled slightly under the low a day, but would love for an extension to the move downside. Looks like it's trying to pull back to the north side a little bit. You guys heard Sharif say NIO, so let me quickly see see it is tanking. Yeah, so that means my Li Auto might also follow through with it.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. Look at that big volume candle on NIO, actually. That big volume candle allowing that stock to break that range that it was trying to bounce off of, which is $19, and now pushing well below 19, about 30 cents below 19. I think the next target in mind is the $18 level. So with NIO pulling down, I can only expect LI to do the same.
Yeah, Brian James in the chat says Powell calling sick. That's hilarious. Imagine if he just doesn't show up. Yeah, I'm not gonna take questions today, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, NIO making aggressive move down. Not sure what the catalyst is. They're completely counter market. Here's the market chart. Here's NEO market. Flat, but the last candle was green. Obviously, not the same thing on NEO. So it's making a move down 8% now on the day. $1.63 total. And I think it had a pre-market move down as well. Let's go to the daily chart here to get a better view of that. Let's switch to daily. Bop, bop, bop. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yep, definitely did a move down. Yeah, so look, it closed here yesterday at $20.46 or whatever, give or take a penny or so. And it opened up today at $20.14. So down, gapping down, and also making its move down. We're exactly at low of day now, guys. So these Chinese ADRs are not catching any breaks whatsoever. Sadly, I'm not involved in it. I feel like this is kind of a really extended area to punch in. I'm going to need some sort of retracement before I'm convinced I could punch in. Obviously, this would have been a good area to take the break here. You have lower, I'm talking about this area here on the chart, lower lows, lower highs, coming off a dip down. So you're going with the trend if you take this flat bottom breakdown here. Sadly, I didn't see it. Sadly, I didn't take it, but learn for next time, Prad. What's UAL up to?
Yeah, UAL did pull back to that 50-period EMA. Like I said, I expected to, so pulling back now allowing me to build into that position. Same thing with CCL, also pulling back to that 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to try the short one more time over here instead of battling that trade over here. I remember you were saying, CCL was dropping without you. I didn't believe in that drop. I saw that the strength in UAL and how CCL was copying UAL. For the most part, these travel stocks do the same thing. It's a sympathy trade basket, as people call it. Yeah. When one of them is the leader of the day, and in terms of leader of the day, that one is the catalyst holder. That's the one where the catalyst stems off of, and all their stocks are just sympathizing off of that catalyst to either direction. So I'm not going to battle CCL, even if it's giving me a 5-cent winner. I'm going to follow what UAL is doing and then try to put the damage on both stocks equally. The same idea could be also bled into American Airlines. Let's go see what American Airlines is doing today. Down about 3%. It is fighting VWAP, and it's not moving back to the 50-period EMA the way UAL and CCL did. But you can see the overall idea and concept that these stocks in a basket trade together. Isn't there saying something like birds of a flock, something like flock, birds of the same?
What is that expression, Neil?
Birds
do you
of
know?
a feather flock. Yeah, birds of the same feather flock together, stay together. So that's the same idea that applies over here.
Yeah, interesting comment. Actually, I'll talk about this when I get back. It's an interesting comment by Leroy Jenkins, but we're going to send it up to Brendan at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, as we head into the lunch hour, a couple hours left. 2 hours and counting. Keep that in mind until we get this latest interest rate decision. Here was the note we talked about in the pre-market this morning about the overall market and the wait and see approach as we head towards the Fed and what is going to happen. It looks like at this point anyways, we'll get the 75 basis point increase from the Fed coming up this afternoon. Again, more importantly, what is going to be discussed between 2:30 and potentially 3:15 by Mr. Powell, and whether he will point towards further large increases or whether they might slow down at this point. So here we go. Nice green board anyways, right across the entire thing, including the NASDAQ here, 0.36, 0.37, 0.34 for the 100 and the composite, about 0.5% for both the S&P and the Dow. Small caps also nicely strong. The Russell 3000 there, a better part of a full percent. We were talking about Boeing on that UAA note that the guys were discussing there. Back to 148, been a key level over the past couple of days, but nicely higher and has been relatively strong all week, guys. Under 2 hours to go. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Leroy Jenkins says, we're in an interesting economy here where we have pretty low unemployment despite recession, or the fear of recession, I'm assuming, because, technically we are in a recession, but, a lot of experts say we're not really in a recession. He says, yet we have a labor shortage and keep adding more jobs. Seems like an employee's market. Yeah, that's basically it. And from what I'm hearing, this is all anecdotal, but what I'm hearing is, employees are able to negotiate better salaries for entry-level positions, and a lot of, I don't want to say entry-level positions, but just a little bit higher than that are having to increase salaries as well. So yeah, definitely an employee's market these days. I think it's been that way for like the better part of a year almost, going back to maybe last November. I want to point out NEO here because NEO is continuing its aggressive flush down. From the flat bottom here that we had at $19.10 now, we're breaking down to below $18.60. That's a 40-cent move in a really rapid, in a really short period of time, to be honest with you. So interesting move here on NEO. It's a $19 stock with, let's see what the market cap is. I'm sorry, the float is on NEO. Let me have a look here on the top. What's NEO's float? I believe it's about 128 million or 132 million, something like that. So a pretty aggressive move for a bigger float stock. Now, we're breaking down even below that. Looks like we bottom wicked here at 1857. So definitely, tough for these Chinese ADRs and even more particularly these Chinese EV makers today. And I know NEO just released its car the other day. I talked about this on the show. It released one of its new cars. It released its new self-driving technology that's supposed to rival Tesla's. And so, sorry, that was XPEV, excuse me, not NEO. This is all XPEV related that I was just talking about. So excuse me for that. So XPEV releasing a whole bunch of stuff. XPEV not doing much better either here. Let me have a look at XPEV. Where is XPEV? Yeah, XPEV is down 11.7% on the day. So XPEV definitely not making a better run than NEO. Maybe it's not as aggressive of a down move. Let's flip to XPEV here if we can for a second. XPEV is a New York stock. Yes, it is. So here is the chart on XPEV. Yeah, a flat bottom breakdown here from that 1435. Now we're trading at 1415. So another aggressive move anyway. So super interesting to see what's going to happen with these. If you believe in these companies, this is a great time to get in. Not financial advice, obviously, but play them as you see them, so to speak, Brad.
NFA, baby, NFA. I got the NIO drop at the top. I need Sean's money. Yeah, I wish we could spin it for you. Sadly, we can't, man.
If I know where it is over there, I can do it.
For the people saying that they are low-wage jobs, have you looked? All the low-wage jobs are paying drastically more as well. Yeah, you're not wrong, but I'm not going to get into that right now, man. IDEX, anyway, successfully test Wave 500 kW ultra-fast charger. I'm guessing that's for the
EVs, probably.
EVs, yeah. I actually want to address another comment in terms of the EV space. Earlier, someone in the chat in Chicago or something is like, what is Pratt talking about? Charging stations are good. It'll be like 5-minute charging. What I was talking about is the fate or the lack of faith in companies that would maintain those or handle those. When you go get your oil change, what's the problem that you deal with? You might get scammed in some way.
Yeah.
That's the same idea. I don't think I can trust companies outside of myself to actually maintain a battery properly. I know how many people ruin batteries, laptops, phones.
That's a good point.
They just leave them charging all day, even then they're charged, and they ruin the battery for it. They're not using the battery completely to zero before they charge it back. I know a lot of people that go through this. I have family members that do these problems, right? So because of that, I can't trust other people, not the people maintaining the batteries for me, but the drivers. I can't trust the drivers to properly maintain their own batteries for other people. So because of that, I can't agree with the whole idea for the car changing things unless there's actual laws come into place where it's like you cannot replace someone with a battery that's less than 75% charging capability. right? If it's less than 75% charging capability, that should not be in my car.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. I mean, I was looking at Teslas back in the day, and I was talking to one of the owners who basically told me that he charged his Tesla at a supercharging station all of like one time, and that you weren't supposed to charge it past 80%. So you were always supposed to set it to that 80% mark. Unless you were going on like a long voyage or traveling or whatever, you keep it on 80%. Rarely do you charge it to 100. I mean, does everybody follow that? So you buy a Tesla off somebody and the battery's fried. And that's always been my concern. What's the degradation percentage on like a per kilometer basis on these batteries? Has that ever been calculated?
It depends,
you know what I mean?
because people have poor driving habits,
That's
right?
the
People
thing.
are not braking properly. They're accelerating when they don't need to, right? Not everyone knows how to drive like an F1 Formula driver.
No,
right? So not everyone's braking properly. Not everyone's speeding up properly. They're using up gas too much. And in terms of battery, they're using up their brake power and all other things way too much to the point where you cannot calculate one person's battery usage and use that as a consensus. It's just not possible.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And what else? Anybody who's driven a Tesla before knows that it's really kind of off-putting the first couple of times when you take your foot off the brake. You feel like take the foot off the gas. Excuse me. You feel like the brake is coming in. But that's the whole point of this regenerative charging, right? Is when you take your foot off the accelerator. I said gas there earlier. I meant accelerator. You get braking, so rarely do you actually touch the brake. So, you know, a whole different ball game for these EVs. But let's get back to some current stocks. SFIX made another new high. It's stair-stepping up incrementally. Now, we're talking pennies at a time here. So unless you're in big size, you're not going to find this stock or this trade fruitful. But this is the area that I got in. I got in at 513. Now it just top wicked at 532. So, you know, if I had gone in with like X thousand shares, obviously this would be a very profitable trade. I got in with some good size. I got out here for 524. So, you know, not too far off the current high. But SFIX, yeah, just made a new high. So, you know, careful. At this point, sometimes it flushes down. Every time it makes a new high, there seems to be an aggressive pullback into one of these moving averages and maybe even beyond. And then we get that move back up. So if you're looking to get along here, wait for the move back down. That's what I would do. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I would wait for the move back down to kind of take the dip and then continue back upwards, Brad.
Yeah, cryptocurrencies are back in play a little bit to the long side. I mean, Bitcoin up 2%, Ethereum up also 2%, Solana and all other coins are just barely up and flat, but they are green today. So Coinbase taking that catalyst, launching itself right back above $70 and trying to right now take out 72. Let's see if Coinbase can take out 72 with the help of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, also pushing back to the north side. We're only 5 points away, 4 points away from the 3,900 area. And we're not that far away from 12K, which we've been rejecting all day also. Now, if the market comes out with positive variables for the FOMC, I think we see a 12K break and a run to 12.1 or at least 12.15. And if market comes out with negative variables, then clearly we're not going past 12K. We're most likely breaking the downside and turning the day red on the markets today. So we have some clean levels to play off of for the futures. We have some ideas to map out also. Let's see if the stock 72 the stock can actually break 72 today, or does it continue to just have a barrier around the $72 area, which is not yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was $70, so we're a good $2 above there. But clearly, we're just not able to break that double top, triple top. So maybe I just take some size over here, give it that 10 cents of risk, and they're already running away from me as soon as I throw that order. I'm not going to chase it, though. I'm going to sit exactly where I want to sit. If they give me that fill, I'll take it, and I'll see if we can put some damage to Coinbase to the downside. But clearly, it could easily break 72 if Bitcoin wants to keep on launching itself north. So be very careful. Look at that. Now there's size coming in at 71.90, exactly where I have my order. What are the chances of that, right? So I have to chase my order a little bit here to the downside, change it a little bit, just so I can front run that order, man. That's annoying. People piling in exactly where I am. I thought Sharif was next to me so he could take over, but he's not. He went for his little washroom break, so we'll give him some time. Unity on the day today is also apparently green, so let's go check out what Unity is doing. Unity up about apparently 2.39%. Unity, it fluctuates a lot, man. This stock on a good day goes up drastically, on a bad day goes down drastically. So lots and lots of fluctuations on this position. Way too much actually, because people don't really understand what to do with these positions on the gaming side. You know, EA Sports possibly getting bought out by Amazon, Activision possibly getting bought out by Microsoft. Unity in the near future could get bought out by Google for their game dev. So who really knows, right? All these big monopolies are trying to enter into the game space. Not that Microsoft isn't already in it; they are in the gaming space big time. But Amazon and Google trying to enter it with Stadia.
Yeah, a shout out to Potato730 to Sharif. You can change that setting on the Tesla, the foot off the gas braking setting. Yeah, I definitely know that. I'm just saying for regenerative braking, and that's to allow the battery to charge, you got to keep that on. So I don't mind it either. I mean, it's just like it's a different world from like an ICE engine where you got to hit the brake, otherwise it rolls, right? So yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. SFIX, guys, continuing to make new highs without an aggressive flush down as of yet. Keyword, as of yet, or key phrase. So, yeah, it looks like we made 538 as a high here. It's continuing to stair-step up. Let's zoom out. Look at this chart, guys. I mean, really, you don't have to be a damn genius in order to get long here. You could have gotten long anywhere and held, and you'd be in the money because we're at days highs and we keep making days highs. The best bet, though, in my opinion, on this one is to wait for an aggressive rollback off a moving average, maybe a little bit below. Look, the only time we broke the 50 period, I want to say since the bell, has been this area right here. And that was the 12 o'clock, right at the noon hour. We broke that 50 period. Ever so briefly reclaimed it, and it's been upside momentum ever since then. Pulling back a little bit now, that's exactly what I expect. I'm looking for maybe that 529, maybe even all the way down to that 525. If we can come back to that 525, I'm going to take a long. Let's go ahead and put that in now, $5.26. Of course, because I want to take it, I want to preempt it a little bit by a penny or so. So that's my order on SFIX. I'm looking for a dip trade there off making a new high, 538 being the new high. I'm looking at my side screen where I have all my small cappers for the day, and I'm not liking anything that I see, save and except for SFIX, which is the bottom middle here. Everything else is not doing what I want. SLNG markedly below VWAP, now holding that 200 period EMA. HKD is kind of, nonsensical. The spreads are like dollars, and it's also quite a bit below VWAP at that $79 level, VWAP being that 87. S-Bucks, we were looking at S-Bucks for somebody earlier. That's definitely not a small capper. That shouldn't be on there. And TEL doing nothing. Neither is SLNG, Pratt.
Yeah, viewer in the chat is asking, what's your opinion on buying UVXY before the Fed? Sounds like gambling to me, man. Sounds like an absolute gamble to me. Might as well go play roulette, put it on zero, and pray to God, right? That's not the strategy that I want to play FOMC with. I don't want God anywhere close to my strategy. Well, maybe I want God in my life and trading and everything, but I don't want him messing with my strategy or my setup at all. It's gonna be a very purely numbers-based setup, and I'm gonna trade that setup exactly the way it is. There is no punch and pray coming in for Fed meeting over here. No. If you're punching and praying, good luck to you on that side. I'm not involved. I don't want to be involved. So good luck to you if you do want to gamble like that. There's a lot of people who do like to gamble like that. I'm just not that person, man. I'm just not. I'm still looking at Li Auto. That CCL entry kept going to the north side. Looks like it wants to push up a little bit more. Now all the way maybe to even the 200 period EMA. UL doing the same thing, so we're going to jump out of it, and we'll try one last time at the 100 period EMA on these stocks for an opportunity to make back some of the money that we gave up on these positions. But besides that, I'm not looking to keep on attempting to short these stocks when the obvious move for these ones is to move towards the north side side a little bit more. So nope, not my money. You're not taking my money. I was wondering where I was typing CC. I was
You gotta
typing
give
in
them
the
a
chat.
tumble finger, bro.
Yeah, Mutombo, you're not taking my money, baby. Not mine, not today. We're looking at also a couple other positions. Well, nothing's really moving on my scanners. These scanners are muted right now. Look, it's lunchtime, right? Lunchtime, lower volume periods. We still got 2 hours or around 2 hours to FOMC, where a lot of people are waiting for. Anyone who's made money off the open already is most likely closing their positions. If you're short UAL, you're most likely closing your positions at the moment. And if you're long UAL, you're probably long around here and you're enjoying it, and you'll be looking to close your positions around 2 o'clock or right before 2 o'clock. I don't see any sophisticated traders holding any positions going into 2.
Royal Loyalty says small caps have been dead for weeks. Really?
I don't think so.
What have I been trading like the past few weeks?
I don't think
every
so.
single day, Brad. I gotta disagree with you on that, whether male or female, not sure. Yeah, small caps have definitely not been dead. I've been trading them with great success the past, I think, 3-4 weeks on the show. If anything, they're back. There was a bit of a hiatus in the summer, not so much now. So, not sure what you mean by that. But having a look here, let's look at Frey. I'm getting people saying Frey in the chat. Despite the fact that NEO is tanking and it looks like a great chart, let's switch to Frey. I believe it's a NASDAQ stock, and I would be wrong on that. So let's flip back to NEO and type in Frey, see if it's New York. Yes, it is New York. Up 17.36% on the day. I like this. Above VWAP here. Looks like it's, straddling that 50-period EMA. Looks like high of day. Let me zoom out to make sure that I have the right data here. Yes, high of day on Frey is at 1555. We're currently trading at 1543, so we're very near high of day. Nice little bounce here off that 50 period. It broke it by a bit, it dropped below it, but it was in and around that area. We're talking all of like 10 cents it dripped below it. So looks like it's making a move here, looking to retest high of days. Now, with respect to levels and entry plans, what are we looking at here? Well, I'm seeing possible resistance at that 1550, obviously because of this peak here. Looks like we're past this resistance point, which would have been at 1538, 1537. Looks like we're kind of in and around that area. My first inclination is to try to get a dip trade off that 1525, which happens to be the 50 period. However, it may not give you that opportunity. It may continue to make higher of day. I'm definitely not taking this through the 1555 break. We've seen what happens when high of days are created on these small cappers. They basically plummet back down to some sort of level down here, and you're left holding the bag. Better idea is to take it into a level below, definitely the high of day, or take it off a dip trade. So I'm looking at 1525. Let's go ahead and punch in there $15.26 I want to take. And there you go. So I've got my dip trade set up. I may have to adjust that as the 50 period moves up. So will my order on Frey. Looks good though. I got to tell you the truth. Up almost 18% on the day and looking to make new highs, Brad.
Yeah, I'm looking at chip stocks at the moment, MU, AMD, and NVIDIA, and so on. MU up 1.18%. Actually was down in pre-market under $50, but look at the beautiful move off the open, breaking that $50 level, launching itself right back to the north side to 52, and then rejecting that 52 area for Micron. AMD having a little bit of a similar move, but first a dip down, and then it ripped all the way to the north side to 76, 60, 76, 80s or so. And now above VWAP for AMD. So our chip stocks over here having a little bit of a good fun day to the north side as everyone's just patiently waiting for what FOMC has in use and has in store for traders over here. Li Auto looks like it's changing its trend a little bit. So let's go check out what NIO is also doing. NIO is probably the dictator, right? Not probably, is the dictator for these moves. And NIO over here at $18.60, which happens to be the low of September 12th. Seems to be finding a bounce in that area. So if that's the case, I think I'm just going to take my profits on Li Auto and come back into Li Auto at a different time and maybe a long in NIO would be something to think about also. But for a stock that's been down 8%, trying to build into a long into that is going to be a little hard mentally. Honestly, it's gonna be a little hard mentally. But the risk to reward is pretty good too. You're risking maybe like 10-15 cents to the downside for a possible 50-cent move to the north side. So the risk to reward is there for your risk to reward warriors.
Guys, we got in a position on SFIX. We got it right at that dip level that we wanted. Our entry position is 526, currently trading at 530. So we're 4 pennies in the money. I'm probably going to get out of this one soon because I've got like 7 minutes left on the show. And then it's the great, Ian the Hare that's going to be on. I won't say his last name, but we have a nickname for him here, at least I do. Looking forward to scalp at that 532 level if we can get up there. In fact, I'm going to put my exit out now at 532. Let's go ahead. $5.32. We're like a few pennies away from that. There we go. My entry or my exit is set on that one. But as I look at Frey did not give me that opportunity to dip. It just broke high of days here. Broke that 15.55 level. It made a new high at 15. I want to say 58. It looks like. So Frey doing, a more of aggressive move. I definitely thought we were going to sell off right at that high of day break, because usually that's what's happening with these stocks. They break high of day and they plummet back down. I was hoping for a dip trade off that 50 period. Looks like I'm not going to get it now. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order. That order is out. I'm going to have to look for a different setup on this one, but I'm definitely not chasing it through high of day, no matter how much FOMO I have. I've seen too much. I've seen too much to be able to take the high of days on that one, guys. Let's go back to our SFIX trade, coming back into our entry position at that 526. I've got my stop set out at 525. So if we break that level, I'll be out for a penny loser. But I've got my profit taker here set at 532. We'll just see what happens, guys. But 5 minutes left for me on here. So I got to probably start winding down my positions a little bit. It's been fruitful. I'm 2 for 2. Actually, no, 2 for 3. I had a loser on HKD. Kind of a boneheaded decision to get in HKD, but I thought I could navigate around that $1.50 spread. It broke through my profit target, but it didn't fill, obviously, because the liquidity is poopy. And that's just what I get for trying to trade HKD, Pred. I get slapped in the face.
Yeah, I'm just trying out something new that our trade ideas representative just messaged me some new scanners. So apparently it's a support and resistance scanner of some sort. And according to that, apparently Netflix is at resistance. So if you were to pull up Netflix, yeah, it looks like this 100-period EMA has been stuffing it down all day. It says yesterday's close 244.55, but I see yesterday's close as 242.85. Not sure. Maybe it's talking about the close of the minute, 242.55. Yeah, 242.55. Close of the last minute candle. Doesn't really say what the resistance number is, though. It just says at resistance. But yeah, if you were just to look at how the stock is behaving, 242.78. We got this high of 243.32, and looks like you can even draw that high a little bit past 243.50. If you were short 243 on Netflix, giving it a 50 cent of risk would make sense for a possible flush to the downside. But consider the market variable. Market variable is green today. Netflix is absolutely flat on the day today. Netflix has had 4 positive green days in a row off a good catalyst. So I'm not sure if I really want to be shorting Netflix, even though according to the scanner, it says it's at resistance.
Guys, we just hit 4K likes, and I gotta shout you guys out. I appreciate that. But I'm gonna say that again. I definitely appreciate it. 4K likes is one of the bigger ones we've had on here lately. But I still gotta mention that 6,886 people voted, but only 4,000 have hit the like button. I'm not trying to sound ungrateful. I'm really not. But I really want to get this likes count higher. Smash the like button, guys. It takes all of 1 second. There we go, 4,100, just like that. I love it. Let's make it more. Looking at the SFIX trade, still in the money on this one, about 4 cents in the money. But I'm probably going to have to punch out of it soon because I see Ian getting ready and coming up there, coming to take my spot. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to punch out. There you go. I'm out of that one. Profitable trade. Happy with it. 2 for 2 on SFIX. The bigger trade was here, obviously, where I got in at that 513 and I scalped right here, and I scalped all the way up to up here. So SFIX profitable for me. You got to take this one with size, guys, because it's not moving all that much. And, it's a $5 stock, so you can go in with big size. I appreciate you guys for hitting that 4,000 likes. And, yeah, let's see what else is going on. I see CPTN showing up on my scanner. What's up with this? Woo! It's making big boy moves. We're going to have to move SFIX out of the way for a second. CP, is that NASDAQ? Yes, CPTN, NQ. Let's flip. This is making big boy moves. It's moving from that $1.82. Basically did nothing all morning. Look at this move now. We're going to break 220 here. So I see the first pullback, second pullback, third pullback. So be careful here, guys. Usually this gets a little bit extended on the third and fourth pullback. You had a good move off the third pullback here, but is the fourth going to be as good? I don't know. But let's keep watching this one. It looks good. I mean, I'm not punching in here, obviously, because I got all of 1 minute, but anybody who's interested in small cappers knows that I'd be trading this into the afternoon, Brad. So basically that's it.
Yeah, I'm just stretching my back out a little bit
Hey.
while we get into a CCL and UAL once again. Finally, we think it's time to get into those positions, but time for super chats over here. Where are we? Blah, 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 blah. We did that. Okay, we got right here, $5 super chat. What's the open price for SLNG? That was at 10.11, so, it's Dominic. Yeah, of course, he's trading SLNG. Whatever price it was, I'm sorry, we missed out your super chat, or maybe they did answer your question, but clearly you're not here and now, so it doesn't even matter. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Squanch had message, couldn't attach to the sticker if you can. What was the message? Squanch right here. Bears versus Bull. Just wanted some plan of action on the Fed news, if-then scenarios. Yeah, for sure, we can talk about that. And then then we're actually caught up on all the super chats over here. So possible if-then scenarios. We're not getting a 0.5 rate hike without a doubt. We're not getting that, right? The only two options we have over here is we get the indicated rate hike, which is a 0.75, or we get the full 1% rate hike. Now, how does the market, in my opinion, react to a 0.75? There's two possible scenarios off the 0.75. It's either we are priced in already and we go to the north side, or we're not priced in yet. They take the 0.75 and they shake people out with the FOMO moves with the algo. And then off the 230 move, when Powell is on the keynote, based off of how hawkish or dovish Powell is with the 0.75 rate hike, is where the real move in the market to the north or to the south might come off of. That's my opinion, right? Based on how hawkish or dovish he is, because the market has been selling off a little bit for that 0.75 move already. Now, if the market comes out with a full 1% hike, then I don't think we have sold off enough for that. I think there's more selling off to come into play, more downside move, more pain for the longs basically and long-term accounts. But that's fine. These are required. These are natural things that are to be required. When inflation was last time this high, interest rates were, I believe, 20 some odd percent. At least that's what Greg has told me, if I remember correctly. So to maintain this beast and put some tight reins on it, we got to take some really extreme measures, and that might just have to be 1%. Now, if we go above 1%, then that's doomsday. Yeah, I agree with everything. Unmute. Are you powered on? Yeah?
The light's on. Let me know if you guys can hear me. But yeah, no, I agree with everything Prad basically just said. I think if 1%, if they come out and say that they're hiking 1%, 100 basis points, I think we're going to see some new bottoms today. I think maybe not the 3650, but probably towards that 3800 area. Definitely, maybe like into the 3700s. Yeah, it's going to be spicy, definitely. I think if they come out and say just 75, it's going to be, like Prad said, it's going to be waiting until Jay Powell actually comes on the mic and starts addressing some of these questions. I think some of the key things that we're going to have to be looking out for and listening for Is anything hinting towards, hints towards the November rate decision, right? If they're going to come out and say like, oh, we're just going to keep waiting and seeing like what kind of data comes out and make our decisions off of that, or if they're thinking about maybe doing a 50 basis point hike the next in November, or if they're going to say like anything like oh, we're pausing height rates or something like, or rate hikes into next year or something like that, then that's definitely going to move the market. But yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. I think everyone just kind of getting pumped up for this trade and getting ready for it. The day today, it's been kind of slow, like after basically 10 o'clock. Not too much going on, but yeah, we'll see if there's some opportunities right now, and then see if we can kind of position ourselves for the trade at 2 o'clock and then obviously at 2:30.
Right on. Yeah, nothing really too exciting going on over here. But Netflix actually pulling up to that 230.50 area for those who are interested on the short side for that stock. But like I said, man, market is actually clearing 12K right now. NASDAQ just now broke 12K by 4 points. Let's see if we can continue going north for the market. If the market wants to prepare itself before the FOMC to go up, then maybe somebody knows something already, right? At least that's the overall idea that I'm gonna have when I see a move like this on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. Let me show you the charts for it. NQ/Z22CM. Here we go. NASDAQ just now clearing 12K with a little bit of a volume spike too. Not too big of a volume spike, but it's still 12:30. We still got 30 more minutes for the official lunch hour to end on the market. So maybe a 12K short over here for a quick little scalp to go back to the downside. Maybe we could do that on the QQQ. Quick little short to pull it back into the downside, because I don't think we're actually going to stay above 12K on the NASDAQ market.
Yeah, I just got into Meta long actually, and I wanted to get on the show and place my order a little bit earlier, but since I just kind of missed the 145 breakout that I wanted to take, I basically just punched out, sized down a bit. Above 145, and here's my thesis behind this one, is that it's been consolidating and holding this 145 as like the resistance here, and it's been having a tighter range below that. So essentially now it's instantly in the money, about 15 cents. Would have been in the money a little bit more if I got a better fill, but that's okay. But yeah, basically gonna risk to the bottom of this consolidation area. I think if this 145 breaks out and then the market is kind of positioning itself to the top end of its resistance, leading up to the Fed, then maybe we can get some 146 area for my profit targets on this Meta trade. But yeah, just kind of playing the long here. What the market kind of testing towards these highs. If the market kind of pulls back off of these highs, and then obviously I'm going to get stop out of my Meta trade. I'm thinking of this Microsoft short here, just where it kind of rejected in the morning. That being said, it is kind of breaking out to a newer high right now, essentially. So I think it just made this high, 245.70. So gonna keep an eye on this one. I think if it rejects and falls below 245.50, and the market rejects, I think that short can be gone. But for now, this Meta trade that I just put on seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah, Michael says, feels like we're just going back and forth till 2 o'clock. That's usually what happens on FOMC days. Usually what happens on FOMC weeks. All week, market just goes up and down in a nice tight little range. I mean, look at this daily chart on the QQQ. It will show you exactly how tight of a range we've been playing in, and a 10-point range for the overall NASDAQ market, QQQ market, that is. Even though the QQQs, the NASDAQ futures, just now got above 12K by 5 points, 4 points. I think I saw the high of 1208 maybe at the best. So still waiting to see if we can have a continuation move on the market past 12K, past 12.10. That's what I'm trying to say. It's so hard to say that number. My brain processing power just overheats, and it's like fumes coming out of the ear, boom, right? So I'm just gonna not bother with it. But yeah, our QQQ shorts are now pulling back as the QQQ futures also pull back to 12K. The only question is, does it break 12K and pull back to VWAP? At that point, we're expecting the QQQ shorts to also pull back to VWAP, and we're gonna love if that happens. Yo, keep this guy. He is so much better. They're talking to you, I think, Ian. And yeah, Ian's been on here before, and he's gonna be on here every twice a week?
Yeah, I usually do like twice a week. A little bit of a cameo appearance for old time's sake, so to speak. No, I love being on the show, obviously. But you guys, man, you guys always give great support, and you gotta hand handing in for Sharif. Man, Sharif's been killing it. It's not easy to go in the show and trade live every day, guys. A couple people in the chat right now are asking about Tesla, and Tesla was another kind of trade idea I had as well, just because it's coming up to these resistance areas from the morning. Like, look how clean. I'll zoom in and make the chart a little bit bigger here for you guys, but look how clean the 310 short is off of Tesla. I think it might have been Neil that mentioned Tesla off this 310 area this morning, but very clean shorts off of there. If you guys recall yesterday, and let me see if I can come back and show you guys from yesterday, but that 310 break, yeah, right here, that 310 break was like pretty clean, and it was good until it basically wasn't in the afternoon and then just kind of failed below. But yeah, definitely 310, 315 above, I think is a very, very key level for Tesla. I think maybe I just kind of missed this opportunity to get short on Tesla here. Closer to that 310, I think it crept up to 309.80, so that would have been a good fill there. If it comes back up there, I'm definitely going to jump in short, just risking off of that 310 area. I think that's a solid trade. Some people said, yeah, I took Tesla. Yeah, exactly. I took Tesla short at that pop. That's exactly what I'm talking about, so good trade there. Make sure you take your profits, though. It seems like the market might just want to chop around until 2 o'clock, basically kind of like not doing too much. But we'll see if these opportunities, if the market's going to make a move, might as well take advantage of it. I want to find that, I think it was, okay, here. Tesla, I like shorts into 320 for a swing, but be patient. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so a couple things about this comment. If you are, waiting for a very specific price, please be patient until you get to that price. Like, don't chase or don't, deviate from the plan. So good job if you are going to be patient and wait for that. And like I said, that 315 I think is a huge level. Just looking at Tesla post-split. So obviously the price is adjusted before, but post-split, it hasn't really gone up there. I think, basically the high was like almost yesterday. I think got to like 313 area. So I don't mind that idea, but again, if the market, let's say, breaks out today and it's positive, like let's say to do something crazy, it's like only 50 basis point hike or something like that, and the market just rips, you can expect Tesla is going to break through some of these highs. Tesla's definitely been one of the strongest stocks for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, just taking some profits on QQQ over here and leaving to see if we can get a bigger move to the downside. Market might just chop around like Ian said, and we want to take advantage of that. So I added onto my CCL position, doubled down on it basically to see if we can get that move towards VWAP, get a nice little 15-cent flush on this bad boy CCL and its partner in crime also UAL, even though I didn't double down on UAL because it's still a little bit away from my stop. So that's what your boy Ian was just talking about. You got to know exactly where your line in the sand is. If you don't know where your line in the sand is, then you're going to be the lost puppy when the stock pushes to a resistance area in order to do I get stopped out over here? Do I add to a loser? What do I do? So many questions. That's why it's better to always have a plan mapped out. That way you're not deviating from it. A lot of us on the floor here actually have sticky notes on their computers around the screen. If you were to put the camera on and just zoom around the back screen over here,
you can see some sticky notes.
Yeah, you'll see some sticky notes on the computers over there, especially that far computer right there. You see there's like sticky notes all there. Bang, you'll see sticky notes on people's computers. This is basically people who want to reaffirm their strategy to themselves, their setup to themselves by having things visually in front of them, because sometimes you might forget. For me, what I have is no leg shaking. But I still do it, right? I still do it. This is actually Lucas or Maggie. I forget who wrote these. They wrote this to make sure that I don't forget to not move my legs, because I have such a big problem with the restless leg. I just keep on shaking it and my body keeps on bouncing all day. But yeah, setups like that are always written down. Have your plan already mapped out. Know exactly what you want to do with that setup. That way, when it's time to start asking questions, you already know what exactly the plan is.
Yeah, exactly. Like even for myself, like I'll show you guys briefly here. It's just like a journal, and the lighting is really bad, but you can't see it. But every day, like I basically write down, as soon as I walk in, like what's the big picture?
That is the neatest writing I've seen a man have in his life.
Thank you. No, every day it starts off, like I write down basically like a big picture scenario, like what's the market kind of doing today, right? Like obviously today is all about the Fed. And then, you kind of get into specific setups that you like and specific levels and whatnot. And then I even make notes for the show too, right? Like obviously the afternoon trading session is a little bit different than the morning, right? It's going to be more like rangy, so to speak, a little bit slower moving. You got to be a little bit more patient. Obviously, got to size down, right? So I even make notes for the show before I come on, like what trades I'm going to be looking to take, and kind of get prepared that way, right? So it's always, you can never be too prepared, I think. And then obviously, if you have it written down in front of you, there's really no excuse for you not to kind of follow your plan, right? If you don't follow your plan, then you can say like, oh, well, it's right there, man. Why didn't you do it? And then you can kind of go from there. I'm in kind of like so I did get short here on Tesla. Again, this is probably like my starter position here. High a day is 310.49, so you essentially got to risk it there, risk it up to there. $1 risk on Tesla, that's pretty standard, I'd say, unless you're taking a breakout, of course, or something like that. But if you're trying more like a range trade, $1 risk on Tesla, that's pretty standard, that's pretty acceptable. So I think I'm going to start with here. If it comes up to 310 and rejects, and if there's sellers up there, then I'm definitely going to add to this position and try to build a decent short for a move back down to like 309, 308.50, maybe like a VWAP reversion here. For now, I jumped in short. It's not really doing anything. Like there's a little bit of buying here in the 60s, but there's not too much going on. Obviously, the market is still kind of ranging. I'm in that Meta long as well, and it's actually funny because I offered out at like 145.32 to take off like 10% of the position, and then it just like it stayed there on the offer and it never really hit me. So that was unfortunate, but that's okay. It's just kind of like fluctuating around my price. Again, like if the longer I'm in this trade and it's not really doing anything, the more I'm going to want to like kind of get out of it, just because I don't want to risk all the way down here to 144.60 if it's just going to kind of fade the entire move. That being said, I'm not going to put my stop at 144.99 right now because I want to give it some time to kind of work. But if it starts coming down to 144.80 and it can't really push back up to that 145 area, I'm probably just going to stop out of this trade and call it for Meta here. But, I still like this trade. It's pretty clean level here, this consolidation right at 145. So, just kind of waiting for this level to kind of work itself out and see if there's going to be buying actually above it, and we'll kind of go from there.
Someone in chat said, Lucas, all the cameras should be on auto at all times. What do you think about that? All the cameras should be on autofocus, apparently. No, right? Yeah, nah, man. I don't agree. I'm not a camera guy. I like to take pictures with my dad's SLR and DSLR, whatever the heck it's called.
Something just happened with Meta there.
For Meta?
Yeah. Something just happened with Meta. Yeah, okay, my offers just got rammed through. It was like a quick pump up there. A lot of buying just came in. A lot of volume just came into the buy side as well. So you guys were literally just on my screen. It was down here at 145.17, and now a bunch of buying just came in. My last fill was 58. And it continues to kind of like rip up to the upside here. So something definitely just happened with Meta. I was lucky to kind of be in that trade and have my offers out to get filled. But yeah, this trade now looking pretty good for me now.
Yeah, so I don't know about that autofocus stuff, man. I'm not a camera guy, but I know that people get frowned upon when they're using autofocus. I'm gonna trust my boy Lucas. He's done a great job with the setup of cameras and everything so far, and I'm gonna trust him with that answer. But another person also in chat, Base Trader, said people are discounting what would happen if Powell comes out with a 0.5 hike. He's not coming out with a 0.5 hike. If you think he's coming out with a 0.5 hike, you are dreaming. I'm sorry, but you're absolutely dreaming. It looks like the reason why Meta actually pumped up like that is Meta looking to trim costs by at least 10% in the coming months. So yeah, we heard about them looking to fire people and cut down employee duplication of roles and so on. A lot of companies are actually thinking about doing that. The market's pulling back, but Meta doing that actually looks pretty iffy to me. But anytime a company is looking to save some money, might be a good reason. So let's go to Brendo here to see if he has an update on that.
Yeah, exactly what you guys were saying there, guys. As the Wall Street Journal reporting there, looking to trim costs about 10% in the coming months. So we'll continue to have a look at Meta. We're happy to, obviously a very important day. We are happy to be able to connect with head analyst over at Financial Juice. Tony Knack is back with us for a bit of a tee up on what is to come here, Tony, in the next, hour and 12 minutes or so we have left. It's great to see you. Great to have you as always. To start things off here, give us an idea. I saw you smile there as we were preparing. As the guy said, is it a half point? Is it going to be half? No, it's not going to be a half point. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, no, I think if you're looking for a 50 base point hike in this environment where inflation is sticky and the Fed is looking to do very strong rate hikes, I think I don't want to say delusional, but I think you're trying to get to the beach, put up your umbrella a bit too soon. So to get to that point, we're very, very far away, I think, from that point. So that's why I was kind of laughing how you have the median expectations from the markets looking for a 75, looking at the Fed watch tool as well. I think it's about 82% at the moment, or around 84% looking for a 75 base point hike. So if you are looking for a 50, crazy.
Then, I mean, it's been, yeah, as you said, it's kind of been flipping back and forth, 84 to 82 for the 75 versus the full 100. Let's touch on that real quick. I mean, we had, going back to the last CPI number, we had more talk come out about, what if they went 100 here? That has kind of faded into the background a little bit as, the week went on. But what if they go 100, Tony?
So I think the clear thing is the market's already priced in 75 basis points. So you're not really expecting too much of a market reaction from the stock indices or the Dixie. But if we do get a surprise 100 basis point hike, you're expecting a lot of volatility to jump into the markets where you could see that the stocks see a depreciation or much bigger reaction to the 100 basis point hike. It also means that the Federal Reserve is going down a path that the Bank of Canada did way back when they went for, instead of a 75, they surprised the markets with a 100 basis point hike. The only reason why they did that is because they said that they underestimated inflation. The Fed haven't given any whiff really of that in recent weeks or months, but that's the only reason to go for 100 would be that if the Fed is very hawkish and saying that inflation is still sticky, even though we got a bit of a decline on the year-on-year figure, everything else was much higher than expected compared to the previous years as well. So if you're in the hawkish camp, you would say inflation is really, really sticky at the moment. We probably need to go much higher than we need to, than we have expected in the past.
All right, Tony Knack is head analyst at Financial Deuce. Tony, let's talk about what we need to see then from a trader standpoint. What is going to be key? What do we need to really key in on and pay attention to this afternoon?
I think the same thing that I've always said in the past interviews that have been on here is inflation, right? Of course, today we're getting the summary of economic projections, right? For not only 2024, but also 2025. A lot of analysts have been citing that if inflation expectations for 2025 show that inflation will be above the Fed's inflation goal of 2%, then that may mean that the Fed will continue to either stay in the restrictive territory at a very high rate, or look to hold and probably start cutting rates much later than people expect. So if you're a trader, the key thing is you're going to be looking out for inflation expectations being much higher than the previous expectations set out in the summary of economic projections. Also looking at where the unemployment rate is important as well, not as important as inflation at this point, but if they expect unemployment to be much higher than they expect in the longer run as well, they're expecting in 2023 for the unemployment rate to reach 3.9%. But if it's much higher than that, then there's going to be a whiff of trouble for the market. So anything much higher than expected or any sort of surprises, you'd expect more volatility from that. But if we get sort of in line with expectations of where they see the economy in the future, then you wouldn't really expect too much of a market reaction from the statement or the economic projections or the rate.
We know it's a very busy afternoon for you, sir. Tony Knack is head analyst at Financial Juice. We appreciate you taking time for us. Best of luck. I know you'll be bringing it to all of the Financial Juice viewers live when it does happen. So, Tony Knack, thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Goodbye.
Oh man, I would have loved to ask some questions, but you know, we're not there yet for this show yet. Eventually, we'll get there to the point where we're gonna have some guests and we're gonna have a whole experience. Financial Juice Tony would love to have a chance to conversation with you sometime in the future. You know, your Twitter channel over there is the reason why I learned about those how markets move in the last 10 minutes, and we appreciate you. We talk to our viewers all the time about the Financial Juice market on close imbalance number that you send it right before, and actually I would love to know what are your sources, because then I could I could use those sources myself, and I'm pretty sure Ian would love to know that too. But right now, the only thing Ian would love to do, Ian, what would you love to do right now, Ian?
Let's go, guys. Honestly, it's crazy how things just kind of line up with key levels.
Yeah, who called you?
I don't know what I'm like.
Zuck
I don't know what
to
say about this. Like I talked about the 145 level consolidation. Take the breakout. This is a setup that I look for all the time. Obviously, the news drops on Meta, and then it just starts ripping for me. Like my
Zuck
best outs
him.
are like almost like $1.80 in the money. Now I'm just trailing my stop. I didn't get out here because I simply just didn't have enough. Like I'm gonna take, over $1 winner in the afternoon, especially just like as soon as I punched in, basically, it rips for me. So I don't know, call it luck, call it a strategy or whatever, but it lined up with the key level. I took the trade and it ended up working just very, very well for me. So now I'm just kind of trailing my stop. I think if it dips below 146 area, then I'll stop out. I only have like 10% of my position left, so it is what it is, but came on and a solid winner for me right away.
I'm gonna need to see your WhatsApp conversations.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep those ones private.
I think Zuckerberg DM'd you about something.
Yeah, imagine I was boys with Zuck. Yeah, my boy Zuck just called me. He's like, "Yo, punch long Meta right now." No, I started taking profits on Tesla as well. That seems to be working. It was actually interesting because it came up to 310, and then there was a little bit of size there, maybe like a couple hundred lots. Obviously, that's not too much. So I didn't punch another short in front of that 310, but that would have been a great fill because I don't think it really broke that. No, it didn't break it, so it didn't even really test it. So I was actually waiting for it to actually break it and then, actual selling above 310 and then flush back below 310. Then, I would feel more confident in adding to that position. But now that's kind of flushing and it's giving me the move that I was originally looking for towards the 309 area. I'm obviously going to start taking profits. Always take profits as soon as the move kind of starts to happen for you. Like, where do you expect this move to kind of go? My next piece is probably going to be 108.60, just where this previous low is, and then obviously you got to take some in front of VWAP, right? So let me actually bid now in front of this 60 area just to make sure that I have a bid out in case it flushes to there. It looks like it's going to hit. So, another winner here for Tesla. There you go. I got the fill there. Another hit here for Tesla to the short side off of this 310 area. A couple bangers right away as soon as I came on the show.
All right, baby, look at that. You got bangers, I got bangers, we got bangers, baby. CCL pushing to the downside, so is UAL. You guys saw me fight the stock a little bit. Loser, 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 loser. Finally, we got a nice little winner to showcase for on the stock. Now we are only waiting to see if we can make back the losses that we already incurred on these two stocks and bring it back a little bit to the downside. So taking some profits on UAL, taking some profits on, I need to take a little bit more profit on UAL, and taking some profits on CCL too, and enjoying the short side move that the market is presenting as. What did I tell you? I don't believe in the 12K move to the north side, even though the market did not hold above 12K. Meta platforms for our boy Ian has been absolutely monster long. So congratulations on that. Just wish that next time you get an insider trading signal like that, you let me know too. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna put that out there. It was not an insider trade.
Let's get this straight, guys. I'm not going to jail.
Yeah, just in case SEC's out there listening to us, yo, guys, no, not an insider trade. Just happened to be a lucky trade. We're just making a joke out of the whole situation, okay? But the amazing long, you gotta love it when you punch in and then the news drops in your favor. You gotta love when that happens. I think that's only happened to me once before, and that's called DWAC.
Yeah, but that trade was much bigger.
But
Come
like,
on.
still, the idea is like it's not often where you're in a trade and the news catalyst is in your favor. Most of the time, it's in the opposite favor,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
you're getting destroyed by that news catalyst. So you gotta love it when it's in your favor. Last stream for Ian. No, not last stream for Ian.
We all need a little.
SEC, open up.
We all need a little luck sometimes, guys.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
you know. Take it when it's there for you, obviously. And
But
now,
that's just like what, preparation or something? What's that saying? It's like luck is just like being
you
prepared
kind of
for
make
the
your own luck
opportunity.
too. You make your own luck, right? Like you know, you've seen me take breakouts all the time on the show, right? It's like one of my favorite setups to take. Unfortunately, I didn't get the breakout right away because I was transitioning to the show desk here. But as soon as I got here and saw, you know, the prices that Meta was at above 145, I punched in. Obviously, I didn't put in the full size that I wanted to, for a number of reasons. Is midday, and then also too, I missed the breakout, right? So I didn't get the entry that I wanted, so it was a little bit of a chase. That being said, the 145 held up, and then the news drops, and then, you know, obviously the huge move to the upside, and I'm just like kind of taking profits to the upside. So, you know, the trade works. I would have liked the trade regardless. If it was, you know, creeping slowly up to like 146, you would have probably had me, you know, the same outs, the same arrows on my chart. But it is what it is. You can call it a good trade.
Yeah, chat's helping me out with the luck is preparation meeting opportunity. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
good job
So
on that.
prep for your levels, and then you know if it just so happens that you get some luck with a news story that drops when the level breaks out, then you know count your blessings and you know take the winner.
Is catch, baby, catching those profits pouring in. And same with CCL and UAL here for myself. Pretty good move. UAL now 23 cents in the money. CCL only 6 pennies in the money, but like I said, I doubled down on that trade. So even 6 cents means I'm making some decent amount of my money back that I previously gave up on that position. Trying to fight it to the short side. Beautiful move to the reverse long on UAL and CCL, but finally we're able to, you know, smack these stocks back over here. NIO bottomed out, question mark. Let's go check it out if it's bottomed out or not. Honestly, guys, the whole bottomed out, topped out idea should not be used today because FOMC will break any bottom that existed or any top that existed if it's in the way of the FOMC move. So forget about your tops and your bottoms and whatever, and just be ready for anything to happen. But some people in the chat are floating around saying, be ready for no rate hike to come out. That would be a new all-time high in the market.
Oh,
we're
man.
jumping up 50% on the day.
Imagine
like,
Jay
that's
just,
not happening, man.
Imagine Jay just said, okay,
That's
no
not
rate
happening.
hike, money printers back on. Like that's an impossible scenario, right? That's obviously an impossible scenario. It's likely gonna be 75, and we're gonna have to be super patient with the trade and see what happens. Someone's saying Google short, question mark. So, you know, Google is a very interesting name, and a lot of us on the floor have been watching Google quite a bit here, just waiting for this 100 level to come around. You know, obviously 100 is going to be a big psychological level. It's going to be a new low since the split for Google. Also, I believe it's a 52-week low as well for Google. So, you know, going to be watching that as well. It's kind of fluctuating above this 101 area. The 101 area seems to be kind of holding up. But, you know, that being said, if the market tanks off the Fed today and, you know, miraculously they raise one whole percent, then I think this 100 level is going to come into play. So kind of keep that one on watch if you're thinking about some short plays here on Google. So that's what I think about that. SAVA, you know, it's funny because I see SAVA like SAVA as one of like the, I guess, like trending tickers like almost every single day. But nothing, you know, I have no inclination to kind of trade it, and it's just, look at the time of sales, it's not even moving. Like, Brad looks over, my time of sales is literally frozen. There, you get a couple ticks, right? So not really like anything going on too much for us to kind of, you know, want to put a trade on here. And what's company is Sava?
Cassava Sciences, like a biomedical,
okay,
whatever.
I remember now. Yeah, it was popping like in 2020, 2021
yeah,
a bit.
yeah.
That's when it was like kind of going crazy.
I think it was a penny stock or a dollar stock.
And then it ran
right?
to like $100, and then
Yeah.
like it would like have like $30 range. It was insane, right?
It pulled the HKD before HKD existed.
Pretty much, yeah. It was like, yeah, it was the precursor to HKD essentially. But since then, I mean, it's just been kind of dead weight.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to show you a meme over here regarding the Fed rate hike. Like, you think a 0.25 or a 0.5 is actually going to help defeat the inflation? Like, or or you think like no rate hike is actually going to help defeat inflation, I really don't think so. So everyone's expecting 0.8. I see people in the chat talking about people want 0.5. It's not about what people want. It's about what the economy deserves. And you know, that's like a Batman line right there. It's not the hero we want, but the hero we deserve. Yeah. Powell's got to be the hero we deserve, not the hero we want, because I could want a lot of things, but that's not what I'm getting from this market, right? So just be ready for doomsday events if it goes that way. Be ready for good events if it goes that way too. Be ready for either direction. Just be ready for either direction, but expecting something lower than what the Fed rate tool is already telling you is gambling. You're expecting 0.5 when the Fed rate tool is 80% 0.75? And if you're basing your trades right now in the hope that it actually comes out at 0.5, like that's gambling, man. That's gambling.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Like, look at, I'll show this again here. It's the Fed rate tool, and it's something that we always kind of refer to. I think they were showing it earlier on the show as well, but just look at this. Like, so 82%, that's indicating a 75 basis point hike, and then 18% chance that's indicating a 100 basis point hike. So kind of play off these numbers, right? Like if the majority of people are expecting a 75 basis point hike, then what do you think is going to happen when they just say, okay, 75 basis points? Not too much is likely to happen. It's probably going to, depend on what Powell's going to say, and like I was saying, like leading up to November and kind of the future of what's going to happen, right? So it's going to depend more on that. So just kind of keep that in mind to really think like, oh, they're only going to raise 0.5 today. No, I think that's impossible.
It's
or like more than one.
Impossible.
That's kind of ridiculous to kind of expect that. So just play the number. Wait for 2 o'clock. Whatever source you use, just make sure it's a good source and wait for that number to come out. That first, I think it was Arun that was saying it this morning, the first 5 minutes is going to be crazy. It's going to be whipping around like crazy. So don't get wicked in and don't get wicked out and get chopped up severely. Wait for a nice level to come in, a nice support or something like that, and go long off of that. Vice versa if you're thinking short, and kind of take it from there. Usually, after Powell comes in and everyone sees he's wearing his nice blue suit, then the market picks a direction and it starts trending, right? So, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, what if he comes out with the deep red shirt?
Oh man, yeah, then it's just short the market. Let's go. Pratt, you wore your red shirt today. What are you expecting?
I just wore a red shirt because nothing was ironed.
Just because
man.
Nothing
was ironed.
Just so happened to be on
this is already on the hanger. Let's pull this one out.
But if the market tanks, you're gonna be looking mighty fine in your red shirt.
You know it, baby. You know it. I'm always prepared to look mighty fine, baby. Just got a haircut for that fresh feeling too, just for FOMC.
Look good,
feel
FOMC,
good,
trade good.
Exactly. Look good, feel good, trade good. That's the goal. That's the plan.
I like this right here. Sorry to cut it off. Powell hour soon.
Powell
hour soon. I like that. That's pretty cool.
I think we need a graphic for that now. Power hour and then a Powell hour. Powell hour graphic. That would be a sick one.
It's just like an emote of J Powell, just like
with the money printer. Powell hour, baby. But yeah, I want to quickly head over to Baba popping up on the scanners. The Chinese ADRs have been relatively weak today. You looked at the NIO just now before I flipped over to Baba and Li Auto, something that we've been short today. Most of these have been getting collapsed, man. 4% to the downside. Something about a possible preparation for bad events in China, war and whatnot. Just not good words and not good theories floating around out there if those statements are true. So obviously stocks that are listed on the New York Stock Exchange that operate in that country have been getting absolutely beat up. BIDU Holy. And Pinduoduo also in that basket, but not as deeply down as Baba is, apparently. Baidu only down 3.69%. Pinduoduo probably also down around 3% or so. Let's go check it out. Ooh, for almost 5% for Pinduoduo and almost 5% for Baba also.
This is going to be a good plug for the morning watch list, but I've seen a couple people mention these tickers. I'll talk about this one first. SFIX, that was in the morning watch list off of a catalyst this morning. That's ripped up 10%. A couple people are thinking about a long here. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's already ripped like 50, 60, 70 cents to the long side here on a $5 stock. That's obviously incredible, right? And look at the time of sales right now. It's not moving, so the trade is pretty much done, I think, now. Unless something else happens and you get a volume spike, then kind of look to take a trade off of that. But if you're gonna just hop in right now long, you're probably just gonna either be flat or get chopped up or maybe slowly fade or something like that. You don't want to be trading when you're the only guy trading. Like, think about going to a party all dressed up nice and looking great, but then when you get there, the dance floor is empty. You're the only guy sitting at the bar. Obviously,
still have a party.
Maybe some people like Prad, but I mean most people are probably just gonna sit there and be lonely. But that's a thing, right? I'll check out the other one here, SOBR. That was also on our morning watch list. And again, guys, if you're not subscribed to that, please subscribe. It's a great tool, and now it's sent directly to your email as well, so it's super convenient. SOBR down 25% today, rejected the VWAP area. When something's so weak like this, down 25%, what do you think is going to happen when it comes up to VWAP? It's likely going to fail, right? You might get the VWAP reversion like it kind of did here. That's pretty natural and pretty standard, but if it's truly weak, it's probably going to fail and finish below VWAP. Same sort of thing though. Time of sales is not really moving. There's no volume pumping into this name. The trade is likely done at this point, so just don't get don't chase, don't have FOMO or anything like that. Don't get chopped up, right? There's a cool saying here that the chart shows history, right? So don't just trade solely off of the chart saying, oh, it bounced here last time, it's definitely going to bounce here this time. No, look at the tape, look at level 2, see if there's an actual opportunity, there's some potential, and then act off of that. If there's no size on the level 2 or anything like that, don't trade, guys. No one's gonna hurt you for not trading.
What do you think about that company and the whole idea of SOBR?
SOBR,
The whole introducing some method of making sure that the drivers can't drink or drive.
I mean, it's good technology. They probably should have had this already built into cars, but it's also too. It's kind of like invasion of people's privacy as well.
Yeah.
Like if people, you're capable to make your own decisions, right? Like obviously everyone knows don't drink and drive, right? It's pretty obvious, right? But people still make bad decisions and then get busted. Maybe don't get busted for it, whatever. Right, but I mean, the intention there is good, but then there's obviously some negative aspects to it as well. But I mean, this is probably something that should have been kind of there already. They should really have something though, like if you leave the place, like if you're drinking at a bar or something, and then I don't know, they check you on the way in, maybe they check you on the way out too. I don't know.
At the restaurant,
at the actual restaurant or actual bar, right? But that's also too. That's also too. I don't know. It's a touchy. It's a weird subject. But
I'd much rather have my car breath test me than a bouncer breath test me and then be like, yeah, you can't drive. I'd rather my car come up and be like, hey, you're drunk today, you can't drive. Then a bouncer was 7 feet, yeah, give me your keys.
What would be even better though is if there was obviously self-driving is going to be
coming.
Yes. If self-driving tech and then. You could just get drunk as you want, and then the car will just drive you home, and then be fine and dandy. No one gets hurt, kind of thing. I got stopped out here on Meta, trailed out. I'm not really too hurt about or anything like that. As trailed stop. Obviously, I wish I could have got some out here at 147.50, but like I said, I was holding the last 10% of my position. If I would have got it out there, then what if it runs to 148 or anything like that? My fault here though is that looking back at it now is that it looked like 147 was kind of topping out as a resistance in the pre-market, so I should have been probably taking the profits there when I got there, but that's okay. Like I said, 10% of my position, really good winner here from Meta as soon as I came on, and we take those every single time.
Yeah, I'm just, at this point, just preparing for the 2 o'clock, guys. Honestly, nothing much to do. Market's not gonna do much, in my opinion. And even if it does, I'm not looking to to really get into new positions all the way up to 2 o'clock. So I'm going to be nursing my UAL, nursing my CCL. UAL 20 cents in the money, CCL flat on the position right now. But we already took out some good chunk of size on the move down when it dumped down about 15 to 20 cents in our money to the downside. And NASDAQ market currently, sorry, S&P 500 market currently at the VWAP areas on the 5-minute chart, up 0.5% on the day, and QQQ futures NQ/Z22CM up also up 0.5% on the day, but slightly above VWAP near the 50-period EMA and also very close to 12K. If that idea and theory stands true that the market already knows something that we don't, then you know the whole idea that Vegas knows, right? When you're bet making and Vegas knows the odds, they know who's gonna win, who's not gonna win, and the whole idea. Just transfer that idea over to the stock market. So the market might already know that it's actually a 0.75 hike, but what they don't know is what Powell's going to say in his speech over there, and hence we got a nice little move to the upside. The 0.75 priced in, but based on how hawkish or dovish he is at 230, will dictate the real move in the market to the upside or downside. All of these are just theories, right? If-then statements, like a program, like a computer, like an algorithm. If this happens, I want to do this. If this happens, I want to do that. If this happens, I want to sit on my hands and do absolutely nothing. So create these scenarios for yourself, create some setups and theories, maybe on gold, maybe on the treasury yields, maybe on the futures market. If you can't afford to trade futures, QQQ. If you can't afford to trade QQQ, you got TQQQ and SQQQ. For the SPY, what do they have for the SPY? SPX?
Yeah, I can't, actually no, I can't remember for the SPY. But it's basically like the inverse, like the inverse correlations to all these ETFs, right? Like that's what Prad's kind of getting to. Is there any for SPYs? I don't know if there's any for SPY. I honestly don't know.
No, okay.
I honestly don't know. But I usually stay away from those leveraged ETFs. But regardless, like what Prad's trying to say is like, you know, create a plan and trade it in regards to some of these instruments, right? There's so many instruments. I was going to kind of add on to that and say, like, if you see like a level, like for example, the 158 on Apple today, it broke out and rejected, right? But what if the market rips today and, you know, Powell comes on and says like super dovish stuff and the market just rips up? What do you think is going to happen when Apple comes up to that 158? It's probably going to break out, right? It's going to break out that 158 and make a new high a day. So I don't mind, you know, these range breakouts as well on these days. You know, there's plenty of instruments to trade. Sometimes it's a little bit easier as well to trade some equities just because you know, you can control your risk a bit better. I'm currently looking at Amazon. A couple people were asking about Amazon. I'm just watching the tape here. It's getting pretty interesting. I'm seeing a lot of orders go off on 122, 11, 12, and 13. So that's kind of interesting. My level 1 is kind of frozen here, so don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to the bid here on level 2 as it creeps back towards this 122. I want to kind of talk about the daily on Amazon though, just because I think this 120 level is going to be pretty big. There's so many buyers below 120, and obviously you got the big rip up. I think Amazon's been the strongest stock that has split this year in comparison to the likes of Tesla. The other one I think was Shopify, and then Google has been kind of weak since the split. Of course, the one that I picked for my long term is kind of weak. I should have got Amazon, but it is.
You picked Google?
Yeah,
I think you have the right call.
I think Google, like,
I think you have the right call.
I mean, like, where's Google really going, guys? Where's Google really going? Like, when you guys search something
between Amazon and Google, one could go bankrupt, the other won't.
That's true. I mean, and Jeff Bezos is kind of gone now, too.
One could go to the ground, the other will never go to the ground.
I mean, yeah, Google's going to be here forever, I think. So that was like, anyways, we're not talking about my long-term account, but yeah, no, so Amazon, I'm looking at 120, obviously. I think that's a pretty big level. That's going to make or break. I think the next little bit for Amazon, if 120 holds up, then, you know, maybe we get another run up to like the highs here. But if it, you know, kind of breaks down, then it might chop around below 120 and between 100. 102 is going to be a huge level for Amazon. 104 area, obviously, is going to be huge for Amazon. But just kind of keep that in mind. But again, guys, if you're going to, you know, try for a swing trade or anything like that, please wait till after Fed today, because obviously the market's going to pick a direction and you don't want to be caught offside. on that one. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah, question from the chat, educational question. I'm trying to find the definition of inflation in the economic terms. Is the correct answer inflation is an increase in the quantity of money faster than the real national output is expanding? My understanding is that more money circulating means we are able to spend more. More money circulating means like, yeah, more people have money to spend, but then it also like prices naturally, and like look at country like, what is it, Zimbabwe or something, where they just kept on printing money, and now the value of money goes to zero. So their currency is literally trash now, to the point where if you go to eat anything, you would have to take trays and trays of money. The economy, obviously I'm not an economist or a business major or anything, right? But from what I've been taught and what I've learned is that process of constantly printing money is a bad thing for a country. They need to slow down the circulation. It needs to grow up. It needs to grow in a natural way. No inflation is not good for any country either, but too much inflation is also really bad. It's like moderation, right? You got to do anything in moderation. It's fine. When you're going into the extremes, that's when you're kind of taking damage. So we were a little bit in the extreme earlier with inflation, and then we tamed it, and now we're back into that zone, sadly, where people are just taking loans that they can't afford to pay back. People are just doing a bunch of things, right? So because there was so much money to give out there previously, people just took loans, put it in the market, put it into housing market, put it into land, and now a lot of people can't pay that money back, and as inflation's going up, interest rates go up. Now what they borrowed, the interest rate for what they borrowed is going up. Like Sharif was saying, his buddy's house now costs 1.5K a month more than it previously used to. That's a lot of money for someone. That's like someone's bi-weekly salary, 1.5K. So understand the pain behind it. So they gotta tighten the reins on this beast. They gotta slow down inflation. That way people are not getting beat up, and there's the right amount of circulation. There's no actual answer that people can be like, that's the right answer, and we're going to always stay here. There will always be circumstances where the government needs to step in and help the market out. Like in 2008, they had to bail out a bunch of companies. They had to bail out a bunch of banks and everything. Had to bail out even mortgage companies. Recently, they had to bail out companies because of COVID. They had to bail out people because of COVID. You know, a lot of people got stimulus checks. The whole government, the whole country got stimulus checks. Where's that money coming from? By a flick of a button and the printer being turned on. Now the government's got to figure out a way to bring that money back into their reserves where they printed it out of, so they can squash it down and turn it back into ink.
Exactly. Like and guys, like think like always, like everything has implications, right? Obviously 2020 happens, and then they start printing money and whatnot to help everyone out, right? But now there's implications of that. Inflation is super high. So you have to, like Prad's saying, you got to tame that beast and bring it down. And how do you do that? You raise interest rates, right? So you're trying to like kind of diminish that a bit. And obviously there's going to be pain in the market. It's not like the Fed or J-Power or whatever is trying to hurt everyone's long-term accounts. That's just the byproduct of what's happening, right? So you can't really hate on that for that, and you just gotta have to position yourself accordingly and manage your risk accordingly, whether it be like DCA or whatever for your longer-term accounts. But anyways, was that Sector Watch, I think?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's send it to Sector Watch for a quick second.
Hey guys, yeah, not much has changed. We'll give you an update though on how the market is doing. It's a wait and see kind of an afternoon right now before what is to come at 2 p.m. Almost identical board here to the last time we talked about this. Still, the industrials leading the way outside of the travel names, airlines downside. Hotels, casinos, cruise lines also all downside. You can see in the consumer discretionary names, but there are enough positive ones down here that are offsetting that, and then some. Consumer staples also positive. Tech shares nicely positive on the day, but a little more negativity creeping back in over in the communications group, and also material stocks a little bit back to the downside. Only 0.44 right now for the S&P, guys, but all will change coming up here in about 40 minutes. Remember, in under that at 1:45, we come back on. We'll take you right through 2 o'clock, 2:30. And we'll see what happens here, guys, for the market this afternoon. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendan. It's going to be fireworks, obviously. We're all kind of just anticipating
what's going to happen at 2 o'clock, 2:30 when J-Pow takes a stand. What's this market going to do, right? So we're obviously going to be patient and wait, and then we're going to react to it. I took some more profits out here, just bidded on Tesla in front of the VWAP area. Again, guys, I was shorting off at 310, basically aiming for like a VWAP reversion trade here, and that's exactly what I got. So I'm still holding the last little piece of my position. Basically now it's just going to be a trail stop. I think if 309 gets reclaimed, then I'll probably stop out of that one just off of this lower high here. But let's just kind of see where this goes. I was just noticing the market is also fluctuating around the VWAP area. I'll zoom in so you guys can see that a bit better. Kind of fluctuating around that VWAP area. This is a 200 EMA below. But again, guys, it's kind of testing these lows again. So where is it going to go? Maybe it just kind of fades towards the lows here, creeping closer to that 2 p.m. area. But I don't think, we're going to break the range or anything like that. But that's why I'm just holding on to this little piece of my Tesla trade now, just to see if we do continue to fade lower. I'm going to be participating in it and have a little bit of the piece of the action here on that one. Let me just adjust my stop actually now that I mentioned it there, so I do get trailed out in case it kind of rips back up. I want to obviously take a winner on that one. Tesla 303 before 309. I mean, we're closer to 309 right now, so I'm assuming you're loaded in puts here at that 310 area or loaded in shorts. But I don't know about that. Maybe it ticks 309, ticks me out, ticks you out there. But I think it's obviously going to make moves off of that, off of the Fed today. I think if the market is any sort of positivity that comes in the market and we trend up, I think Tesla probably breaks the 310, looking to that 315. I'm just going to zoom in on the daily here just so you guys can see. And we always apologize, like post-split, our dailies are just kind of messed up here on the charts. But Tesla's been so strong, I think, like for basically the whole September, and testing above 300 now. If it really holds above 300, I think it's going to continue to be strong. So just kind of keep that in mind. If we do sort of rip up today, I think Tesla's going to be a good trade to the upside, but we'll see. Always going to react to what happens.
Comp SRX in the chat. You know what punk company lets their workers do jack SH at home? Google. What? Come on, man. That's not true. I have family members who actually work in Google, so I know about their work culture. They let their employees have their own, I think what percentage, I forget what percentage of the work time is actually allotted for them to do whatever they want on their private projects that they want to pursue. And that's how some of these projects get incorporated into the Google realm, and like the Gmail and everything else. Like these were private projects that were incorporated into the Google realm because they allow you to do that. You don't end up with the phones and the software and the production level of Google without workers doing jack whatever that you wanted to say. I disagree with that, man. Google's work culture is probably second to Apple. That's the only thing you can say. Apple does the same thing that Google does, and Apple's work culture is known to be the best for some reason. Like they have like a lot of amenities and everything. But Google is probably second to Apple. There's no one next to these two companies out there. Maybe Microsoft at 3. But look at the structure of the top 3 companies on the S&P 500: Apple, Microsoft, Google. So I think. You need to be a little careful when saying stuff like that. You may be a little careful on stuff like that. Naps, apparently they give you nap time too. Yo, last time I had a nap time was in kindergarten. I want nap time, come on, I want nap time. I wish trading had a nap time like Japan does. Japan literally has a nap time for these, I almost said old traders, but I almost hurt Neil's feelings over there. But old traders, man, we need a nap time too. Come on, market.
I mean, like I was gonna say, like guys, there's a reason why, like Apple and what were you talking
Google,
about? Google,
Microsoft.
like these companies. There's a reason why they're some of the biggest companies in the world. There's a reason why they're a huge piece of like the S&P. Like there's reason behind this. Like they're great companies.
Them three are 30%, right?
Yeah, like their culture is obviously going to be very different, and companies always try to emulate that culture in some way, somehow, right? But they can never really get it right because obviously they're the first ones to do it. But say whatever you want, think about whatever you want about Apple products or whatever. But I mean,
in Japan, you work 12 hours a day.
Those guys work hard, man.
12
those
hours?
guys work a lot.
All right, if you're working 12 hours in a day, then
it's
yeah,
a
you need
different
nap
culture.
time.
It's
Then
a
you need nap
different
time.
culture, like completely over there. But yeah, as I was saying, guys, like think about what you will. There's some sort of reason why these companies are huge and why they're some of the best companies in the world. So just like trade it accordingly, right? Like there's a reason why. Like I have Apple, I have Google, right? Like just these are some of the best companies. And is there a world without Apple? I saw people saying, is like Amazon's going nowhere? Yeah, for sure. We weren't saying Amazon was going to zero. Like that's not what Pratt was saying, right?
No.
But Amazon, like Google, Apple, they're not going anywhere, right? Like these are the companies that are probably going to be around in 10, 20, 50 years, right? So, invest in them accordingly for whatever time horizon that you want to be investing in. But yeah, great companies all around.
Yes, sir. Let's head over to the YouTube like count. We only have 20 minutes left between Ian and myself over here. As you guys know, we'll be going into the closing show 15 minutes early for the sake of FOMC. So I know a lot of you guys will be appreciating Neil, Sean, and Brendo coming back at 1:45. In that meantime, come on, smash that like button, guys. 5,000 of you guys here, and this is like the closest ratio like count to viewer count we've ever had. So 5,000 of you watching, we got 4,000 likes. I think we could get a little bit more pump for those of you who've not hit that like already. Go ahead and do that. Also on the closing show, the like count starts all over again. So I would love for the like count to get up to 4K, 5K for that show too, as we are entertaining you guys and educating you guys how to trade the FOMC. For those of you who already done that, I appreciate it. There is still 32% of you last month who did not hit the subscribe button. Let's get that number elevated. We're at 345,000 subs on this show, on this YouTube channel. You don't understand how many people I talk to are like, you deserve more views. Like, your show deserves more views. Trader TV Live deserves like at least like 1 million plus subscribers. The fact that you guys are not there yet is mind-boggling to me, and I would say the same. It's mind-boggling. Share it with your friends. Share it with your family. Let's get Trader TV Live, the #1 live day trading show on YouTube or anywhere. Show another show on Twitch, on Mixer, even though Mixer doesn't exist anymore, or Facebook Gaming or whatever. You're not going to find anyone like us. It's only one, baby. It's right here, Trader TV Live on YouTube.
Exactly, guys. Like, I got to say, like, I was watching a show just like you guys all the time at home. And I was a fan of the show, right? Obviously, I'm a huge fan of it still, but the amount of growth and the amount of like different things and great changes that have come to this show, like since I started watching, like I remember watching Prad when he was like stuck in the corner and it was just like basically him talking, and then obviously Valeria came, and then it was a bit different. But I remember the show back then, and to the
my lung power for that show was ridiculous, man.
Like the point to where the show is now in comparison to then is just like crazy. Like, it's been crazy improvement, and like even since when I started like coming on the show and like hosting the show with Prad and whatnot, like I think when I started it was at 300K subscribers, and now like Prad's saying it's like 345K subscribers. So the amount of growth has just been tremendous. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you guys, and we obviously don't do this if you guys aren't there. And we're trying to grow the community, and we say it all the time. Like the Trader TV community is a great community. And you guys in the chat say it all the time. Like we thank you all the time for your support, and just smash that like button. Like Sean says, like we don't charge you anything. We only charge you in likes, right? So just smash that like button if you haven't. It means the world to us, and let's keep trading like everyone else, right? Tesla is creeping back up towards this 309 area. Again, guys, I put my stop at 309.01. I'm telling you exactly where it is. If it gets ticked, it gets ticked. My best out here is in front of VWAP 308, I think 25 it was. So that's a good trade there. I only have a little piece of my position left, the last piece here. So again, I'm just kind of holding it. If it breaks below 308 and that base there, then maybe I trail my stop to 308 and kind of just like risking off of these lower highs, right? But until then, I'm just going to keep my stop at 309 and see where this trade kind of goes. The market is bouncing off of VWAP here. So again, guys, the market is ranging right now, leading up to this 2 p.m. Don't do anything too hasty. Don't get yourself into a big position right now. Just be patient. Wait for that 2 p.m. number to drop.
Yeah, who made this poll?
There. What will the FOM's decision be?
50? Why'd you even throw 50 in there? Come on, man.
Okay, so we got a live poll, guys. So check it out. What will the FOMC decision be here? So I placed my vote. You know, the vote, you got 75 basis points, 100 basis points, and then Neil tossed in 50 basis points here. I voted for 75 just because I'm going to go with the majority here. You're seeing the live vote there kind of happen. You know, place your votes, see where this is going to go, and maybe we can steer Jay Powell. No, we won't steer Jay Powell, but I guess it's kind of, you know, get a good basis of what else, you know, people are thinking in the chat in our community.
Yeah, Neil just threw in the 50 basis points just because the chat was talking about it. What a good guy. I would have not done it. I would have left it at 75 and 100. Now we'll see though. Now we'll see how many % of the viewers in the chat actually believe or want the 50%, right? So if you really believe or want the 50%, then please click on that, because I would like to see the consensus of our 5,000 viewers. And if 5,000 of you are expecting, even 10% of you are expecting 50%, then, and if you can multiply that as a consensus and take it across the room, there might be a lot of people expecting it. So anything can happen. That's the wonderful about this market. Your job is to be ready to execute and when the opportunity arises. So today, for the most part, the opportunities have been dead. Yeah, there was some couple trades that you could have absolutely smoked to the downside. For example, Lee Auto today. There were some trades you could have smoked to the upside, such as Raytheon today. But besides that, man, nothing really showing itself to the point where we're excited to talk about. Our buddy Ian had that beautiful meta long previously. That was probably the best trade of the day, honestly. Besides that, I didn't see anything happen.
Yeah, MU was good this morning as well. You know, the long off of that 50 breakout. It's funny because we always kind of plan for these levels, and then you wake up in the morning and it's gap below the level. So now you got to structure a trade a little bit differently, right? So I didn't mind the 50 breakout. That was a good trade as well. I think Sean was trading that one in the morning. One comment I really want to call out here, guys, and this is basically why we do the show, and it's something that I always like to see when I come on. So this is Kareem Anwar. He says, the best show and educational channel ever. Thank you guys so much. I can't even thank you enough for the changes that you guys did in my trading life. So you know what? You're welcome, and thank you for always watching and supporting us. Even if we help one person, like if I help one person in the chat today, I think that's enough, right? Countless times when I was watching Sean, Neil, Brendan, and Prad, they'll say one thing and it changes, you know, my perspective on how, you know, my trading was going, and I can make a change in a positive light. It was already worth it for me to watch the show that day, right? So,
how much you pay to get that change?
What do you mean?
How much you pay to get that change?
Change what? What are you talking about?
For that change, that thing that affected you, how much you pay for
yeah,
that?
I pay nothing. I pay nothing, exactly. Like I would just like the video, right? Like I paid nothing. I'm just watching, having it on in the background, and then, you know, Pride would say something super smart, and then I would listen to that, and then, you know, the rest of the time he would just be kind of, but no, I'm kidding. But yeah, guys, you know, that's why we do it. I want to welcome a new member here before it goes away, Daniel Balcazar. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Again, guys, if you want, you could, you know, obviously subscribe to the channel, but you can also become a member, and then you get some cool like emotions and whatnot, and some cool perks in the chat and within the community. Thank you for joining the Trader TV Live family, Daniel Balcazar.
Yes, sir. People in the chat, Rolling Records, I believe, asked us to take a look at the Apple chart. Yeah, here's the Apple chart. A little bit of a move above VWAP now as the market pushes back to 12K for the NASDAQ market. Still up on the day for both the markets. Have never really broken VWAP ever since we were live, or not live, ever since the market was open, sorry, is what I'm trying to say. Ever since we were live too, the market didn't really break VWAP also. So Apple right now pushing back above VWAP with that catalyst. As Ian did say though, if this market comes out with positive catalyst today, which is a 0.75 rate hike, and Powell says some really dovish sentences. For example, I'm just giving out a theory. He comes out there and he goes, we're looking at inflation going down. We're looking at, even though CPI came out bad, it didn't come out as bad as we thought it would. Walmart came out and said, you know, things are looking better. And then he doesn't really mention FedEx. He doesn't really mention all the other stuff. Not like he will be mentioning Walmart either. I'm just giving you a theory out there, right? But the idea is if he mentions like any dovish sentiment in terms of the inflation slowing down, then then things are going to probably look good for the market as we're kind of priced in. But if he comes out with the 0.75 hike and he says really dovish sentiments like, this is still looking bad, we might have to still keep on giving 3 more rate hikes, we still might have to continue with all the rate hikes that we plan for the rest of the year, those are all still dovish, right? Hawkish. If he says we're actually thinking back of scaling back the amount of hikes that we have in the future, that is dovish. But if he says we're going to keep the same pace or increase the pace of hikes, that is dovish. So you want to notice these key phrases, key sentences that are different in the transcript that gets launched out at 2 o'clock, and then that are different in the sentences that he talks at 2:30 in the press conference. So all of that combined, you're going to be able to smack the market.
Yeah, exactly. I think if they do come out and say 75 basis point hike, it's going to really depend on Jay Powell speaking at 2:30. And it's interesting because when we talked to like Greg, who's obviously taken this and seen this trade kind of pan out multiple times throughout his trading career, for him it's always been like right at 2 p.m. That's the main trade. But what's been happening this year is that there's a trade usually at 2 p.m. and then there's maybe a second potential trade at 2:30 as well once Jay Powell actually starts to speak and say things, right? So, you know, if they come out flat 75 basis point hike, what everyone's expecting, it's going to really, really depend on what, Jerome is going to say at 2:30 in regards to some of these questions they're going to ask him. And you best believe that they're going to grill him about what's going to happen in the future, right? So it's going to be very important to kind of listen to that and, react to what the market's telling you. Don't try to predict what direction the market's going to go. You're likely going to get burned, or maybe you get lucky. But you don't want to get burned in this scenario because we've seen these moves pan out. These moves can be violent in either direction. So just kind of, be careful, guys. Manage your risk accordingly. One of the notes that, we were kind of prepping for this trade earlier is at Brankos, he said it's okay not to take a trade, guys. It's okay not to take a trade. I think it was Brendan that was saying it this morning. If you haven't witnessed these trades in the past, maybe today's a good time to watch it, or maybe paper trader, right? Because if you're not used to this volatility, you're going to see the tape going crazy. You might not know what to do, right? You might be kind of frozen deer in the headlight situation, right? So it's okay not to take a trade, guys. If you're not used to it, if this is your first time watching this happen, just watch and take notes and whatnot, and be prepared for next time. I want to do a live update here on our poll. So it seems like the majority of you, by a little bit, is saying 75 basis point hike and then 100, and then a few lone souls has said, a few hopeful souls has said 50 basis point hike. Again, guys, the CME rate tool is pricing in or saying that 75 basis points is going to be the likely scenario, but time will tell. Coming up in 20 minutes now, we only have 5 minutes left on our midday show here. We are going to pass it on to the closing show at 1:45 in preparation for that for the Fed meeting, right? So again, guys, it's going to be a new video. Check it out. Don't forget to hit that like button when we do switch over.
Yeah, exactly right. Hit that like on the closing show. And for anyone who doesn't get automatically ported, you should get automatically ported for the most of you, but sometimes the YouTube algorithm messes up and doesn't port you. If it doesn't, be sure to click on the link that Bears vs. Bull in the chat posted, I believe. If not, just go to our home page on the YouTube channel, and you should see already it's queued up for the next show. So you'll find the link ready for it, just so you don't miss out on the 2 o'clock move. That's why we're giving you guys 15 minutes to get ready, go pee, go poop, go get your coffees, whatever it is that you need to do. In order to get ready for the market over there, whatever it is, washroom break, go for your washroom break, come back, go get your food, go get your drinks in, and get ready for this move. Go get some water. It's gonna be a fun time, man. Lots of fun time. The last few FOMCs have been spicy.
It's been spicy. And it's a great opportunity. Like, these have been some of the biggest trades or trading opportunities this year, I think. Like, everyone always
FOMC?
Gets, this year, everyone gets
unless
hyped up.
the 830 CPI was a big one.
That was a big one. Obviously, you guys saw what happened to that trade there. But yeah, it's going to be huge. So, you know, be prepared for it, be ready. One thing I wanted to address here before we head off, one comment here, Meta is curling up. It is kind of slowly grinding up after, the big news came out, or not big news, but the little news catalyst came out, and then there was a big volume spike to the upside here. Meta is curling up, it kind of finding support like 145.80, 146 area here. But again, guys, the market did bounce off VWAP, so it's kind of just, trading with the market essentially. Look at the volume. This is a great indicator. So obviously huge volume here on the spike up, right? So that's when you should be trading, trying to get involved, right? But notice how the volume has just kind of slowly faded and just tapered off since then, right? So yes, Meta is curling up, but does that necessarily mean that you have to get involved right now? Probably not, just because, guys, the volume has died off basically completely, right? So now is the time to kind of just wait for this 2 p.m. move to kind of come in and see where Meta goes. If you are still going to be trading Meta, there's so many instruments to trade. We talked about it already. You can trade the SPY, QQQ, the futures market. You can trade any of the equities, right, that have a high beta, that trace the market as well. Apple's a great trade. During these times as well. We talked about Tesla being strong and whatnot. Find whatever you want to trade come 2 p.m., make a plan surrounding it, and kind of go from there. Trust your plan. And guys, it's okay if you don't want to trade as well. Like I said, you could just watch and kind of practice for next time.
Hey, Brad, please check Nifty and Bank Nifty chart. They're the key indices of the Indian market. Comments like that I've been watching for a few days now. There's a viewer comes in and asks us to take a look at the Indian markets every day because it's the 5th largest market. It doesn't mean anything, man. Honestly, I appreciate that we have Indian viewers. Trust me being Indian myself, I appreciate that we have Indian viewers from India. But we can't trade Indian markets over here. The volume is going to be lighter. We're trading the #1 market in the world, the American markets, and we're showing you how to put the damage on the greatest market in the world where the money is being poured into, right? So there might be a reason to do it, but there's honestly no reason to do it, right? We are trading the best markets in the world. The second market doesn't even matter to me, so I don't know about the 5th market. So about the market coverage over there, I think it's going to be a little hard for us to do it. Also, I don't have the entitlements for that markets, and nor have I ever traded it. But if you can understand the concept of how to trade on the greatest market in the world, you can take those theories, those setups, those ideologies, and just copy paste them into the Indian market, into the Japanese market, into the futures market. What we're trying to do is educate you with the proper trading methodology that can bleed into even cryptocurrencies. So with the Indian market stuff, I don't think we'll ever get to that point because obviously the market times are different and so on. But we trade the American markets, man, the best market in the world.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, trade what works for you and do what works for you, right? If you find success trading those markets, then go for it. It's called day trade the world, right? So you can trade from anywhere, so to speak. That's the concept. I just got trailed of Tesla here. I honestly don't mind that leading up to this, the FOMC at 2 p.m. I'd rather be flat in no positions and kind of react based off of what happens. But it is 1:45 now, guys. We are going to send you off to the closing show with Brendan, Neil, and Sean. They're going to lead you into that FOMC meeting and kind of finish it off and finish the day off strong. So as always, guys, thank you for your support, and we'll see you next time. Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, we are back on live to get you set and ready here for 2 o'clock to come around this afternoon. It's creeping up very quickly on us, under 15 minutes to go. Here's a live look at where the odds are right now. You can see up here, there is it's kind of tough to see, but top of the screen there's a countdown, 14 minutes and change to go. 84% currently versus 16, 75.